Good morning, everybody. Sunday, Sunday, Namaste. So let's start our morning discourse for today. So we were discussing about the illusion, the reality that it creates. So we know a single sensible type can become an entire complicated mental landscape. I think that a single sensible type is enough for mind to create a chain of thoughts, a whole complicated mental landscape. To that point, now our mind has become stronger and used to create thoughts in this mental landscape, these stories, this life, everything. It could be one word, one sound, one image, one simple sensation, or another thought itself. It never ends there. Always, it never ends there. Suddenly, a person is there. A history, a future, and a self that experiencing that the whole emotional world, the whole mental world, thought world is there. What is the thought world really out there? No, thought world is in our mind. The world where chair, book, cupboard, home, mother, father, door, those are thought created world that exists in our mind, that happens in our mind. In reality, in we really have this simple sense of contact. That's the real experience. That's the real moment. Everything is changing there. Nothing is permanent. Not a solid number, not a solid part, not a solid chair, but some changing experiences. So these thoughts, this mental object, they are all created in our mind. At the beginning, thought was very simple, right? A simple link, something that we used to communicate. But when we keep using it again and again, with that repetition, it got the power itself. And now, after years, we no longer feel it as a simple link, a simple concept, but instead we feel it as an object that exists on its own, an independent object. Not that real independent object is existing. It's the power of the thought that creates this illusion of an existing object, but it's not. It's the power that creates this illusion. So now our mind and thought has this power. Any thought is so real, existing. And with that, mind can construct all of this, a whole landscape with those objects, those things, those people. Nothing exists out there, everything in our mind. We never experienced those objects, things, to our sense of control. Our ears cannot observe a whole object with all the things, all the experience. It can only give a simple sound. Our eyes cannot get observe a whole object. It can only give a photograph, a bunch of colors. None of our sense organs can give us observe a whole lot. They can only give those sense organs simple ones, just a pinch of colors, just a sound, just a smell, just a taste. So if we can't observe a whole object, then how can we say there's an object out there strongly when there is no way we can observe it? So it's about mind construction. Mind created them, mind borrowed simple sense of contacts, simple sense of fragments, and weave the thought, weave the object itself inside it. And the thing is, perception. We never feel like that what mind weaved was mind's creation. So we feel it as it's out there, existed on its own. When we see, it feels like we observed an object, but clearly it's just a bunch of colors. The whole object appeared in our mind. And also, because it happens so fast, we cannot figure out how it happened. So we think we observe it from out there, but really it occurred, it reconstructed in our mind in that exact moment, almost instant. This speed also helping this illusion, helping this wrong perception. Because of this speed also we can't figure out the truth that easily. That's why when we see something we immediately think there's this object and it's out there. But what really happened was a simple picture or simple sound or a smell taste. Only that observed from the sense of contact. And immediately mind got triggered and created a thought at that exact moment instantly. Because of the speed, we think what mind created is not as something that mind created, but as something we observe from out there. It's the wrong perception. And imagine this process, this wrong way, this wrong perception was the way that we used all this time. So now, this repetition, this process, this wrong perception, we have came to using it again and again to the point it feels natural, it happens automatically. To that point, this body, this system is used to create thoughts, see it, everything else are equal, everything is out there. So because of that, mind is so used to it. No, mind can construct all of this whole thought, not just simple thought, the whole mental, the whole body, the whole mental landscape, situation, event, extremely quick. Like we are really experiencing that. To that point, thoughts have become powerful. That simply has now become so powerful that it feels so real. Now we feel like we are really experiencing something, not as mind's construction, but as a simple thought. We are really experiencing something. To that point, thought has become so powerful. It can affect us. That's why we suffer. That's why we feel sad. That's why we feel angry. And not just simply simple, mere, and but strong. We suffer strong. So everything happens so fast. It feels like if this process is like automatically happening to that level, it happens so fast, almost instant. And because of that, we only experience this finished thought world, not something else about, not the process how thought appears, not the real sense experience, but the world was created by this mind. So we experience that now. So that point we are so used to this illusion, this wrong perception. So this powerful force is now this illusion, this whole mental landscape. And at the center of this landscape appears like the same I, me, my, myself. The same thing appears in these forms. Now it's not just only this mental landscape, those thoughts are real, but also the self feels same thought, but we don't assign it out. We assign it to inside. We think somewhere here in this body or in this mind, there is this self who's doing things, who is thinking. We thought it and it got powerful to the point how it feels. There is this power that makes us feel like it's real. There's this power that makes us feel this illusion is real because to that point we used to think in that way. We used to feel in that way. No, it's not a simple thought, a simple link, a simple label, but something that's strong and felt. Even though it's not real, when we keep using that thought again and again, the thought has become powerful to the point it creates an illusion of an existing self. And that's what we feel. That's what we feel. It's not that really existing self is there. It's the power of that thought that we keep used, that got repeated. And with that repetition, it got powerful. Now that power creates an illusion of something existing, a self existing. So what is there now? Not a self, but the power that creates an illusion of self, a mirage, a power that creates a strong mirage. So we know the truth of the mirage. There is appearance, there is this feeling of self for us, but is there really a self? Is there really a mirage? No. It's the power that creates this illusion of the self. That's why we feel when something happens, we feel like this self got affected. It's a someone believe and immediately we feel like we don't really feel like a simple sound. We feel like someone blamed me. This self take over. This self is the center of this landscape. The self is affected by everything. The self is doing everything. Self is controlling everything. Self is seeing everything, owning everything. To that level, power creates this illusion of self. The more power it is, the more stronger we feel this self is existing. But is there a real self? It's an illusion, a mirage. Every thought is a mirage. Every thought is a mirage that feels existing because of that power. Same power Power is the reason that makes us feel everything is real, including the child, including the mother. Father. From outside, we never experience anything except simple sense of contact. The whole object, person, everything is in our mind, not that existing, but getting reconstructed each and every moment. But that thought is powerful to the point we strongly feel its pain. No matter how strong we feel its pain, it's the power that thought that occurs at that moment and disappears. It can't even stay, including the self. We say the power of this self, this thought, is the one that makes us feel it's real, it's strong. Yet the same power, the same thought, no matter how real, how strong it feels, it cannot stay. The thought appear and disappear at the same moment. It can't even stay. But that strong frequency of that thought creates this feeling of real self in that instant moment, in that appearance, that simple moment, that thought, the powerful spark, even though it's even though it cannot exist, it's just a simple moment, yet the power of it feels it does, makes us feel it's real. There's really a self here. There's really a child here. There's really a mother. Can you see? It's not that real objects, things, including the self, is existing, but it's a power that creates an illusion of mental landscape, power that creates self. And the thing is, it cannot even stay. It just appears and disappears at the same moment. But that power of it, that strong, that's why we strongly feel it. It's this self-existing. It's an instant moment. Can you notice it? It appears instantly. It disappears at the same time. That we don't feel it like that. We strongly feel there's this sense. To that point, it's so powerful. It creates a self that feels like exists. So now people can't say this. People think there's the self here. So then everything becomes personal. The thought, the mind, the thinking is not simply the thought anymore. It starts to become my thought. The memory, is not simple memory, it's my past. The prediction is not simply imagination, it's my future. The sensation is not simply sensation, it's my suffering. A seeing is not simple seeing, it's I am looking, I am hearing, I am tasting, I am smelling, I am now the entire landscape becomes my life. And it's not simply feel like a concept, it strongly feel like there's this and this everything belongs to this. We strongly feel it inside, not that outside. It really happens. It's only a process that happens in our mind. The more powerful it is, the more real, more stronger we feel everything. And when the power slowly starts to reduce, the illusion also starts to feel less stronger. Now observe everything. Anything happens, it becomes my we fear, my thoughts, my thoughts, angry, I am angry, scared, I am scared. So this self identity, so now when I keep using it again and again, it creates this identity. A self. It's a whole cycle, and the self is the more strong, more real we feel everything. And we fear even more, and it creates more thoughts, and more thoughts increase the self. Everything is like, and everything is happening in our mind. Now imagine how many times we have used this mind, this self, within a day. Now how many days have passed since we have moved to a new thing. To that point, how this self reached, how We feel this, we say no. Every time we say I, we reinforce this sentence. Every time we say my, we reinforce this ownership. And it has the power to this. It gets stronger and stronger. Every time we tell our stories, we reinforce this continuity. Every time we remember who we have been, we strengthen this. Well, this does not mean we should stop doing anything. We should stop speaking or anything. It means now with this done, we can notice the truth, the construction. And when we see this truth, even though we talk about the self, it no longer starts to get powerful because now we know the truth. And because of the truth, the thought now it's powerful. Instead, we just use it as a simple mere word to communicate. But deep inside, it's just simple label, not a whole identity, a self they are representing, but a simple word that used to communicate. Because when we notice the construction, when we notice there is no self but the power that makes us feel this self, that's enough. It breaks the illusion that there is this really existing self. And even after we see it, we can use the word, but now it no longer gets powerful each and every time we use it because now we know the truth. Now there is this deep understanding of the truth, of the thought, of the every word behind. So they are just simply become words, paper, something useful to communicate. And deep inside, we no longer take them as real things, real threats that exist. Even though it gets repeated, it never gets real or stronger because now we know there's nothing, just the power that creates an illusion of reality. So now suppose someone has a strong idea. I am a bad person, or I am a good person. Even when everything is normal, that identity remains. So not just a good person, but dedication to their family where everything, every thought, every taken in as daily, they are all added to this thoughts are linked with them. That's why it gets more powerful each and every day because at the beginning it's just a simple self. But when this thought is linked with other thoughts, other information, more power is added to it, more needs, more power. And that's why in the end, to this point, at this point, this self is powerful. It's not a simple link to self, but it has a story, a background. I am a good person. I am like this. I have learned. I have studied this. I have a job like this. I have a family like this. I have things like everything is added to this. Every thought is linked, which makes the self powerful and powerful. That's why we feel the self is powerful. Now it's not simply a link, but there's a whole story in it. And the thing is, when we get the thought of a self, that whole link also gets visualized by that. That's why it feels real, it feels strong, it feels powerful. Not just simply means appearing anymore. To me, with whole life, everything I have learned, my family, education, job, everything, whatever linked with the self, it's triggered and appeared with that self. That's why the self is powerful. When we try to observe it yourself, when the thought of self appears, does it simply feels like a self, or does it feel it like a self with this and that, with owning this, achieve has achieved this. This is the ego, this is the self that has everything. But in the end, there's nothing happen. All those things are inside our own mind possessions. So this identity remains in every moment. Let's say someone is trying to hurt you. This with this whole identity is there. Not just simple me disappearing, but the whole everything. I have this, I have that, and this self is going to get hurt. To that level, this thought has gotten powerful. But when you start to see the truth behind thoughts, even the thoughts that are linked to the self, also simple thoughts that got created the same way every other thought was created, which is, oh, I now own mind, mental, mental objects, mental. It slowly starts to reduce the power of this self, so that you have to have a deep understanding yourself about the truth of everything. Self is real, the thoughts are not real. What thoughts makes us feel like real is real. It's just a power that creates an illusion in that moment, momentary moment, not that even existing, but simply appearing and disappearing. But in that simple moment, the power of that thought creates a whole strong illusion that feels real, that feels solid, that feels existing. You have to say to yourself, you have to say how thoughts creates this same solid, continuous world, like feeling that the world is always inside our mind. It's a whole mental. If we start to see, start to observe the real experience, it's always changing. Sounds, vision, smell, taste, everything is always changing. But the mind landscape, thoughts are same, self is same, mother, father, host, chair, everything is same. So they don't change. Feel like they don't change, but in reality, everything, every moment is changing. We feel like this mental landscape is not changing, but each and every time thoughts are changing. Thoughts can't even stay, they just appear and disappear like tiny sparks. Yet the problem that creates this whole illusion makes us feel like everything is real, everything is solid. This is the same thing. This is the same self. Again, an illusion, not the reality, not the truth, but an illusion. No, Try to observe it yourself. Try to see it yourself. Nothing is existing, permanent, solid, or continuous. Everything is changing, whether it's sense or content, whether it's thoughts. But somehow in our mind there's this power that keeps us, makes us feel like the thoughts, there are objects, there are people, and they are free, they are solid, they are continuous. But clearly everything is changing. If we can get out of that illusion of that real continuous power, we start to see the changing nature of everything, and we start to live in the changing moment. Instead, we start to notice the process, including yourself. Not try to stop it, but see it. This is how this got created, how this is feeling, this strong, this real. When you see this, everything, so everything is an illusion. We no longer get bound with that mental landscape. It never stops, thoughts still appear, yet now there is no power for it. So we are not driven by it. We no longer take them as the reality. Thought is not the power, the power that we are taking it as, feeling it as reality is the power. So when you see the truth is that this power is the one that is going to, this power is the one that we're going to lose. Everything will as usual. And now we see the changing nature of everything. So, you no longer bound with that mental landscape. Instead, we start to live in this moment, the real moment, the moment right at this moment that happens everything, that everything is changing. But we're living in that moment, knowing that everything is not real and everything is changing. With that comes the liberation from this greatest illusion of the mind, from this mental landscape, from this arrest, there gently. We live our morning power is crossed for today. There was Sunday, everybody.
blessings to the other people who have gathered here today. As usual, at 7:45 a.m. in Sri Lankan time, so we gather here not just to hear, not just to listen this Dhamma, but to reflect and uh, attentively uh, think in depth what has been taught by Lord Buddha about 2500 years back. So, as a customary, we uh, read few pages from our book series that is available in our official website, that is www.buddothpado-dhamma.com website. So we are reading out loud here the series of book titled The True Dhamma Has Awakened. So we are focusing currently at the volume number 6, and we are reading the page number 94. So so that will give us some kind of a foundation for daily discussion. So before I go into the reading part, I'd like to reflect some important points, important aspects that we have talked in previous sessions. So yesterday we were able to talk about how this um, mind power get solidified and how it becomes a soul. So actually, according to Madhya Sutra, the book clearly explained that thing. According to the Madhya Sutra, if there is some kind of a two different endings get created in any instance, so energy that will build in between will not be prevented, cannot be prevented. So it is a automatical thing. It is a spontaneous phenomena. For that we call a vibration. So as you know, vibration has ups and downs. So why this vibration happens? Because of there are two different endings. So if you take a magnet, there are two poles, north pole and south pole. So if you uh, put them together, they will attach each other. So that's why. So if you move closer the positive end and the negative end of negative terminals of a wire, so what would you see? Some kind of a spark. So like that, whenever there is there are two ends, two different polarities, there would be some kind of a energy is generating. So it is a natural thing that 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 concept was revealed by Lord Buddha through the Madhya Sutra into the world. So what happens next? That particular energy is capable of giving rise to some kind of a, what do you call, a feel, a feel. That feel is the existence feel. Then what happens? if the existent field gives this existent field is taken as a real, if it will, that energy is capable of generating more vibrations. That is the way how the energy try to propagate, the way how the energy propagates further. So the particular energy is capable of producing, energizing subsequent vibrations. These subsequent vibrations again capable of generating energy. So previous energy, a new energy, then it tries to accumulate further and further and further. So that chunk of energy is capable of producing some kind of arupana. Arupana means some kind of creation. That is the skandha. So for that we call five aggregates. So why we call five aggregates? Because for the listeners who is listening, for the betterment of understanding, Lord Buddha has revealed a concept called skandha. Skandhanam patibhava. Skandha appears. So it has not been there due to the natural thing occurring. The skandha has been created. So what happens next? The skandha gives some kind of another signals. So maybe light signal. For a human, it's a light, maybe in a light form, maybe in a sound form, maybe in uh, perception form. So what happens next? Those things, those signals, those perceptions get together and forms another thing. So earlier we had light, sound, and perception, or the tactile stimulation. All those things, Ditta, Sutta, Mutta, all those things come together and give rise to another perception. That may be the bed that you see at this moment in front of you. So then you see the bed. So if you do the reverse engineering in that process, what became a bed? The initial vibration, initial polarity. So initial duality led to formation of a bed for you. Now you think, now people tend to think, wow, now there's a bed in front of me. That is real. It is touchable. It is hard for me. This can be very well. It is very solid. So likewise, so you can see through the eyes. You know it is bed. It's a verbal communication that has been received in your childhood. That one called bed. That one is called bed. So the color, the light sensation, sound sensation, and it's the consistency of the bed also felt. Then what happens? A bed becomes real for you. When the bed becomes real for you, what will happen next? Then you feel It's existing. It's existing. So now it carries some kind of a value for that. So what happen if I lose this bed? So I don't want to break it. I just want to keep it as it is. Oh, I would somehow or other, I would like to enhance his comfortness. I would buy a mattress, a spring mattress for that. So that will comfort me more and more. Likewise, then you try to keep that bed in the same manner, or you get some kind of a feeling to enhance it further. So unknowingly, what is there? The clinging. The clinging towards the bed will get formed. But it has not been there earlier. Just because the bed has become a real thing for you, then a clinging came into play, came into action. The clinging was not there. In the absence of a bed, the clinging towards bed was not there. But now the bed is there for you. Now you don't want to lose the bed anymore. The craving start to happen. Then what you do? What happens? Then you produce more and more. It fuels up more and more thoughts, more and more signals, more and more perceptions. So then what happens? There would a person who is having interest towards the bed will get created. So you didn't want to lose the bed. That cravingness, that cravingness make you to feel like you are there. So I am the one who don't want to lose this bed. I am the one who want to make this bed more comfortable when I sleep at night. So I should buy a spring mattress for that. So many thoughts come along with the initial thought. Why those thoughts get generated? Because you took the bed is as real thing. Earlier, were you there? No, you were not there at the earlier stages. At the light, sound, uh, 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 tactile stimulation state, you were not there. So same thing can be seen if you look at, if you go back to your childhood and see how these worldly perception become real for you, real for me. How those things happen, how the world gets created to me, how the way that world becomes real for me. So you can go back to your own childhood and see. As soon as you are born, you didn't know anything. So as time passes by, you get to know your mother. Then you know some when burning sensation comes into your tummy. So you didn't know at the stage this is your tummy or something. Some kind of a pain comes from your body. You scream. Then someone comes and tries to feed me. So likewise, this cycle tries to establish. Then you get to know the person who fed me or feeding me is the mother. Then your world became little bit expanded. Now you have mother in your world. So I'm talking about the infantile age, at the age of 3 months, 4 months, 5 months. So then what happens? Then father comes, a figure comes, a sound comes, the sensation and the smell get together of the father, and you recognize him as a father. A worldly perception, the world becomes little bit bigger for you now. Likewise, when you come to the nursery ages, then your teacher, your friends, and the entities, car, um, food, types of food, and the equipment that you have, the toys. So the world become bigger and bigger and bigger for you. This is how these world perceptions get created. Same principle is there if you buy another thing brand new at that very moment. So you say same thing happens. So what is happening? The perceptions becomes become real for you gradually, gradually, gradually. Earlier you had only light, sound. Then now you don't have that light, sound. You don't get feeling that uh, I'm seeing this bed because of the light and all these things. This is bed. The bed is there. So I get that feeling. The bed is there. So when I come tomorrow, even into this room, I'll see the bed. So I recognize it as it is the bed that I saw yesterday even. So so it also has that signal. Also has that memories of the time I bought this bed. So think how these perceptions get solidified day by day. So likewise, it also helps to solidify or make more and more craving towards it. So at the very instance, I am the one who is having that kind of a craving towards the bed. See the way how self gets created. Creation of the self is not done by you. It is not done by other person as well. It is perfectly, completely a natural process. So what Lord Buddha said is the same thing. You have been cheated, you have been deceived, or you have been caught up in such an illusion. Because we can't say that there is a bed in front of me. So how can you say there is no bed in front of me? No, you can't say it either, because your five faculties come together and create some kind of a image for you. So other than that, you can't say there is no such a bed. But if you think about another animal in this world, so if another animal comes here, if it sees this bed, so we'll say a bed bug or something. Wow, he might think, it is a good place for me to hide. it's a good place for me to build my nest here, build my home here. So when someone is sleeping, I can bite him. Plenty of food will be there for me. So this bed becomes a good habitat for that bed bug. Good place to live. It becomes a good place to live. For that bed bug, this bed is a nice place to live. So if we ask that bed bug, how how about this bed? Is it comfortable? Do you need a spring mattress? No, no. It says no, it's not a bed. It is my place where I live. This is my place. This is my house. So different animals get different perceptions, get different uh, types of perceptions in a same thing. So from that we can understand, if we say this is a bed, can we say it is really a bed? No. We say this as a bed because the faculties create the bed for me. But for that bed bug, its faculties create another signal for it, for the bed bug. So we can't say this is a bed for sure. And also we can't say there is no bed here as well, other than a creation that has been created within your faculties. So from that you will be able to understand the level of the capabilities of our faculties collectively define our own worlds. We can't see beyond that the capabilities of our faculties. We don't know. So this has to be understood very well. That is what Lord Buddha announced this world as Chitte Niyati Loko. Chitta means thought. So your thought defines your world. Thought is the bed. So for you think the bed is real. For the bed bug, it doesn't have that kind of a signal there, that kind of a perception. The bed has become a good place to live for that bed bug. So this has to be understood. This is the reality. This is the reality. So this is the truth. This is the truth. So is there any kind of a purposeful thing hidden in exploring about the stars, universe, black holes and so on? No, because those things are creation of your own faculties. So that's why Lord Buddha said, uh, monk Rohitatta, don't go outside and try to explore these uh, worlds, universe, and so on. You get into your own internal awakening and try to see the universe through yourself. So what does that mean? Lord Buddha asked Rohitatta, find out how the worldly perceptions or the universal perceptions get created within your faculties. Then, of course, you will find the truth. Otherwise, roaming from one universe to another universe to other, externally, would never help you to realize this truth. So, uh, I think, yes, we can start reading. So we are focusing currently on the last paragraph of 98 page of True Dhamma Has Awakened book series, volume number 6. Then the participant asked, the infant does not find anything from outside. He or she has a radiant mind. Then Aryan explains, the level of the function of 5 aggregates are equal in the infant and the arahat. The level of the function in the 5 aggregates. Sorry. Yeah. The level of the function of the 5 aggregates are equal in infant and arahat. However, the arahat achieves this level through quality understanding. Here, here the catch. Infant, when you compare an infant and an arahat, so what is the difference in between? Infant does not take them as real, but he didn't know what is happening. He doesn't know what is happening. But in the arahat, with the understanding, the person who became arahat, he or she knows what is going on. The arahat achieves this level through quality understanding. Sankitte nibbidaya. So only through the understanding who can that person can liberate from his mind. He has seen through it. Yes, you cannot say that regarding a child. Yes, that is the comparison between the arahathood and the infanthood. You cannot say that regarding the child. Arahat gets feelings. However, there is no power of influencing them. Yeah, Arahat also gets feeling because thoughts are coming. His or her faculties function as previously. So the functionality of the faculties are creation of thoughts. Then it works as usual. However, there is no power to influence in them. When craving due to the desires, anger and ignorance are in existence, a self is also in existence. So as I told you earlier, because of the desires, anger and the ignorance, the self gets created for a child. It is not overnight happening. It will gradually happen within the infant. Creation of the self within himself. And Arahat is free from all this. Yeah, Arahat is free from all this because the materialism does not mean anything to him, and he does not see any value in anything like the mirage waters. Yeah, so when you become Arahatud, you will see everything. You can deal with everything as usual. You can integrate with anything. You can do everything as you did previously, but you know everything that you do, even yourself, is also a mirage. The water that you see in the mirage is not real. You know this very well. So still you can interact with those things. So there is no chance to creation of some kind of attachment to it. It's because you perfectly know, you clearly know it is an illusion. It is not real. Then participant asks, does this happen when the self and objects get faded? It's a good question. Does this happen when the self and objects get faded? She asks about an object. No, Arenvase answers to that question. No, it is not the objects. It is about the craving that disappears. Yes, it is about the craving that disappears. For an arahat, the things appear are only impermanent creations. They are not real to him or her. Yeah. An arahat knows very well it is a creation. So there is no point of building up, clinging towards these perceptions. He knows. So they are not real to him or her. They do not become real uh, to him or her. Then participant asks, are you talking about the extinguishing of burning fires in the desires, anger and ignorance? Just like the Majja Sutra explains, when we feel that things are not real, we get to the stage of putting out the fire. Then Arendmans explains, you are talking like this only because they come to you as thoughts. Yeah. So this is not the part. This is not the part. This must be cleared. A thorough explanation is needed for that. Not only about the illusion in the mind, we should also talk about the thought patterns the people have. Most of the people talk with the notion of an individual self. Yeah. So yes, the way we talk also has some kind of a soul here, soul there. So if you want to see this truth, at least for that instance, you have to get away from the self angle and try to look at in non-self angle. So otherwise you won't you won't be able to grasp this truth. So everything must be captured by super wisdom and super awareness. In your savitaka level, there is a truth to bear. However, careful observation is needed for that. The awareness can catch both avitaka and savitaka levels. However, these steps can be realized according to the developmental level each person can acquire. At this point, the most important thing is the ability to understand the inner awareness, then the ability of knowing that existence and non-existence are. Yes, yes, that is very important. So when you try to uh, investigate these things, you have to focus towards the internal changes that will happen to you, because it is all about dissolving us a kind of energy that has been built earlier. So you must focus your attention uh, towards the internal aspect of your own. So otherwise you won't realize that you are on the correct track or not. because it is self-evident. So no one can see other than, no one can help us other than Kalyana Mitra. If you only express your thoughts and your feelings to a noble friend, he might able to understand your internal transformation. Otherwise, you tend to think that you are in the path, but you are not in the path actually. So that's why Aryan Mans said in that paragraph also, you are talking with the thoughts. You believe the thoughts are real. So you have to get away from that. That means you have to get away from the soul angle first. So that's why Lord Buddha explained at the first place. So you have to get away from the Sakaya Ditti at the first place. Sakaya Ditti, in the sense, even for the knowledge, you have to know there is no kind of a soul here, no kind of a doer here. But you still feel that's all right. But you still feel that you are existing. That's all right. For the knowledge, at least, you have to get to know that there should be no such a person here. If you take up this Dhamma from that angle only, you will be able to realize this truth. Otherwise, if you see something in the outside, you will think, it's not existing, no. So it's not, it is an illusion. So why should I bother? Likewise, you take them as thoughts. So it won't help you to get away from your mind, get liberate, get the true liberation. So you have to understand what actually Buddha said. So I think then participant asks the RN Master, you understand the defilement I have in the mind. Yes, I would like an explanation. RN Master, the path to Nibbana can only be available through super awareness. There is no other way. Teruvan Saranai RN Master. So that is the end of this discussion. So I'm stopping at the page exactly 100. So I think I have talked too much. Anyway, all the friends are here. I think Dr. Carl, uh, yeah, Dr. Kogila, Dr. Sakuntala, and Sudharma. So Rangika also here. So we can start. Yes, RN is also here. Plus, Thiruvan Saranai RN Thiruvan Saranai Dr. Kogila. Do you have anything to tell?
Therun Sanai, I think you were explaining nicely that last part because I actually joined in the last bit. Do you have anything to discuss?
Not particularly, but yeah, we have been discussing yesterday also about this energy is that gets developed within us with the ignorance. That means the Atma Sanya, or the feeling of the existence. So taking from the Madhya Sutra, so we took it into discussion. So we can continue from that. Yeah. From there also, yes.
It's all about thoughts, I think. After developing our thoughts, we can't change the butter to milk again. So it's all actually should be understood. As you did, actually, you said something about that. How the stages of vibrant mind is similar, but how an arahant changes because it's because of the realization or feeling the truth, I would say. So that's the difference, how these thoughts are made, how thoughts are not true, how thoughts, when they give you, when the thoughts are given a value, how you would feel the existence and how that would fade. So when you know this, the more you feel the feel and the mind. So the more you feel this, the thinking pattern change, because we are usually the first step is actually that we usually think as someone is existent. That's our pattern of thinking. So because that's how we attach every feeling of existence, actually feeling of being alive, we attach it to the feeling of me, mine, my, or I, whatever the word, doesn't matter the language, the feeling is the same. In that that itself is the pattern that we have been doing. So that's like that actually changes the day you understand. The moment you understand that there is no self, the moment you actually feel it, that there is no self. So a moment that you feel there's no value, that means actually there is only that, if it's a noise, it will be the noise, but there's no self here. So that's the first step, that you understand there's no actually a self, even though we call it me, mine, I, in whatever the language, what we call this, the feel is the same. That feel, we attach it to a thought. So in that attachment actually get broken by that's the first step. That itself, how to understand that there was no such thing at all. Because everyone in modern world, not in Sri Lanka, mostly in English speaking countries, they talk about being one, being to feel the being, they call it being. So in that they talk about mostly about so that when they talk about that, we understand why they talk about that, because they don't know the beyond, anything beyond that. So they get the idea that there is self, and then they attach that to the feeling of being, and they discuss about it a lot. And there are so many podcasts in the world. So if we are actually addressing all of them, everyone in the world, we have to actually give it in a way that they get this as well, because we kind of feel that they are stuck there. They're definitely stuck there, but how to attract them, how to get their attention, how to actually deliver the truth to them, because they actually feel this. They feel that it is as them, and they are happy about it. They feel so calm. They are so happy. They are not attached to anything. So it's bliss for them. It's happiness for them. So they think it is the happiness. So that's where the problem is, that what Lord Buddha explained is slightly different. It's actually it only starts from right vision. Because if you don't have the right vision, it will end up there anyway. So the right vision is where we understand that this feeling of separation, the feeling that there is something starts from not knowing how this happened. What was there was only the origins of we have the six senses already. So we, in the sense, the humans have six senses. Any animal can have any number of senses, sensory organs. So as humans, we can talk about only six sensory organs. So we have a world developed from that. And that itself has developed a beautiful, like a scenery that you feel like existing. This is very important to get that. Even if you're happy with that, if you are feeling like on par with that, you're like, you kind of is balancing with that. You feel like similar. You feel like the nature. You're like this sound. Still, if your right vision is not there, then there is always a chance that you can get the self vibration again. So that's where the thing is. So delivering this message is a bit difficult. We try our best, but I think it can be done, because if it is there's only one path to Nibbana, and that starts from right vision. So what we try to actually give everyone is the right vision, where we try to tell, actually there's no one here, but you feel something as existing, whatever the being they say, and that one is because already you have the sensory stimulus, you have given a value to that. So when it happens, only that happens, otherwise you are not there. So if you have ever felt how that would be, and you know that this world is actually a mirage, then it becomes so easy to understand whatever you feel, whether it's the light, the sound, the heat, the touch, or the taste or the smell. That doesn't necessarily matter, because they will be there until the sensory organ stop working. But that's not the problem. The problem is the perceiving something as real. So this keeps going down. So when with right vision, when this starts, actually the sensory organs will work as normal, but the vibration, the self vibration, or the hindrances, or the not the hindrances, the defilements will vanish. It will slowly vanish. But it doesn't necessarily mean it will happen within day one or within day two, or when. It doesn't necessarily matter, unless your clarity about your Lord Buddha's Dharma, that should be clarified properly, and then it will happen automatically. I think we can ask everyone else.
Yeah, so I can I ask a question about what you said? Yeah, is so as you said, the people in the Western world, if they think so, they are in some kind of a place where the everlasting happiness. So how can we convince them there's a stage beyond that? So if they don't want to get out from that and see this number from its own perspective. But if they are not ready, how can we convince that? So it is like this. That is the same scenario that I think where the Pottapada met Lord Buddha. So Pottapada had the same thing, but his self was there. So that's why Lord Buddha wanted to point it out. You are still there, Pottapada. Likewise, so can we say the people who are with within that frame, you are still there. There is kind of probability
we
of
may
getting
not.
back.
We may not,
Mhm.
but there are so
Mhm.
many open-minded people out there.
Mhm.
So we can't really, doesn't necessarily matter who takes the message actually,
Mhm.
whether it is someone close to me, whether it is someone in, like in Europe, or whether it's someone in America, it doesn't necessarily matter.
Yeah.
If
So how
there
can
is a
we
mind,
convince? Yeah.
convincing is
There is probability of there's chance of getting back to in samsaric cycle. So how can we deviate their train of thoughts? I mean,
mostly they can feel it if they get if they don't get the chance to be in their environment, because most of these people are actually comfortable with their lives. The
mm,
problem is that can actually last for some time. The death comes, the story actually can change. It can change or it may not change. We can't say. But the fear of death is a very good point to take.
mm,
Whether how they deal with that, because mostly none of these, they might say it's okay, but if someone is very open-minded, they will actually think about it. What are they trying to say? Like, if someone not to have fear of death, it doesn't mean like in a thought. If you don't feel alive now, you can't die, can you?
yeah, yeah, exactly.
So that's kind of a thing that we are trying to talk about. So
Mhm.
you are living, but you are not living. So in that context, there's no death anyway. So, but the problem is they might think it as a very negative thing, because death is already taken as negative.
Mm,
That's the
yeah,
thing. So they can't understand the tranquility that state could have, or the extreme happiness that they could have. It's not a normal happiness. So that's beyond any happiness, I would say. So in that, because you're not entertaining the senses, but you have all the sensory organs working really good, and you can actually feel everything. You would feel the sun more than you would before. You would feel the warmth more than before. You would feel everything. It doesn't necessarily mean anything, but the tranquility, or that state of mind is actually uh, can't be compared to normal happiness.
yeah.
But that is not talked, that is not discussed much in the world, so they don't know about it. But then when a lot of people start talking about this, only they will realize that there is something about this. There is a difference to what they talk about, because at the moment it's all that people know, that um, being the being, the word being is used as as a blissful state, that being very happy with the being, like being happy with the consciousness and all that. There are so many versions of it. If you read about them or listen to the podcast, they say so many stuff, but none of them actually compare with the right vision. That's the whole problem. But if who change is not necessarily anything to the person who said, because we are actually saying it to the whole world, not like in Buddha's era where he specifically found someone and told it to that person. But this is like openly said. The social media, it's like openly said in a YouTube or Zoom meeting, it's openly said. So if there's someone who is looking for truth, someone looking for not like, yeah, I just can't say truth because everyone know that there's quite different things. The death is unspoken. Actually, none of these English, the English speaking people, they don't much talk about the death. They don't like talking about the death. So they take it as actually negative. So we shouldn't talk about that too much. But that is the actual point they get stuck as well. And how different things happen to different people. So they don't understand the actual world, what is happening at the moment, how telepathy occurs even, that they are not sure. But they are trying to guess things. And they come to different status and think this is the thing,
Yeah.
So they come to that conclusion. So we can't help it that much, but we can only say that there is something beyond that, and then someone might pick it up.
Yeah. That's why I think Aran Mahanse revealed a new word for this state, the sukha, nature of sukha sabhave. So I think it has never been felt. So it is not the happiness that they say. It is not the freedom that they feel. It is, as you said, completely liberation from the mind, a complete state of liberation of mind. So it can perceive everything better than ever before. So it is the unique kind of a feeling. So so that's why I think the sukha, nature of sukha sabhave. So there is no kind of finding the synonyms.
It is difficult. Finding the synonyms, finding the correct word, it's difficult. So whenever we say something, it is already been taken, as I tell every day. Yeah, so the word awareness is something that we can use, because if it is not used before, so it might catch the meaning. Likewise, the tranquility is maybe already taken, but they don't talk about that much as well. Yeah, but it is always, we can always try.
Yeah. So if you hear the word tranquility, it makes a sense of being very polite, being very calm,
That's the thing.
Yeah. That is not the situation when you achieve that sukha sabhava, isn't it? So when the small child can attain that state, but he might be playful. He might be jumping here and there, climbing things, right? That is very different. Different. Okay, and we have other friends also here. Dr. Sakuntala, Dr. Ms. Sudharma, Suramika, do you have anything to ask? Or do you have anything to add to this discussion? Thiruvan Saranam?
Well, Sarna, I will just briefly add something because Dr. Kokila gave and what you read from the book and explained also was quite informative. And as both of you discussed, now giving this Dhamma to the people is not easy because it is going in the reverse direction of what people have accepted up to now. And Lord Buddha has said that if you compare the amount of soil on the earth and a small amount of soil taken on your nail, the people who understand this Dhamma will be equal to the soil on the nail. So actually, you should, the Lord Buddha has explained now, you should be able to hear the correct Dhamma, and you should have the normal physical body, mean not deaf or not physically handicapped or not mentally subnormal. So you should have the appropriate physical fitness also for that. And so likewise, Lord Buddha has given these things should be fulfilled for a person to be able to get into this Dhamma path. So I think we are actually very fortunate in that way, because we can hear true Dhamma and still our physical body organs are functioning okay, so we can still grasp what Lord Buddha's teaching and what our noble friend is trying to tell us. And we should have the courage for that. So all these things have to be fulfilled. And also, as Dr. Kokila correctly said, the people who are looking for the truth, people who want to find the truth, by somehow they will go on searching for it. And for a person who is in pitch dark, if he see the light of a firefly, he will try to go and find out where the moon is, where the sun is. That means if they experience even a little bit, then along that pathway, the person will try to find more information. So that is how people in different countries, little by little, trying various avenues and various preachers, various meditation programs. They go on testing the things and then finally end up a small percentage, I would say, because most people will stop at that meditation level where it gives a very temporary tranquility and temporary sort of relaxation. And they think that that is the end and that is the nirvana. So it's actually misleading, especially these things like even mindfulness programs now. Originally, the mindfulness concept has come from Buddhism, but now it has been adopted as completely a Western entity, and they are giving us again as a new thing, forgetting that the origin came from Buddhism. So this is especially for a person who has lots of misconceptions like ourselves. Now we have been listening to so many Dhamma preachers by different monks in our country, most of us, I would say, and then lots of wrong understandings and misconceptions are there. So we have to shed all those to to get the pot should be emptied before refilling. So what happens is most of the time the pot is half filled with all these other things that we have heard or read. So it's difficult to grab the spirit of the correct teaching. So in that way, sometimes the non-Buddhist person who has never listened to this Dhamma but still very interested in finding true Dhamma will find it easy to catch up. This is the same case with the small children who do not have much sort of pollution in their mind, I would say. So in simple words, if the Dharma is given, they can understand it and grab the spirit of that one. So I think I will conclude from there. We can see all our friends have join today,
Yeah.
maybe we can ask somebody else to give the opinion. Teruvan Saranai, Teruvan Saranai Aryan Wahanse.
තෙරුවන් සරණයි. තෙරුවන් සරණයි ආර්යයන් වහන්සේ. I first of all pay my homage at ආර්යයන් වහන්සේ's feet. තෙරුවන් සරණයි Dr. Ravi, Dr. Kokila and all of you. Dr. Ravi, it's such an interesting and insightful discussion. How we can spread this word to help someone to understand this Dhamma. Can you hear me? Is there
Yes,
any...
yes, we can hear.
Yeah, Doctor. So, actually, I have some first-hand experience in this regard. Something that happened when you were explaining something that happened in the morning just cropped up in my mind. Today, I had to offer morning alms to a nearby Arama. It's a place where they focus mostly on meditation. Dr. Ravi, and a couple of years ago, I also followed their meditation programs. So after the rites and rituals of offering alms and Buddha Puja, the monk usually have a discussion with me regarding some Dhamma point. So today, the monk who was there was a teenager, like maybe 17 or 18. So I thought this is the best time to talk to him regarding Buddothpado sermons and to kind of have his, to introduce sort of thing to this beautiful sermons. And then I actually first said, okay, no, he asked me, okay, what are the sermons that you are following right now? Then I said, it's Buddothpado Desana, Venerable Sir. Then he asked, okay, I don't know it because he uses technology quite often, and I don't know whether he was very honest. He said, no, what is that? I have never heard so on. Then I said, it is everywhere now on YouTube. Then there are special websites. Mostly the young monks are there and a lot of scientists. It's everywhere. I mean, it's getting popular everywhere in the world because it is so self-evident, that's why. And then I also added a bit what I gained through the program here actually was the foundation for this. So I see a good connection between these two kind of presentations. I mean, sermons, what you do is directly relevant to that Swamin Wahanse. So if you also listen to this, whole world will be benefited. Most of the young monks are in these forums daily. They are sharing their experience, and so then he interviewed me for maybe 1 hour. Then he was asking, so this is relevant to self perception also, that Dr. Kokila and you all were focusing on. Then he asked, listening to sermons wouldn't help. So, listening to sermons alone wouldn't. Then I said, yes, I was very obedient. Yes, that's true. Then do you have a weapon to attack all this? Then when I said, yeah, we have to see, understand how the stimuli arise and so on. Then he was little convinced and asked, so what is the weapon that you have? Do you make an effort to suppress your thoughts? And so then I said, no, Venerable Sir, the thing is, there is a practical approach. Then the first step I had to explain, then the second step, then he was telling, okay, you must be in the Sotapanna stage or something. Then I said, in this, these sermons, Venerable Sir, we do not talk about any fruition, those achievements. It is not so. Then he is asking, how do you know that it is the truth? Because now Dhamma, there are lot of kind of variations of Dhamma. So this may be some variety, some kind of deformed or kind of variety changed, not the original thing. So how do you know that? Then I said, it is self-evident because so he asked how he wanted to give he expected examples, so I had to give all the examples how I was attached to jewelry or whatever, all those stuff. And then finally when I got a kind of my son's mood from the country, how did it didn't become a thing for me, so on and so forth. So still he was telling, so it sounds so easy, so this cannot be so easy, it is not an easy path, it is. Then I said, yes, venerable sir. Then he was telling, do you believe that you have achieved nibbana right now? No, I said, no, venerable sir, it's not achieving or walking on the path. I just know this much, and I feel that things are getting, the thoughts are not as heavy as before, and that is the okay. Then he was telling, okay, I will try, but I don't think it's also, but I'm sure he will also go into that. And then he again asked, how, what is the, so okay, thoughts occur, so why does it matter to you? How do you? Then I said, okay, yesterday in um, this revelations, what do you call these revolutionary revelations, groundbreaking revelations, Andolanatmaka Deshana, again we discussed that existence wheel, and Aryan say we explained the difference between self-perception and the existence wheel. Then I had to explain that also, how it becomes a thing. Existence feel is always there, but if we give a value to that thought, if we feel with that, that feeling comes that it is important to me, if it is this chair or whatever, we give kind of value. He is totally convinced, but he was rather reluctant to listen to it. For sure, he would listen. So that is that experience. And actually, Dr. Ravi, now we see a replica of Lord Buddha's period right now in this at present, because now here I have a very kind of innocent, uneducated, but very loyal woman. And when I discussed Dhamma with her, she took it at once. She now knows that entire world is made of thoughts. Now, when she is going with me, when I show her a tree and ask whether you see a tree, she says, no, no, that is the image, and then it's I who think that it is a tree. So she is practicing the first practical step, first step of the practical approach. So what I wanted to tell, as Dr. Sakuntala said, the people who believe that they are well versed in Dhamma or they are experts in Dhamma would miss this beautiful message, while the people like Rajumala, or those days there was Sopaka Sunita, that the peasants who represent the working class, they might at once take the message, Dr. Ravi. So that is we experience, that is what we experience today, and that's why I told that we see a replica of Gautama Buddha era right now in this 21st century, because of Aryan Mahanse's this effort to reawaken the true Dhamma. Teruvan Saranai, Dr. Ravi, you can
Terva
comment.
Sudharma. Yeah, thank you very much for your practical experience that you reveal. So, yes, I think you are doing a great job from Gaul. So, I have seen in practical Zoom sessions, so you have So many people have been directed by you. I think they said upon the Mrs. Sudharma's guidance, I came here and so on. I think you are doing a great job there. Yes, that's very good. Yes, as you said, uh, if as long as we are in certain drishtis or misconceptions, uh, it will take some time to get this message. That is true. So if you come with a white blank paper, so it will be very easy to write anything anywhere in that sheet of paper, but you have so many scribbles on it, so it's very difficult to find out a place to write this message. So it will also hide under these scribbles. So I think this will happen, but as, at some point, some point might come for some individual, so he that would be the turning point for him or her. So what we can do is just spread out this message to the whole world. So anyone who is ready to grasp, it is there. From that, for if one point is grabbed, then who has the person who is having inquisitive mind, he will go along that. So the spreading of this message is the most important thing, either in any language, I think. So in Hindi, Pali, or Japanese, or whatever language, doesn't matter. So what we have to do is spread out this message as much as possible. So that's what we are doing right now, even in the English language. So I think Mrs. Rangika is also here. Thirwan Saranai, do you have anything to add?
Yes, there was Sanai, Dr. Ravi, and Dr. Kokila, and all other Dhamma friends. Yes, that was a very good practical illustration, wasn't it? About how the honest and earnest efforts of Sudharma to pass on, and I think sometimes brave as well, because sometimes one can get a bit, you get a sense of fearfulness if you are not in the true Dhamma, to approach a monk as opposed to a layperson, because it's a layperson, you'll think, like peers, I can reach out to that mother and that father, but generally monks are so, they kind of have this, some monks, not all, can have this attitude that, this layperson is coming to teach me type of thing. So that's why I think, Sudharma, well done for you and all your efforts. As Dr. Ravi said, we all echo that. I think I mentioned in a Zoom before as well. I listened to it yesterday too. So you're doing a wonderful job in being able to spread the Dhamma, and being in Sri Lanka itself gives you that wonderful opportunity. As I think Dr. Kokila mentioned earlier, it is quite difficult in these societies here, in these countries, to pass on this message, because they are living relatively comfortable life, or more than comfortable life, I would say, and they don't feel that suffering. They don't feel the suffering, because if they have something that they are wanting, then they have the money and the wealth and other material things to compensate for it. So when they compensate for it, then, there is a temporary assuaging of that grief or that vacuum that is created, and then life goes on. So it is only at the point of death or near death that they start turning their mind to that kind of thing. And again, as Dr. Kokila said, I've encountered this myself, where you can't really talk about death with them. They think it's like a dirty word. And it's incredible, because it's like, oh, you shouldn't be talking about death. And, it's almost, they give it such negative connotations as if it's not coming upon them. And as a result, they keep it or they avoid it as much as possible. So it is quite challenging, I would say, to be able to do it. And I think monasteries are the place where I at least try to attempt in some manner
In that
to-
case,
yeah.
Surangi even telling that's even a 70-year-old, if we talk about being old just in a, like accidentally, they get insulted. It's
It's
really,
true.
really
Yeah.
difficult. They get insulted. They don't want to hear that I'm old. Like it's non disclosure, like nothing to talk about. Like, so what about the death? They don't. I mean, I'm supposed to, like, as a medical person, we usually talk about death, so they don't get startled when we talk about it in that aspect. What? Still, they get startled. They don't like to talk about it. They try to evade that, even to talk about that possibility. Yeah, just go on. I just want to add, not about the death, but not even about like something like cancer. They don't want to discuss that. They would be like, oh, like they get shocked. It can happen to anyone, but I'm talking about, they don't want to think about life in that way usually. But they are happy in their own way.
Yeah, exactly. So, and I think in that sense, it is that's why it's so difficult. But I think R.N. Mahanse also continues to want the message to be spread. And indeed, there will be, as somebody said in the Zoom, there will come a day and there will come an opportunity or a moment in even those people's lives where things might come to a climax, or things can happen and they might have been continuing to turn towards their God or church or whatever, and you do hear people saying, God has let me down and this and that and kind of things. So there can be people out there, and I think it is to those people that R.N. Mahanse wants this message to get across, so that it's out there in the World Wide Web, it's out there in social media through YouTube channels, and then one can even accidentally access it. So if we think back to 2019 or 2020, when R.N. Mahanse himself tried to, once upon realization, he wanted to, reach out to monks and spread the true Dhamma and communicate this correct message. In a country which is deeply rooted in Buddhism. And he still found that there was a lot of resistance. He still found all these monks not being able to take on the message, not being able to even comprehend it to begin with, or not even understand that there is some deeper meaning in what R.N. Mahanse is trying to convey. So you can imagine if that was the case in Sri Lanka, in these materialistic societies, how difficult it can be, because they have got hold of concepts like mindfulness, awareness, being in the present moment. Eckhart Tolle, for example, is very, very popular, because he makes people laugh. He says things very lightly. He makes people, I don't know, everything is very light-hearted. Everything is, founded on ways of continuing to live happily, rather than address the root cause of suffering, shall we say. So as a result, I think everybody finds it a very light topic, and they go on as if it's just another topic, just another point of another perspective that they should have as and add to their conversations, kind of thing. But coming back to Sudharma's, and then I think these recent attempts across the island of what R.N. Mahanse is trying to do through our programs, and how our mothers and fathers are taking on to that, I think is a testimony to the fact that R.N. Mahanse has mentioned this in his talks, that, the village mothers and fathers lead very simplistic lives. They don't have all this baggage that people in towns have, or people overseas have, or educated people have. And because of their simplistic life, they just have their usual livelihood. They'll be doing farming, they look after their children, and then they grow old and then they die. That's it. They don't have these big dreams. They don't have this big education and aspire to be various things in society, position, statuses to maintain. These are the things that bring sorrow. And because of that,
Suranka, actually, if we do like so I don't know whether that would be a, like, I'm just suggesting whether, because to give this to the English speaking, that's why we are doing these Zoom discussions in English. So we, in that aspect, if we talk about a supreme happiness, or I think that is the ear-catching thing. But there are repercussions for that, because, but I think that would be the thing, because people are already satisfied with what they have. So, but in a calamity, like if something happens, if something, son is dying, or someone is losing a limb, or someone is had a family in the house faced an accident, something in the world might, or even nothing, they might feel depressed, and they might look into who am I, something like that. And then the real truth comes up, not in Buddhism, not with the word Buddhism, but with the word right vision, or with the word truth. If it comes up, and then that right vision, if right vision brings the supreme happiness, I think that would be a kind of thing. What do you think? I mean, I just want to bring up and see how to give that into a forum. What do you think about that?
I think the aspect that Ranmahanse has said in his travels to Vietnam and so on is a very good segue to introduce it to people here, because they have this sense of curiosity. And if you approach them the way he did, which I think is brilliant, really, because if you can't show those negative connotations in what you're saying about suffering and this and that and all that kind of thing, because that's why, as he said, Buddhism is looked down upon in certain European countries. But if you talk about, and even in a casual conversation, if you say the body is not you and mind is not you, and then who are you, that would kind of catapult that person to thinking, oh my God, what have I been thinking? All these notions that I had. I mean, I don't know to what extent it will go further. People sometimes just ruminate and then stop it at that point, and then the materialistic world is so beckoning and tempting, they'll continue that way. But certainly there are people out there are intelligent people out there who probably, I suppose, even like us, know that there is something missing, but really can't put a finger to it. So maybe, yes, Dr. Kokila, there is a possibility of either saying it through right vision, or saying that how the mind works, and understanding the true message of the Buddha in terms of how he has been the greatest scientist and the greatest, I suppose, the doctor or the wise man who has understood the mechanics of the mind. Something like that which would then intrigue them first, in order to actually come and listen, or open up a YouTube.
Yeah, there should be something to catch their thing.
That's right,
whether it's a truth about the mind, or the science about the mind, or do you know about the mind, something like that.
Yeah. Yes, so it's definitely challenging. Yes, Dr. Ravi.
It's Thiruvan Saranai, Ms. Rangika. So thank you very adding these kind of valuable thoughts to this discussion. So I think we are heading towards ending this today's discussion, because we have to hand over this Zoom space to the coming single Zoom session. So anyway, thank you very much, Dr. Kokila, Dr. Sakuntala, Surangika, and Sudharma, for giving your valuable thoughts, adding your valuable thoughts to this forum. So we can continue our discussion tomorrow as well. So I would like to pay homage to our noble friend Buddothpado and Bhanse, and I'd like to say Thiruvan Saranai to all of you, and we'll meet up tomorrow. Just wrap up this session for today. Thank you very much for everyone.
Everyone Saranai, everybody. Everyone Saranai.
Good morning, my dear Dhamma friends. Once again, a blessed morning has dawned, a quiet, sacred moment for us to gather as seekers of truth. We get together by the kind of yearning to hear, reflect, and live by these profound teachings of Lord Buddha. As always, I begin with deep reverence and gratitude, and humbly worship our noble teacher Buddothpado and Manse, whose guidance continues to illuminate this rare, precious path that we are walking. To begin our discussion today, as is our tradition, read a few pages from the remarkable treatise called The True Dhamma Has Awakened. So these words are not mere letters on a page. They act like mirrors, helping us to see through the illusion and reconnect with the timeless truth within. So I warmly welcome each of you to explore our official website, that is www.buddothpado-dhamma.com website, where a complete series of freely available where this complete series is available for free. So there are 6 volumes, so they can be downloaded either into your mobile phone or the laptop. Then please read them attentively, and if you have any questions or doubts, you can bring up here, so you can ask directly, so we can discuss them openly. So it will be helpful for the other listeners as well. So currently we are focusing on volume number 6, and usually we read 1 to 2 pages from that, and it will act as some kind of a foundation to daily discussions. So I also like to remind we have another website, that is www.wisdomofasia.com website, a space designed for those who look life through a scientific or analytical angle. So it represents this rare truth or this Dhamma with reason and clarity. So that will bridge this wisdom with the modern day understanding, with the modern day findings. So those who are very much interested in scientific findings, so they are, if they are so much involved in these modern day findings, so please go and have a look that our please feel free to visit that website, www.wisdomofasia.com website. So that will teach you how these modern science findings tally with this absolute truth. So it is very helpful for the most of people, especially who live overseas and the younger generation. So today's reflections so we have been talking about this awareness in past few discussions. So awareness is not just a kind of another thought. So awareness that we talk here is somewhat different from the awareness what you usually hear from the other spiritual leaders. So most of the time, the spiritual leaders who teach about this mind may say to focus to your mind. So that is the awareness that they say. So how you can keep concentrating your to your own mind? Simply, it's with another thought. So those leaders will teach us how to keep concentration, keep your attention towards the work you do. So we thought that is the awareness that has been taught by Lord Buddha. We thought like that. So as an example, we can say, so you say if you are sweeping the floor right now with a broom, so what most people say is just keep concentration on that activity. So this is the broom. I am sweeping. So it will prevent other thoughts to flow into mind. That is true. But is that the same thing that has been taught by Lord Buddha? No. That awareness is different. Yes, for the initial stage of understanding of the mind, that may help. That may help. But the so-called awareness should come through the understanding the thought only. So it is different. The awareness that is taught by Lord Buddha is different from the awareness that is taught by other spiritual leaders. So what Lord Buddha says is how the awareness that you gain after understanding the thought is the absolute awareness. So now comes the question, how do you understand, how do you see through this thought? So just looking at a thought or activity that you are doing at this moment, will it help for you to understand the thought? No, it will only keep your mind going from one thought to another. The fleeting nature will be stopped in your mind. You can keep focused on one thought. So that is not the thing. That is not the way of. That is not the awareness that has been revealed. That has been explained in the Buddhist doctrine. So, if Buddha says You have to understand the thought. Then a kind of awareness will come up. So we have to find out how we should understand this thought. In order to understand the thought, you have to understand how thoughts get formed. First, you have to know what is a thought. Then you have to know how it is created. So then, of course, you will be able to understand these thoughts are not real. In the absence of the actual existence of a thought, you will get some kind of a stillness within you, and it will help you to keep on focus on your faculties. So that is the awareness that Lord Buddha says. So when compared with the awareness, what other spiritual leaders say, and the Lord Buddha say, Lord Buddha does not suppress, instruct to suppress the other thoughts to rise, the rising of the other thoughts. So thoughts will come. So we'll take the same example. So if you sweep the floor at this moment, so you tend to you see the broom, you see how the dust get moved, and also you hear the sound of some birds, and also you might think some other things from your mind consciousness. So all things happen while you are sweeping the floor. So that's all right. But the awareness that you gain through the understanding will remain still. You know, everything are thoughts. So let them happen, or let them go. That is the awareness what Lord Buddha expected to have. So it can be only achieved through the understanding of the thought. Otherwise, keep watching at one single thought or two would not be helpful for you. So another kind of difference is there. What is the difference? So if you keep concentrating on one thought, accidentally, if some kind of an interruption occurs, what will happen? Another thoughts, so many thoughts come flying into your mind. So your awareness, your attention will be lost. The peacefulness, the tranquility that you achieve through that focus will be lost. But through the awareness that has been taught by Lord Buddha, that would never happen. Because even you have been distracted or disturbed, at any moment, you know everything are thoughts. Thoughts have no such kind of a value. So everything you can let them go. Let them go. So the stillness will remain same. Whatever happens to you, what is the activity that you are performing at this moment, they won't interrupt your stillness, your awareness. The awareness will be remain intact throughout the activities or activities that you are doing, any activity that you are doing. So those are the differences of the awareness of other spiritual leaders and the awareness of Lord Buddha's teachings. So, I like to read a few pages from the book that we used to read. So we are focusing on the volume number 6 of the series called The True Dhamma Has Awakened. Yesterday we read up to page 96. So I'll start reading from page 97. Yes. Participant asks RNVC. This is also about the same question that has been discussed in the morning. You have experienced so very well how power can be generated through thoughts according to Majja Sutra. So, why I highlighted the importance of understanding thought is to achieve the unshaken awareness. So in order to understand the thought, I said earlier, we need to understand how the thoughts get formed. So this discussion is very relevant to that. How you can understand a thought. So participant asks Aranvase, you have explained so very well how power can be generated through thoughts according to Majja Sutra. So we get thoughts according to the knowledge that we have been learning. Chakkuncha paticca rupecha uppatiti chakku viññāna. Within this stanza, also, as you have explained, this is the scope of it. Chakkuncha paticca rupecha uppatiti chakku viññāna. When we understand the truth of this by examining the two ends, which is existence and non-existence, the power is the concept of the self, and outside material world become powerless. Isn't it true that is only limited to thought? It is just a thought when we thinking of an outside world. The Narayan Maharaj replies, yes, it's accurate. So the way the participant explained was correct. So Narayan said it is accurate. Then participant says, I have another question. You explained this concept as this to an ordinary person. Reality is the outside world. You also brought out the concept of Majja Sutra. You dotted the white paper and explained how things turn into a duality. Then you explained the concept of the telepathy system, Samanantara. So, does the Kamma Niyama occur due to the duality? Please explain if you think this is appropriate. So, participant asked the question about the duality in Majja Sutra, how this duality works. So the duality, Aranwanse explains, the duality comes into existence because of the speed of the vibration that create the two ends. Aranwanse starts explaining the duality. The duality comes into existence because of the speed of the vibrations that create the two ends. When a spinner rotates, so you know spinner, when a spinner rotates, it rotates this way and that way. A power within is generated due to the process of the rotation occurs on both sides. This means within two opposite ends, that means plus and minus, a power gets created. So whenever there is some kind of different polarities get created, polarities in the sense plus minus, negative positive, north pole, south pole in a magnet. So we know different polarities, whenever there are different polarities get created, in the middle kind of energy get built up. So that is known, that is explained in Pali also. Yo bante viditvana majjamanta nalipati. That refers to this process. Then things become real, and it is only an influence generated in the mind consciousness. So that is the way how the consciousness get created. Some kind of a power gets created due to this polarity, negative, positive ends. So in between there should be some kind of attraction or repulsion or whatsoever. So it makes you to feel some kind of a feeling. For that we call a consciousness. So these two ends exist only in the mundane plane. So Aranvasi says that these two ends exists only in the mundane plane. So we call there are two ends get generated. In the Majja Sutra, it explains well, positive and negative ends. But these two ends get generated only in the mundane world. The liberation from this refers to Arya or supreme mundane plane. Wow. The liberation from this refers to Arya or supermundane plane. To perform meritorious deeds and non-meritorious deeds, the existence of the past, present and future times are relevant. So, if you talk about the mundane plane, in the sense, if these positive and negative ends get created, your past, present and future will automatically get created. So you tend to feel something. You tend to feel something. So previously you felt something, and in the future I'll be feeling something. Likewise, all three time frames get created if this instant get created. So the five aggregates and clinging to the sensual objects or outside world get created at that time. Wow, that is the point where five aggregates get created. That is well said in Majja Sutra. The five aggregates and clinging to the sensual objects or the outside world get created. So how these things get created? Due to the duality, where there are positive and negative ends are there. So who has that polarities? A person comes from a mundane world. So when there are two ends, there will be energy developed within in between. So that energy will lead to create fire aggregates. So if fire aggregates are there, the clinging will be there. That will continue. So that is the sansaric journey. So it will never stop. So just like two fire, so it explains like this. Arenas explains it as like this. Just like two fireballs on a stick that create the fire cycle, which is an illusion. These two ends of existence and non-existence creates the aggregates to circulate and create all types of illusionary things. So he gives a nice example: a fireball, a fire. So imagine there's a stick. On both ends there are two fireballs are there. So if you rotate that stick from the middle, so what would we be able to see? A circle, a fire ring of fire can be visualized. So, but what was there? Two ends were there. So with the speed of the rotation from the center, you will see some kind of a fire ring of fire. So you can't if it rotates in a certain speed, you will not be able to visualize these two balls as separate things. So it will create some kind of a ring, fire ring. So is that fire ring is real? No, it has got created. Why it has been created? Because there were two fireballs and the speedy rotation. So with that speedy rotation, some kind of illusionary firing gets appeared. So likewise, the fire aggregates also follow the same principle. So they were not there initially. It's get created due to the speedy occurrence of this vibration or the circulatory movements. So fire aggregates in the sense the worldly perceptions, the worldly things. So can we say the worldly things are real? Worldly things in the sense that the creation of the thought. So can we say this is really existing? Does this fire ring really existing? No. If you stop the rotationary movement, you won't be able to see a ring of fire there. So the projection of the mind or the illusion of the mind gets created in that way due to the speedy occurrence of existence and non-existence. Vibration. So to that we assign a name called vibration. Whenever there is a vibration, due to the speed of that vibration, the illusion gets created. That illusion is not real. The illusion is similar to the thought. So thought is not real. Thought in the sense. So if you see a chair in front of you at this moment, that chair is not real because it has been made. It has been created then and there due to the speedy occurrence of the existence and non-existence. So you tend to feel something is there. Something is there. What is that? That is the chair. That is the way how these worldly perceptions get created. Actually, there are no such things. So how these things get created? Due to the activities of your faculties. So one might see a chair in front of you. If some animal comes, so he might not see the chair. He might see us empty space there because he saw her. Oh yeah. If you take any animal, its faculties do not create any kind of a perception from that vibration. So that animal doesn't see anything. So in similar way, so we see a colorful world. But unfortunately, the most of the animals in the animal kingdom do not see these vibrant colors because they do not get sensitized or get stimulated. Their faculties do not get stimulated from that particular vibration in that way. As human, when compared with the human eye. So we take an example. As an example, a cow only see the red color, and so everything in the world it might see through that color, with that color. But we think we can see so many colors. But who knows, there might be animals who can see more colors than us even in the same object. The chair you front, so now in front of me there is a red color chair, revolving chair. So it is a red color for me. But when some animal comes here, it might see some kind of a different color in it. So that is its world. This is my world. So that's why we say the world that are created in our mind will be different from one person to another, one animal to another. So we live in our own world. How this world get created due to the through the capabilities of our own senses. So senses defines the scope of our world. So in an instance, if you are a blind person, the light factor will not be generated. So you still live in a world without the light factor. For I'm saying a person who is blind from his birth. So that faculty is absent. So there is no way of creating the light. There's no way of perceiving that signal. But he still lives. His world is created with other four faculties. So likewise, the earthworm, it only has the skin sensor, but he still lives in its own world. He feels the hardness, stiffness, wetness, dryness, everything. Maybe the vibrations of the ground. He will, the skin sensor is capable of detecting all these things. That is its world. So likewise, what you have to understand here is we live in our own world. How this world gets created due to the the ability of the faculties that you have will define your world. So that is the scope of Majja Sutra. What Majja Sutra says is, if something is there, a kind of what you call the sense of existence will not be preventable. So if you see a chair, other than the visual part, you have some kind of another feeling that it is really existing. There are two kind of signals. As long as you feel something is existing, in the back end, the creation of the self cannot be prevented. So what is existing is the chair. Who is seeing this existence is me. So all these things get created one after another in this very moment. In this very moment, whenever a perception occurs in any one of your faculties, if you feel it's real, even the light, even a flash come into your eye. So if you feel it's like existing, that is the point where you get created. The self get created. Absence of those perceptions, there is no chance of creating the self either. So that is what has been explained in the Majja Sutra. So I think, we have few friends here join. Dr. Kavindya, Dr. Sakuntala, and Surangika also here with us. So, Teruvan Saranai, is Kavindya. After a long time, we are hearing your voice. Teruvan Saranai.
Teruvan Saranai, Dr. Ravi. Teruvan Saranai, Ranvahansa, Namaskar, Veva. Teruvan Saranai, our Dhamma friends. Yes, after a very long time. Yeah. I have listened to your explanation today. It's very well crafted, and then if I add something to it, everything happened due to the ignorance. So anyone who is in the mundane world actually doesn't know the truth. And that's why, and then people who really curious about the truth, try to find the truth and then try to understand what Buddha said. Actually, the Lord Buddha explained the Four Noble Truths. The first thing is suffering. So actually, it is not the suffering that we talk about in our daily life. So this suffering is different from what we discuss as, like, let's say, a kid scolded by a parent and then kid feels sad. Or let's say an adult is mistreated by a friend or partner or someone and then you feel sad. This is suffering too, but this is not what Lord Buddha explained. The Lord Buddha explained the truth behind a thought. That's what Dr. Ravi explained actually. And then within that thought, there is a burden or the extra weight. So this is suffering, and this is me, and this is karma, everything. So when someone try to find the truth, the actual mechanism of a thought arise due to sensory faculties revealed, and then through this knowledge, the Dhamma, the reality or the truth felt within the system, and then that is the path to the liberation of mind. So I think we can start the discussion from there, Dr. Ravi. Yes.
Yes, of course. As you said, the cause for this suffering is the ignorance. So as long as you don't know this truth, so you will suffer. Why you suffer? You believe the thoughts are real. So as long as you don't know the thoughts, this reality, you will suffer because you believe the thoughts are real. The whatever the thoughts bring along with it, so you tend to suffer. So suffer in the sense, uh, it will put you into the sadness, either to your some kind of elated mood. So both things will be there in the thought. So yeah, so I think once you understand, so I'm having this kind of a question. So if you understand this thought, what will happen to you? So I mean, would it only cease your suffering, or what sort of a thing that would happen to you? I mean, so so yeah. I mean, what kind of a feeling that you get after that? So neither you get suffering, nor some kind of happy. So is that the thing that will happen? So, or you can live the normal life as usual, but without a burn within. So what sort of things, what sort of nature that you will gain after the understanding, after eradicating this ignorance? What sort of a nature that you get into? Yeah, can you? Yeah, there was
Ravi?
some. Yeah.
That's a very good question because I mean, like if we say that this is the truth and then this is how a thought arises, and you have to understand um, the mechanism behind a thought, then one would ask like, okay, if I understand it, what will happen? So the first thing is when someone is in the wrong vision or mithya drushti. Actually, that is why we call what we call as the mundane path. And then when someone learn this how the mechanism as a knowledge, then the person will come slowly to the correct track. So, but actually, the knowledge is not enough. You unwrap a thought and then just explore how a thought arises. And then, as you mentioned, the value assigned for a thought start to fade away. And this can be experienced within you because actually the value or the burden, extra weight assigned or arise with the thought, within a thought is actually the me or the existence field. That existence field start to fade slowly, and then actually there is I mean this path is the nibbana or the liberation of mind, the path to liberation of mind. Once someone understand this mechanism fully, we call that person as arahant. So there is no suffering or there is no self-existence feel. To the arahants, there is no self within him, but the sensory functions function without any disturbance until the death. As an example, the thoughts arise. The I function as the seeing things, and then the arahants will hear things, but there is no self to perceive the things outside or things, the thoughts. So that means the suffering ceases because there is no perceiver to perceive it. However, the daily functions function without any disturbance, and then the actually, if we see an arahant, we might not be able to recognize that person because the arahant will perform everything without any disturbance, and then only thing is with the understanding, the suffering ceases. There is no existence feel. There is no soul in that situation through the understanding. That's what I wanted to add, Dr. Ravi. Yes.
Yeah,
Thank you.
yeah, that's, yeah, yes, yes, as you said, there are two ways of getting into this path. So one might think I must stop this suffering. So like what do you call this ancient story about this Kisagotami. So she went through enormous suffering after demise of his children. So she wanted to get the suffering out of his mind. So that means, so if the child was alive, so she thought it would end the suffering, but child is dead. So she wanted to stop that suffering, so get away from that suffering. So then people tend to uh, go into that direction. So some people might not have that kind of a suffering internally, but they tend to seek the truth. So at some point of his lifetime, he might feel, what is this? What is this world? Who am I? So what is the purpose of becoming here? So what are the things around me? The universe, the stars. So what sort of the creature am I? So likewise, they might have some kind of an inquisitive mind to explore. So those two people will definitely step into this path. So if you hear the true Dhamma, so because so the question comes, why this? Who am I? So why should I suffer? So when compared with the others, I am suffering so much. So I have no money. So I have no delicious food. So I'm so I have lost those things. Likewise, most of the people have suffering in that way. And also some people who have achieved, who have gone to the pinnacle, or who have achieved such great positions in the world, might also deviate to this direction. So I'm in this position, so I have everything. So then what? Then he or she will see, what is the purpose of becoming here? Who am I? Likewise, so there are certain people, they will turn into this side of seeking the truth. So what Lord Buddha says is, becoming a human, or being born as a human, is the purpose of knowing this truth. So Can you add something, Dr. Sakuntala, to that? Therwan Saranai.
Therwan Saranai. I pay my homage to R.N. Mahanse. Actually, that was a very interesting discussion between two of you about the suffering. As you all already mentioned, I think suffering comes in different ways now. For a person who considers as the existing world is a real one, then the suffering always come from that outside material world. So that is the first level where the person always think that I suffer because of this. If your vehicle meets with an accident, or if your valuables are stolen from the house, if a loved one dies, or if you suffer with a very serious illness. So always you feel, the system feels that the suffering comes from the outside world. So then you try to correct that so-called existing world to get happiness from the outside world. In other words, the sorrow or the suffering is projected out, which is actually completely mithya drushti, or completely the opposite way of Lord Buddha's teaching. And then when you sort of learn a little bit more about these teachings, you realize that the suffering is actually within yourself or within the system. That means the suffering is always created in the mind. So when you hear a word, I mean, when your ear, when the ear vibrates and a particular sound is created, and in the mind, within a fraction of a second, a thought is formulated, then the thought will give the conclusion, this is a scolding. So your creation of sorrow or the sadness or suffering or whatever is created in the mind. So that is actually the first a part of this practical experience that we are trying to practice ourselves. What is designed by our R.N. Mahanse, or our noble friend. So the second step is you try to realize that this is a creation of the mind. And the third level is now when it is created in the mind, again the system tend to feel that there is a solid continuous mind, and there is a solid sorrow feeling or sorrowfulness or sadness underneath, which is surfacing time to time. Now, sometimes we often hear saying that this thought is coming up again and again. This sad thought is always coming up. So it gives the impression that this suffering or this sadness is somewhere hiding and coming up again and again. But the fact that it's a spark then and there, and it is another creation of the mind faculty, is something the groundbreaking type of explanation. And then you tend to open up the eyes and then realize, oh, this is always the mind. So this is actually very practical. Sufferings or sorrow or the sadness, all these things coming up, created by the mind. And not only that, if you sort of analyze further, even if the suffering is not there in the mind, or even if there is no particular creation in the system at that point, there's a very fine feeling that there is something existing, which they describe as arupa, where there's no particular sort of shape or sound or identifiable form, but still that feeling of existence is there. That is that is also a part of the suffering. So suffering can occur in all these levels. But as you all mentioned, if you understand this process, how the thoughts are formed, how this self-feeling or self-existence is is created then and there, not as a solid thing, but as a process, as a spark occurring right at that point. And it's a continuous process, a row of sparks occurring one after the other, but it's collectively seen as one single suffering or one single thought. As long as you have this impression, there's no escape actually. So as Kavindya said, when you understand this process, how it happens, there is no controlling person. It is a part of the system, and the feeling of suffering is also part of that process. Now, sometimes we tend to think that suffering is there only with the sad things, but suffering is equally have a share towards the pleasurable things also. So pleasure is also a suffering, which we don't often see it in that angle. So both are actually agents which will carry this samsaric cycle further and further. So when you understand this process, what happens is that the value which is given to these feelings or these thoughts become less and less. As Kavindya very clearly said, that we will be communicating with the rest of the society in a very similar way, but without that fire within. Any activity, even strongly, shouting at a person or scolding a person, punishing a child for something done wrongly, or being very happy or enjoying a tasty food that you liked. All these things can happen, but without the suffering or without the burn within yourself, without the fire within yourself. That actually, when this internal conversation is there, that actually helps the person to do the things more efficiently, and you can help others in a better way. Actually, this is where the metta also becomes really activated. Or now we often have been doing this metta meditation by spreading our metta feelings to the rest of the world. But in those meditations, they are actually concentration meditations where the person is there, I am there, and then I spread my metta feelings to the world. Really speaking, now when you have this inner translation or transformation, there is no person, there is hardly any vibration on this side. And then you can really feel the other person in a much better way, because there is no strong vibration on this side, and this system is very calm and in a very tranquil state, so that the system can understand the other system in a much better way. And we in our general terms, we call that get into that person's shoe. So when you have that ability to, when this system has the ability to understand the other system in a much better way, automatically your tendency to help the person's needs or help whatever the requirement will be done in a much more efficient way. And also, when there is a change on this system, definitely you can see the other systems also change in the household or the society little by little, they will feel a difference in the attitudes, or even the way you talk will be softer, and your word selection also will automatically change. So there will be this transformation gradually diffusing to the rest of the family members, or maybe the friends, or even the society. So that is the beauty of the Buddha teaching. I think I would like to invite Surangika also, whom I can see, to add something to this. Therwan Saranai.
Sanai, Dr. Sakuntala, that was a very good explanation, very well crafted, as Kavinder said as well earlier. I think you have a very good way of simplifying what we have to understand as true Dhamma, and then translate that to how we actually experience it in our day-to-day world. And I think to Dr. Ravi's initial question, that is what is so profound, isn't it, Dr. Ravi? The complete transformation that one undergoes when one accesses this true Dhamma. And because there are countless number of people out there who are following all these traditions, we see that in our Sri Lankan Zoom sessions as well, and that's why R.N. Vahanse goes to such a big effort to take this true Dhamma message to the masses in our villages, the village folk, and so on. But having listened to this, and I'm sure all of us in the forum also have listened to this for a couple of years now, the transformation is indeed there, and it can be gradual. Some people can witness it or experience it far more quickly, depending on their jnana or wisdom and ability of penetrative insight. But I think for the majority, there is that gradual understanding of the true Dhamma principles, the Satya Jnana. And then comes the practical aspects of it, which we also take on in our day-to-day world as we continue to gain the knowledge, and through the knowledge, the wisdom of the true Dhamma. And then we gradually see, as Dr. Sakuntala mentioned, the same thought process still works, the same mechanism of the mind is there. But the only thing that we have done is understanding for the very first time actually how this mind works, the mechanics of the mind, because no one went behind the thoughts. We were all in the mundane world, consumed by thoughts and thoughts alone. And then the thoughts were not only just thought as thoughts, they were thought that those, the objects that they encountered in the outside world were not considered as mere thoughts. That whole concept, that entire different way of looking at what the Buddha's teaching was actually, which was the fundamental truth which had been covered for so long and hidden for so long, was just exposed by Buddothpado and Vahanse, and that is where the peace and tranquility and the fundamental essence of this non-soul Dhamma lies, isn't it? Because we have been consumed by these thoughts and believing this external world to be real. And that itself has brought that whole sense of suffering. And I think Dr. Sakuntala said that there is suffering in happiness and there is suffering in sorrow as well. And that's the very thing that the mundane world people don't understand, because especially in these developed countries, I think R.N. Vahanse or someone else mentioned in a Zoom before, there's wealth and there's all kinds of alternatives and options and things that people can do. And when they encounter sorrow, they cover it up by skipping and doing something else, or they transfer their attention to something else. Whether it even comes to relationships, if you break up with your boyfriend, then you don't wait around, you get to the other person, or you have another relationship with another person. And that's a way of them actually not dealing with the suffering or understanding, why am I suffering? but temporarily to assuage their grief, they are moving on to something else so that they can latch on to, and then again experience the sense of desire, experience the sense of happiness. And by doing so, they almost temporarily cover up that sense of deep sorrow that they felt through the earlier breakup. So this is the way, and I think the Buddha said, dukkha sapa dukkang, which means happiness is also sorrow, and sorrow is also sorrow, or sorrow is also suffering. And why we say that is that in the thought itself, by understanding this thought, we know that every thought is an akusal, like siyedu situvidi akusal, every thought is an akusal. And why is that? Because every thought is a contributory factor, or has the ability to cause cankers or taints, or whatever you call it in Asrava in Pali. And through that whole taint process, the capacity of fundamentally through ignorance, the capacity of us getting caught if we don't know the true Dhamma, through that thought, the capacity of us getting caught and believing this world to be real, believing these objects to be real, all that is there in that thought. So understanding the thought is why it's so important is because of that. The understanding the end-to-end process of the Paticcasamuppada, or the law of cause and effect, gives us such a big foundation of an expanse of viewing, I suppose, or an expanse of understanding of the end-to-end process of how these thoughts occur. What is the composition of the thoughts? Is there anything of substance in the thought? And then what do they translate into ultimately? This false sense of existence, and ultimately a false sense of ego and self-perception that we then for a lifetime kind of take on that identity and commit ourselves to protect, because from our childhood days, we have been given this whole self-perception, and identity has been created. We call ourselves Jack and somebody else, or Jane, or Surangika, or whoever it is, and then this persona keeps getting stronger and stronger. And then we come to a point where we can't, do anything else without fattening our own sense of self-ego, isn't it? And that itself is the thing that brings us suffering, because every object is seen in contrast to myself. Every person is seen in contrast to myself. And if something happens to that person, how do I feel about it? It's actually my suffering. They think that they're loving their mother or loving their parents or children, but actually it's the suffering that they themselves feel is the thing that is actually motivating them to look after that child or look after the parents and so on. So these are things that the mundane world don't really go into the depths and understand. The other thing that I would want to say was the thought itself. R.N. Vance has said in so many discourses that the thought itself changes. The thought itself evolves. And, which is why we can't, as he says, what we eat for breakfast, we can't have for lunch. What we have for lunch, we can't have for dinner. And then if we do something today, we want something tomorrow. Or if we wear some dress today, we want something else tomorrow. There is never any kind of peace. There is never any kind of satisfaction. There is always a wanting, isn't it? I mean, if you just think about the thought, if you get up in the mornings, you want to do something. Even if it's a Saturday and there's nothing else to do, then after 1 hour or 2 hours, you say, I'm bored. I want to do something. Can we go to the beach? Or, can we go and play in the park? So where is this coming from? These are all thoughts. And if we give away, and if we give room for the thought to take over us and consume us, then where is the room for the field to emerge? And there lies the fundamental benefit of this true Dhamma, because by seeing through the thought and how the mind and the mechanics of the mind works, we then know that this is how the thinking happens, this is the thinking pattern, and then we no longer get caught up in those emotions and feelings that are generated by thought after thought. And then we allow it to flow, we allow it to go away or to let it flow, because we understand that thoughts are thoughts only. And by doing so, gradually comes that innate understanding, that inner awareness, and the gradual transformation, as Dr. Sakuntala said, of not being beholden, not being a victim of those thoughts. And in that itself comes that true liberation. Gradually, one is able to still get about one's own daily life. There is no holding, there is no attachment, there is no desire. You still see what you see, you still have to go to the market, you still have to get your groceries, you still have to take your children out to play. But you can do all that without attachment. You can do that, and as I think Dr. Sakuntala also said, the more the ego and that certain sense of self-existence dissipates and dissolves, the more you are able to put yourself in the other person's shoes. You are able to take care of them even better. That sense of true metta or loving kindness is actually in its fullest extent. We are able to discharge only when we see that there is no self here. If not for that, before, there was always a person here generating metta kindness. So that wasn't really metta. It was the sense of what we thought was metta, but that wasn't it. But this true Dhamma, we have now realized that as long as there is self, there is no true metta. There was never a self anyway. All there was just a misconception of a self-perception or an ego, which was never there in the first place. So understanding that brings peace, understanding that brings tranquility, and through that we are able to be of more help to people. And I think there lies a far sense of true happiness that one can, I think, bring to this world and make this a better place, because I think we all have a role in being able to understand to the certain extent that we have, depending on what stage of the path we are. But to that extent, because we are experiencing this inner transformation gradually, we are able to then think about other people and then bring this sense of peace and true Dhamma close to their hearts as well and to their lives. So I think that's a really great thing. Yes, Dr. Ravi.
Yeah. Yes. Thank you very much, Ms. Ranka and Dr. Sakuntala, for giving this kind of a comprehensive explanation. So what yeah, but what I realized from your and Dr. Sakuntala's explanation, so there are two certain things. So that means thought gives rise to suffering, either suffering or a pleasurable feeling, and there is a person who feels this suffering or the pleasurable event. So there are two things. So with this, so it is okay if you don't hear this Dhamma, you practice that kind of a thing, like Surankika said. So fleeting type. So you focus, you focus on some other things. So that is the nature of the mind. So it requests, the mind requests a new thing. So the earlier the thought that gave the suffering would not be there in the second thought. So you deviate your mind to another thing. So that is all right. So if you happen to listen this Dhamma in one single instance, so there is no kind of so nothing to lose if you just pay some kind of attention and look what we are telling. So you have the option. The fleeting type option is there for you. It's already there for you, but you have never heard this thing. What is this? Thoughts will be there. The suffering will be there. The thoughts that carries the suffering will be there. But in this, when once you understand this Dhamma, what will happen? The person who got the suffering, who suffered, that get vanished. So that is somewhat different, that you know, that you knew earlier. So always you thought like, I'm the one who is suffering, I'm the one who is enjoying in this life. So if some kind of a suffering comes, so I must go to the beach and have some kind of a change to my mind. Likewise, you try to deviate yourself from one thought to another. But with this Dhamma, what you are trying to do is just understanding the thought, and you will realize the thoughts are the thing that carries this suffering. So if there is if person would be not, if the person is not there, who is going to suffer? So what Lord Buddha said is, what you have believed so far, there is a person or there is a living being here to suffer, is a misconception. So to figure out that, we are trying to understand the thought. So we, at a glance, we can see the thoughts and the self is two different entities. But once you understand this Dhamma, you will realize believing the thoughts as real is the cause for the existence of the self. So that is the misconception, believing the thoughts as real. So what Lord Buddha said is, think in that direction. What Lord Buddha say have shown a nice angle to see the thought, see the mind. So if you are able to see, look at from that perspective, you will understand there is no reality in thoughts. The thoughts are not real. So in the absence of that kind of a reality in a thought, there is no chance of evolving a self within that thought. So the doer, the perceiver, the person who receives the suffering, or the person, the persona there would not be. You will, with the understanding what will happen, it will dissolve the self, the I-ness, the self-centeredness, the self-identity, the ego, everything will get dissolved. So there is no person to suffer here. So that's how you get through this entire suffering. So universal suffering. So that is what Lord Buddha taught. So as Surangika said, ultimately what will happen, the transformation. So it will happen. So from the birth, you have been dealing with the self up to now. But once you understand there is no self to suffer, there was no such a self, so-called self, earlier as well. So then there would be a kind of transformation that will happen within you. So that is the expected outcome after listening, after realizing this Dhamma. So you won't feel like that you are living. You don't feel like that you are existing. Everything happens normally. So because The senses are there, the world gets created, the thoughts will be there, the the sadness and the happiness that carries along with the thoughts will be remain same. But only change that will happen here is the doer, the the person who receives that will get lost. So that is the internal expected internal transformation. So it is self-evident. So you can you can you can feel it by yourself. So yes, I think now we are running out of time. So we can meet up tomorrow as well. So do you have anything to add to this? Yes, I can see our friend Aaron Masi is also here with us. Thiruvan Saranai Aaron Masi. Is there anything to add? Or yeah, I think he might not be able to speak up right now. So if you don't have any question or thought to add, we can conclude our session for today. So I pay homage to our noble friend Naren Manse and Thiruvan Saranai to all of you. Kavinda, Sunamika, and Dr. Sakuntala, and all who are gathered here. So Thiruvan Saranai will meet tomorrow as usual. So Thiruvan Saranai to all of you. Thiruvan Saranai Arinase, Thiruvan Saranai everyone.
Everyone, Sanai, Dr.
There
Ravi,
was some night event, there was some night.
and all Dhamma friends.
Thiruvan Saranai.
Theruvan Saranai, all Dhamma friends. Theruvan Saranai Aryan Mahansa, please accept our humble worship. We welcome all our Dhamma friends for the daily English Zoom session we are conducting today. So this Dhamma Zoom session is very different. This Dhamma Zoom session deliver a message of true liberation. So the term liberation, so everyone likes liberation. Everyone's like freedom. So it's very interesting. Is the real freedom, real liberation is outside, or is the liberation is expected from some environmental change, or the real liberation is something else? So the real liberation is, you see, is the liberation of self. So which is actually beyond mind. So fight for liberation, all that happens in the mind, but the real liberation, you see, it is beyond mind. So this is a forum which discuss about ultimate happiness. Ultimate happiness means usually happiness is something in the mind. So when something in the mind, you see, mind is not a permanent thing. Mind is a kind of a current, and that vary. So every moment it is a new current, a new spark, new thought. So, so there is no permanent happiness in the mind, because mind vary, and the maybe the same object or some particular happiness relating to a thing that vary. For example, a food. So when someone enjoy the first 2 bites, 3 bites, after that, that enjoyment is not there. It is a secondary level satisfaction. Even that is for the case for any relationship as well. So even if you listen some music, so it's still the same. So mind is, you see, it is a current. The secret behind the mind is it want to maintain some level of stress, some level of power, some level of current. So it will look for that and this. It will see the next entertainment facility or signal in the system. So it level of current start to deteriorate when it's associated with the same level of sensor or any object, any you see any signal. So and so this is the problem. That's why the mind happiness, that is a never ending process. I mean, if someone is slave to the mind and try to say what the mind say, even if that person try its level best and you see perform such requirements in the mind, still still after its achievement, immediately that mind indicate the next level of unsatisfaction or the next level of entertainment target in the system. So that's how it's run. Because it's all the time will highlight or will show some unsatisfied end, because they are the more current, easy to drive more current. So all the time something unfulfilled, something not satisfied is very much you see highlighted in the system. Sometimes there can be so many things for happiness, but unsatisfied thing or lackings you see very much highlighted in this system, because this is a system. The system wants to have targets or fulfill and to have the engagement. The power raising mechanism is the one which is happening. So the other thing is mind is kind of an end in the sense all the time there is some stress level of you see maintaining things as the mind, because all the time when a thing is there, the happiness is there with the thing, but like the opposite, like the same side of the I mean the two side of the same coin. When a thing become real in the system, the need for the thing also arises. So that is another stress, because need to maintain thing is a kind of a suffering here, the stress here, or the system reject the thing when it is not happening in the way it wants to. So the attachment and the detachment, the you see is the one happening. So when the things become real, you see there is so much rest of the power variations are happening. So this is the silly mind. Mind, you see, it wants things and it rise upon things and it raise power on things. So in this number, we understand what is the reality behind the mind. Is the mind is a permanent thing, or is there a place for the mind, or what is this mind exactly? Is this a real thing? So actually, this Dhamma will provide the necessary guidance as to how this mind is formed, the formation. So when one see the formation, it understand this electric sparks mechanism. The sensor spark and the sensor power is the mind. So mind is a collective, combined energy or combined sparks or combined impact of sensor sparks. So nothing real here. I mean, even the sensor creations or the mind or so-called soul, nothing is realistic here. So at any given moment, there would be something because mind is a thing. But that thing, you see, the moment the thing become real, the process doesn't stop there. So the moment the things become real, then the soul also become real. So that's how it's happened. But what's the soul? So then it's a power. I mean, it is the same power. So there is actually no several things here. So finally, there is one thing here. What is this one thing? That is this alive field. So that's it. All the rest of the things you see, those are just variation of the in this transformative cycle we analyze, but ultimately it is just a spark or just a power or just the existent field of something. So the why thoughts or the mind is heavier, it because of the thought burden. It is because of this power. But when someone understands this power, then automatically it is this mind, you see, mind become immaterialized. So this power is the one start to fade. So then it is more like natural liberation from the mind, because mind is well understood in the sense this understanding term sometimes not quite suitable because the term understanding happens in the mind, but clearly we are describing a breakthrough in the mind. So that's why sometimes the term understanding is not suitable here because the understanding can happen in the mind as well. But this is experience which is beyond mind. So the mind sort of become irrelevant or valueless automatically in the system. So we are discussing a scientific approach, actually a greater science here. But once the science is seen, this automatic signal mechanism or the process of what's happening with these sensory organs, it's seen. And then it's clear that this is actually like no man's land. It is the real emptiness of not having any reality of any of the things in the present moment. So I think, as you all know, we read few pages of the book. So currently we are reading page 93. Yesterday we read half. So you can download this True Dhamma Has Awakened. There are several series of this book. So currently we are reading volume 6. So volume 1 to 5, you can 1 to 6 you can download from any of the Buddothpado Dhamma.com websites. And also we have another website, English website, Wisdom of Asia. So one can log into this website and find a lot of information relating to True Dhamma. So as usual, let's read a few pages from this book. Let me start from page 93, second paragraph. If there is a thing, there is self or me. Now, with the combination of all these, the notion of an individual self gets created. If there is a wall, there is this person or I who see the wall. Now do you understand that the notion of a self cannot be referred to a person? The notion of a mother, brother, or house, all these are only thoughts. When a thing exists, the concept of a self exists too, and vice versa. These are creations of the vibrations and senses. So, if we elaborate that, so who is a father? Who is a mother? Yeah, so who is a father? Who is a mother? Who is a brother? So, these are actually notions. These are not real. So, your eye doesn't know the mother. It's just a side spark only. Your ear doesn't know the mother. It is just a sound spark only. Your body doesn't know the mother. Just a touch spark only. So where is the mother? So mother is a notion. A mother is a program thing. A mother is a, you see, it's a misconception. So it is the, you see, that doesn't carry any value, meaning. So this is the thing. So, these are vibrations actually. These are creations. But when we take the mother, but mother is a label. So it is the thing. It is a perception. The perception is just a reflection of some combined sensation only. The perception doesn't carry any meaning. It is the misconception. It is the wrong view that some perception is there. So this is the duality. The duality is here because the combine the senses spark, that is the power, and that power carry a misconception of something there like so. It is the duality. So nothing is meaningful. So when a thing exists, the concept of a self exists too. So it's like It's like the two sides of the same coin. It is the same thing. It is not two things. It is the same thing. So these are creations of the vibrations and sensors. They do not exist anywhere. To consider something that is created due to vibration as things that come from the outside is only a wrong view. We never find anything from the outside. When I say this, someone can say or question, then how do we feel this hardness or softness? You feel it because of the skin that results the sensations. Various animals have various senses. The way they feel or see may be different than how we see and hear. Within the population of 8 billion people, each person gets his or her own creation associated by the senses, but the type of senses we have are the same. So now you see the animal world. So where is the animal world? Where is the human world? So is these are two different worlds, animal world and the human world. So now see, the animal is also living, isn't it? The human is also living. But where is this world? So it is we are thinking. We are actually thinking there is an animal world and there is a human world. But otherwise, you see, it is the senses. The dog sensor that creates a different sensation. The bird, it's a different sensations, right? So birds also carry nest, family, children. So in the sense, the generation, reproduction. So all that mechanism is a happening thing. Even if it's a cow or a fish or a dog, so cat. So it's different sensory patterns. So it is a sensor created world. It is we think we live in the human world and the animal is in the animal world, like, but all these are thoughts, thinking. So where is the human world? So human is, you see, if there are 800 billion people, each one lives in their own mind world, isn't it? So various persons, customs, rituals, practices, the social setups, uh, you see, the education systems, and all those are different. So cultural backgrounds are different. So the way the human system program is different. So mind is a past practice. So it is the past program running in the present moment. So that's it. So what is right or wrong? That depends on the program. The program, how it was done, according to that system interpret as what is right, what is wrong. Right? So that's how it's happened. So that's why. So there can be, for example, there can be certain cultural setup, social setup, legal marriage is a must. But in certain cultures, it may not be a must, and living together would be a normal thing. So that depends. So this is the thing. So it is how this is program. The program is the one which is highlighting as to the right thing or the wrong thing. So so therefore, even though one feel like it sees a material world, exactly all this materiality is formed in the senses, and the materiality is felt by the mind, because when the mother comes, you see automatically that mother signal carries the touch feeling, the solidity feeling created by the sensor as well. That's why the perception is felt very strong. The perception has all the solidity, liquidity, hot air, cool, so all great elements, four great elements is there. That signal carries. So that's why a particular spark has the impact of a alive field. It has the liveliness, because this materiality is the one, you see, which is so strongly felt in the mind. That's why one doesn't understand this is an isolated signal and it is not the outside. But since this process is simultaneously happening, like, it automatically connects the internal signal to some outside object. So the internal and the external is created. So that is the duality. The duality happens means it is the ignorance. So actually the ignorance is the real reason for the mind power. Why mind power? It is the ignorance. Duality has happened. So let's read. These are parts of the phenomena that is being created and disappeared. They are impermanent and continuously changing in nature. But even though we say like these are impermanent, the impermanent is not a knowledge, or impermanent is not a thinking. Even someone thinks like this is impermanent. If it is still in the mind, it is just another thought, just another thinking. It's not a liberation. So all mind means not true. All mind means falls into the wrong view. So so impermanent. This needs to feel. That is the most important thing here. All are creations. All are only creations due to vibrations and sensual activities influenced by them. They do not exist anywhere. With the influence of the Chattaro Mahabhuta, that is solidity, liquidity, heat, and air element, everything gets created in the mind only as thoughts. Finally, these are only mental formations and illusions. A creation just like the window creates when it is lightning and thundering. In other words, these are not real. When certain conditions are met, they simply appear. Yeah. It's like when it is windy, like when it is with the breeze, the leaves of the trees you see the leaves starts to shake. So something like that. So the all formations occur in the present moment and it vanishes, but nothing remains. Nothing remains. So, but every formation, that's why the solidity liquidity even is a formation in the present moment. So that's the very interesting part here. So we'll continue to read. Participants, during the time my friend became sick, I was maintaining the awareness. However, when a problem came up, I felt that my unshaken mind turned into a shaken mind. When that happened, I focused my attention to that particular situation and realized that this is as same as the three worlds, Thunbhumi. Currently, the consciousness is able to detect the shaking of the mind as it comes up. Is mindful awareness necessary in order for the vibration to come to a zero level? Then Aryan Mahansa explained, what I understood is that you have a thought that is the self is present. There is no such thing here. We have discussed this situation in a prior discussion. Most of the people are in this level. People get misled here. These disclosures offer the essence of the pure Dhamma as Buddha has taught. Maybe these are not valued in Sri Lanka. However, the entire world gets peace through these disclosures. After following these disclosures, Arahata created. These are the same sutras that Buddha has taught. In your case, thoughts have taken the power over you. The reason is the sensual world, giving value to the sensual world associated with the perception of form and formlessness. This is a situation that can be experienced that in any thought or in any kind of perception that the notion of a self does not exist. This can be seen only through inner calmness and quietness and with the supreme wisdom. Within the quietness, all are done in normal way. This can be explained as Adhigata Samadhi. It is apparent that the most of the people cannot experience this level. The reason for this is that purification has not completed. The spiritual situation can be detected only by Dhamma vision. Buddha's Dhamma doctrine is magnificent and deep. So it is the deep wisdom is the insight is the one happening here. So what is important is the insight. So insight is not relating to the mind, not relating to any of the senses, not relating to the sensory organs. So insight is insight really for the insight value transformation, like the value system drops, where that you see that field of transformation is not relevant to any setup. it's not it's not relevant to any body or any sensor. So it is totally irrelevant formation or totally irrelevant field. We can't say formation, but it is a totally irrelevant field. There is no any other term to use. So that is the insight given up or insight change. So that is the insight that really happening here. So then it's quite easy because any outside setup or any perceptions not felt strongly because of the insight. It's a natural sort of liberation from the this perception world. So that's why we talk about beyond mind. In the mind, it's very burden, but beyond mind is the real tranquility. So the tranquility is not the happiness, but the tranquility is like ultimate happiness. So it's more like happiness which is felt by every body cell. So it's a happiness which is felt by every body cell. So we are basically describing happiness which is not relating to anything, but which is felt by 100% of the body cells of somebody. So and that's why this nothingness is different. So that is not relating to any person or anything. So it is a different field. So I think our friend Dr. Sakuntala is also joined. I can see Saman Ubesiri also joined. I think if you all have questions, you please feel free to ask. That's very important, your engagement in the forum, because I'm sure all of you have some question to clarify. So just no matter even a minute or two kind of a discussion would be helpful. So please feel free to ask questions and engage yourself, and our noble friend, spiritual guidance teacher, Buddothpado Aryan Wahanse is also join with the forum. We can discuss the next part of the discussion. So I invite Dr. Sakuntala to explain us anything relating to this Dhamma. Teruvan Saranai.
Peruvan Saranai. Actually, I joined a little while ago. You were discussing something about Adhigata Samadhiya, if I am correct. Peruvan Saranai.
Yes, that term was there. Yeah, you can explain that, Teruvan Saranai.
Yes, it may be something sort of deep. I don't know whether I'll be very successful in explaining that. In very simple ways, if I try to tell it, actually this is something that is somewhere when you reach a significant level of understanding of Buddothpado and Hanse's teaching. And in very simple words, if I say, what happens is the thoughts that are formed then and there in the system, what happens is automatically it is given a value. That is how the mundane world is. So in mundane world, you tend to give a value to each of these thoughts and then take the thought as a real, as a part of the uh, existing world. So when you realize how these thoughts are formed and the mechanism that uncontrollable mechanism by the uh, nature's law, it's something happening and there is no controlling body, especially there is no controlling self. Then you realize that this is something that happens automatically, and the thoughts are the end product. And not only the thought, actually, the end product is the feeling of self or the self-existence, or in Pali, Sakkaya Ditthhiya. So that is the end product, which is unstoppable for a person who has no idea about this true Dhamma. So when you realize this mechanism, the fact that there is no one who can control and there is no self controlling this system, then it becomes very obvious that there is no value to the thoughts that are formed at on each instance. So it's the mind is a flow of thoughts. There is no one single mind. It's a continuous, very fast flow of thoughts. And when you realize the mechanism, it's not easy, I would say. It's not easy to sort of have that transformation, because what we have been taking is that there is a thought mind, and we get thoughts, and all sorts of these thoughts are related to past and thoughts about the future. All sorts of complete misconception was there. So when you realize the truth, little by little, the feeling comes that there is no value in these thoughts. So thoughts, in the sense, thought can be anything. It can be the mother, father, your child, or anything in the world, material world, house, car. Not only that, myself is also a thought. So little by little, the value given to these thoughts diminish. The significance of the thoughts gradually sort of disappears. And at this point, you can experience the world in the same way. That means because your senses are functioning, your sense activity is there, you can see, hear, and feel the things in the same way, but the value is the one which is disappearing. In other words, the fire that was created, or the current that was created due to the sensor function, that is the one which diminishes and fades away. So that is the place where the Adhigata Samadhi, I exactly don't know the English word for this actually. So Adhigata Samadhi is a state where you feel that it's a feel, it's not a thought. It's a feel that there is no value in these thoughts which are coming. So it's felt to the system. It's not something that you can sort of try and achieve. It's something automatically happens. So right at the beginning, there are some fluctuations in the Adhigata Samadhi. Now, I think, if I remember correctly, Buddhajanan Mahasi, our Lord Buddha, asked once from Anuruddha Thero that time. He inquired about this Adhigata Samadhi. And if Anuruddha Thero said that it's not persisting, it doesn't last permanently. So it's coming and then kind like a pendulum going to the side of Adhigata Samadhi, and then it's disappearing, something like that. And then Buddhajanan Mahanse, our Lord Buddha, gave the reasons why the Adhigata Samadhi is not persisting in one state. So in other words, a person who is going in the Dhamma path will feel this experience, which is actually very important. The fact that there is no value in a thought. So at one point, the person or the system will feel that there is no value, and then there may be some fluctuations. Then you might feel that the thought is real in one end. So it more often it experiences. That means more frequently, if a system experiences that the thoughts have no value, then the direction is the system is going to the correct direction. So in the Arhat state, what I have understood as a knowledge is that Adhigata Samadhi will persist throughout in any posture, while doing any other work, walking or sitting or lying down, all four postures, this Adhigata Samadhi will persist. So it is actually a deep fact, some deep understanding, I would say, with the internal transformation. But as a practice, as something from the practical side, what we experience is that the fire which was created within you in relation to the thoughts, or the fire created within the system in relation to thoughts, will get less and less. So it can be compared actually when the same incident occurs, when the same thought occurs in relation to some sensor function. The fire which was created at the beginning was much more, and then the system will automatically feel that the fire is getting less and less. So this is what you experience. And what should we do? I mean, what should the person who is trying to understand this Dhamma do? So first part is now, as we have been describing very often, trying to explain that first the knowledge is important about this true Dhamma. What is basically explained, how the thoughts are formed, how the self-feeling occurs, how these senses create a world for each and every living being, and it becomes it is actually a separate world, separate in the sense different worlds for each and every living being. But the illusion is that we assume that it is a common world for everybody. And then what we experience with the help of the senses, we assume that it is what is there outside. So that is the biggest illusion. And so to clarify these myths, we should have a clear knowledge about the Buddha's teaching, and that is what our noble friend has been clarifying and telling us in very simple words. And once you get this basic idea, what is being taught, then the practical pathway, what is explained in very, very simple, very practical, very approachable way. Little by little, you get rid of the feeling that there is a person here, not a person, but there is a system which is functioning. So a lot of people in the Zoom discussions ask, what should we do? actually speaking, the true Dhamma, the knowledge first, that means the darshana, the knowledge about the darshana, that means the true Dhamma teachings should be sort of studied well and then have a clear idea. And this has to be continued actually. After the basic knowledge, you can't keep it away and say that I have studied darshana and I know that. There is a continuous process of purifying what you knew. And then the applying what you learned into day-to-day life is the path. That means the 4 steps that are taught in the practical experience. So in the first step, actually, I mean, though you explain this in 4 steps, it's not something like passing from one class to the other. It's a continuous process. Little by little, what happens is that the feeling of self-existence is sort of removed little by it gets little by little faded towards the end. When you reach the last bit, actually, you tend to realize there is a system only, and there is some coordinated functions of the sensors. And then finally, what is experienced is the tranquility and lack of current or fire which occurs with each and every thought. So the person will or the system will function in a normal way and have all the relationships with the rest of the society and the family, but there is no fire within. So that is what most of our friends are experiencing already, particularly people who have been listening to this Deshana for some time. And we can see lots of new people also joining nowadays. So all are actually going in the correct direction. As our noble friend says, that if you know the path and the address where to go, then that's it. So you will reach the destination at some stage. Okay, I think our friend Surangika also has joined. I don't know whether she's free to talk. Teruvan Saranai, Randima. Teruvan Saranai.
Teruvan Saranai. So I can see Surangika is joined. I just want to ask from Surangika. Now we talk about this constant, constant liberation or the constant tranquility is the issue here, like the Anuruddha Thero's question. So that is a very valid question. So this is in a way like this, even though we discuss about the tranquility, liberation, why it is not constant. So it is, we understand this constant liberation or the constant tranquility will never reach until these taints are over. So this taints is a very important area. So will you please explain that? Surangika, Teruvan Saranai.
Teruvan Saranai, Randima, and Dr. Chandani and others in the forum, and Teruvan Saranai Aran Mahansa. I heard the last bit of Dr. Chandani's beautiful explanation, and thanks, Randima. I'm not quite sure what taints are actually. What is the Sinhala word for taints? Is that the fetters or defilements?
Taints means the it's a defilements, the sasava swabhava.
Oh, I see. Okay, so I'm not quite sure how to answer that question. And I suppose
Just leave out the Tain's fact, but I think you are aware about that Anuruddha Thero's question to
Yes.
Lord Buddha about
Not
not having permanent
yeah.
in the constant tranquility.
Yes, I think Dr. Chandani addressed it to some extent as well, but I think with our enhancer's recent discourses, and also we had the privilege of hearing from that UK lady Swarnamali as well, where I think we are getting more and more into the deeper end of understanding why that whole liberation is not so easy to come by, isn't it? We felt as if we were reasonably confident when one goes on the path and thinking, that one has made progress and that achieving it is imminent, or and then you kind of realize that it's not as easy as that may seem, and sometimes the issue is the fact that we are actually making an effort, we are striving. Now, I can't again remember the English term for it, but you do need to have a motivation, shall I say, to see the path, to go on the path, understand the true Dhamma to begin with, and then follow the practical steps as Dr. Chandani outlined as well, because together with the Vidarshana practice, the practical steps are also crucial. And it is together that one can then progress in our understanding of nothing else but just the understanding of the mind and the mechanics of the mind. But in doing so and then progressing, one actually encounters the experience again that Dr. Chandani mentioned, the feeling of things, objects, and thoughts, more specifically, not being an issue, not being of concern. You don't get carried away by the thoughts. You don't get consumed by the thoughts. So with that happening, and the vibration that gives rise to such burning thoughts and stresses and worries and defilements gradually fading, one encounters a state of near liberation, shall we say. And that's where that Anuruddha Thero's conversation with the Buddha happened, where when the Buddha questioned about whether that state is permanent, Anuruddha Thero replies saying it is not. It is fluctuating, it's coming and going. And probably the reason is, I think there were several reasons, maybe even the Upakilesa Sutra talks about the fact that there can be instances where one is putting too much effort, and then there can be instances where one is putting less effort. And I think there are several other reasons as well. If you're not applying yourself, sleepiness or sloth or torpor, various instances have been set out by the Buddha as contributing to the fact that that state has not become permanent. Meaning, what is the aim here? The aim is actually the vibration that humans and all species are subject to, is the vibration, and the ultimate state is actually non-vibration. So to reach the state of non-vibration, there is a tendency in most of us, shall we say, following the path, that whilst we are aspiring to it, we have this thing that in our desire to achieve that state of non-vibration, there is almost sometimes, or most often than not, a searching for something, searching for Nibbana and searching for that state. And even if there is a moment where there is peace and calmness and non-vibration that is occurring at this moment, we are on this path where we are searching that we have gone past the goalpost, isn't it? Sometimes, and Aran Mahanse always says that Nibbana is just here in this moment. In this moment, if you are not suffering, in this moment, if your thoughts are not burning and causing you stress and worry, then you have seen Nibbana in this moment. And yet, there are, I mean, most of us, the kind of, we go past that. We are blind. We try to see as if, no, I think there's something missing. No, this is not it. Or is this it? Or we are not sure. So there is doubt, skeptical doubt coming in. All these things are going through in our mind. And what's the mind? The mind is actually thoughts. So, and what does the thought itself, what does it denote? The thought itself is coming from vibration. The thought itself is coming from the point of ignorance. And if we continue to do that search for something that is non-existent, we are searching, meaning there is somebody who is searching and there is something that we are searching for. Now both are through ignorance. We know fundamentally through our understanding of true Dhamma principles that there is no such thing. The things that we think through our thoughts are just not existing. They are just a thought, and a thought alone, coming through vibration and through the root cause, which is ignorance. So if we have any notion that there is something called Nirvana, then there lies the problem, isn't it? And the other issue is we don't know to give up. We don't know to relax. And the more you think, the more you strive, and the more thoughts that go through your mind in your so-called search for this notion of Nibbana, there is no room for the feel, as Dr. Chandani said, for the feel to emerge. And that's the very thing that needs to be given that space for that to emerge. If your mind is crowded with thoughts, where is the space for that feel of non-vibration, for that liberation to emerge? There isn't. So it's, I think, understanding that notion, and that has come through in quite a few of Swarnamali's and Aryan Mahansa's conversations, where it was pointed out that we seem to be able to recognize defilements coming through various other senses like the eye consciousness, ear consciousness, and so on, but have a tendency of getting trapped, shall we say, in the mind consciousness, stimuli that arises in the mind consciousness alone. And that seems to be almost the last frontier, because every sensor is finally connected to the mind consciousness, and then the mind consciousness on its own also gives rise to various stimuli. And that's where when thoughts occur, if one is not present in that moment and understand that we have only this moment, and this moment only, and that moment is also comprised of nothing but a thought, and the thought has also nothing in its composition. If that understanding, that basic understanding, and that there's something lacking in that understanding, that is where one can then get carried away by that thought, and then that thought will latch on to another thought and another thought, and then one gets carried away. It doesn't have to be an object or the mother or the father or your children. I think most of us, or the people who have progressed on this Dhamma, are no longer getting carried away by the mother and the father. They are now almost latched on to this notion of achieving Nibbana, and that seems to be the ultimate point where they are continuing to strive and continuing to want something and searching for something. But that itself, if it's giving rise through thoughts, and then that's where Aryan Mahanse points out that understand that thought itself is the very thought that's preventing one from allowing the state of non-vibration or liberation to arise. So all you got to do is just to see the thought, even and understand that what is this thing that is being searched for, and as long as you're searching for something, there is an I who is searching. So for one thing, there is no such thing called Nibbana. Aryan Mahanse always says, if there is no burning sensation now, then there is a Nibbana in this very moment. And if there is a searching, then there is still the Atma or the soul that is looking for something. And both, as we know, are non-existent. So I guess just understanding that you can't do anything about it, you just got to understand that that itself can be the cause or the obstruction for actually achieving that state of liberation, as you said, Randima, and non-vibration. And I think just pointing just shining the light, I guess, by just seeing the fact that this can be a fallacy of ours, itself is enough to be able to, I think, achieve that state gradually. Yes, that one's online.
Yeah, Thiruvang Saranai. So much. Thank you so much, Surangika. So we can invite Dr. Ravi also to add your comments on that. Thiruvang Saranai.
Therwan Saranai, Nandima, Therwan Saranai, Surangika and all, Therwan Saranai Aryan Mahanse. Yeah, yeah, as Surangika said, if this Nibbana becomes a thing for you, so that will hinder the proper understanding, or so it if you take it as another thought, if you believe that thought is real, as long as you believe that thought is real, so that will cover up the actual that will mask the actual feel. So that in the sense you are getting trapped with this Vijnana Maya or the illusion. So the Nibbana, the people who are in the mundane plane has all these things: stream entry, non-returner, one returner, and person who is who has achieved the arhathood. So likewise, the mundane people say like that, but when you get on to the noble path, so there are no such milestones. So only milestone is achieving or getting through this illusion of Sakkaya Ditthi. So once the Sakkaya Ditthi is gone, so the path is become very evident for you. Path becomes very evident for you, and it will be cleared up until the end. So in between there are certain milestones, but you don't want to bother about that much, because you will feel that your defilements get dissolved gradually. So other than that, from the time your Sakkaya Ditthi got fade away until the Arahathood, there will be some kind of a gradual process. So in between there are certain milestones that has been set up for the mundane people, for the betterment of for the ease of explanation explaining this Dhamma, but as Aranhasa says, there are no such milestones. So if you focus on any one of those kind of milestone, so that will mask your journey, because it will be taken as another kind of mental image. If you believe, once you tend to believe that there is some kind of a stage, that will imply that you have been caught up by that illusion. You have been deceived by that illusion. So that should not happen if you understand this Dhamma. So don't focus. So what Lord Buddha says is, don't focus on anything else other than your internal transformation. Internal transformation, that in other words, we can say dissolving of the I-ness. In other words, dissolving of what you call these defilements. So you will feel definitely the I-ness you had previously. Now it has not in that much powerful. So you will feel that. So that is the only indication that you will feel while you start traveling through this noble path. So that's why it can't be it is not visible to some other other one, so other people. So it should be felt internally to you. So there are no such milestones. Only what you feel is the fading of the defilements, the intensity of the I-ness, the self-centeredness will get gradually diminish until the state of Arahatum. So as Surangika clearly said, if you focus on any one of these stages, it will block your path. It acts as an obstacle to your path. So yeah, that's all that's all what I have to tell. Yeah, you asked about the tails. So what I know about the tails is it comes from tails are there at the level of the zygote even. So zygote itself is formed by combination of sperm and the ovum. So when the zygote is formed, there is some kind of vibration in it. So when that vibration gets telepathized with some other kind of vibration, so the tails will be there. So tails in the sense, even in one single cell there will be tails. So tails in the sense, finding the nature of finding the other one. So the nature of finding the other stimuli. So it does not satisfy with the existing stimuli. It's tend to find the other stimuli. So according to Arenhan's sermons, he says tails are there in the zygote even. Every cell has this this nature. So once the zygote has been grown up to the level of a newborn or fetus or newborn, so after giving birth to the child, so the TENS plays the major role. So it tends so it makes you to feel the signal of the light. TENS make you to feel the perception of sound. So the world that is created on top of those perceptions will be resulted as the functionality of the TENS. So TENS leads this everything. So 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 that that's what that those are the things that I understood from the sermons which have been preached by R.N. Master. So TENS lead to make ultimately what is happening is what's happening is TENS collectively forms the worldly perceptions. These worldly perception contributes to make you a world for you. That worldly perception may collectively contribute to formation of defilements. So the defilements collectively make you to feel that you are a person, you are a living being. So from that very beginning point, the TENS also has some kind of a feeling of existence. So that existence feel collectively come together and form a new existence field called I. So it is a certain kind of a process. So it will happen naturally. So when we think that the feeling of I-ness is the feeling of existence is as I or me, my mind, so that is the point where our ignorance start to happen. So we didn't know until we hear this Dhamma, we didn't know this happens into a certain way. So we have been misled by the perception. So we thought the light is real. We thought the sound we hear is real. We thought the perception, the stimulation that we receive through the skin sensor is real. We thought our mind consciousness is real. We thought everything we perceive through the consciousness is real. So we thought the consciousness is a real thing. So that is the ignorance that we had. So if you understand, when you understand this Dhamma, we get to know that everything happens into a certain way. So no one is controlling. I'm not the one who is controlling it. So then of course you will understand the system. So then you won't be bothered about it. So there is no need to worry about this. So then you will understand there is no person here, no doer here. So that is the whole fact that Lord Buddha wanted to highlight into the world, express into the world, announce into the world. Even though you think there is a person here, There is no such a person here. So we feel like we are living, but it is not true. The consciousness that we have is not true kind of a consciousness. It happens as a result of certain processes, certain activities. So yes, Randima.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Dr. Ravi. Yeah, I think these taints are the most important thing here. This taint, so it is the form of excitement. It's a form of excitement in everybody's self. So it is actually a power. So which is the inner power. So that is the power which really driving all this magic. So only thing is this taints the inner killer or this excitement, this power that is not seen until this you see the level of defilements sort of bring down to some kind of a level. So the hate, delusions, the jealousy, the lust. So these ones one will see at gross level. So that gross level is really drives by this one. So this excitement, so excitement in the senses, excitement in everybody's cells. So this is, as you explained, what is telepathize. So this is the story of the samsaric travel. So I think one of the important thing you highlighted in this discussion is this milestone. So as you very correctly pointed out, these milestones really there's nothing like that. So it's a form of another blocking. So this is actually the natural kind of a transformation, and you see the scene or the insight of the what really happening. So this power is the one slowly get clear out, and slowly that's the one which fade out, and then only one can talks about the real neutralization in every cell, in every sensor. So I think today we have come to end of our discussion, but we had a very great discussion, somewhat trying to going into deep or touch some deep. So we are happy Farah and Mahansi also have some some words, but we know these days Sarah and Mahansi is busy. So anyway, thank you all of you for coming and having your views, opinions, and here. So that's very important. So yeah,
I was just wondering, I saw Mr. Obesity is a new person, isn't it? I mean, I don't join this forum often on weekdays, but perhaps there's something he can add because
I know them. I think I know them, but they will join very soon.
Okay.
So I encourage, you see, every day and daily I'm encouraging them to speak, but I know them. Yeah.
Right. Okay. And
very
I think
soon,
maybe,
I'm sure
if
there
there are
is
new
a young
people,
lady there. So I think she's very good. So most probably, so let me have a chat with Aryan Mahanse and get her also to the forum. So she will talk very soon, I feel.
Yes, I think, and anyway, I had this thought also about the English Zoom that, some of us have kind of followed this path 2 years, 3 years, 4 years. And it's always refreshing to hear a new person, isn't it? Just like the Sinhalese Zoom discussions. When a new person joins and asks a very practical question or gives an example of some occurrence in that person's day-to-day life, and then the Dhamma is explained in relation to that experience that person has had, then it's very lively and it's more practical, and then it's easier to communicate the message of the Dhamma as well to the audience. So I hope more and more people will join so that we can have a very good conversation, isn't it, Randima?
Yeah, exactly, Sarangika. Yeah, that's immensely benefit. If everyone speaks only, we can have a form of a conversation. Otherwise, it will more like just a isolated talk. Yeah,
That's
that's
right.
true. So thanks so much for every one of your views. So we'll meet up tomorrow as well. Teruvan Saranai, all Dhamma friends. Teruvan Saranai Aran. Please accept our humble worship.
Teruvan
Teruvan
Saranai
Saranai
Mahansa,
Randima.
Teruvan Saranai all friends.
Friends, Teruvan Saranai Mahansa.
Good morning, dear Dhamma friends. Teruvan Saranai, all of you. Teruvan Saranai Aryan Mahansa. Please accept my humble worship. We welcome all our Dhamma friends for the today's English Dhamma Zoom session. As you all know, this Dhamma Zoom session is very different one. This Dhamma Zoom session communicates a special message of true Dhamma, that is the never heard before Dhamma, where as you all understand, even in Buddha's time, people from various backgrounds visited Lord Buddha, and you see, they came, they listened, and um, they felt something. They felt some inner transformation, and they happily went home. So what's the never heard before Dhamma? What is the practical Dhamma where one experience inner transformation, one experience within? That is
a liberation. So everybody talks about liberation. Everybody talks about, you see, radiant mind. Many people talks about freedom. So where exactly the freedom? Where exactly the liberation? Is there a Dhamma path that takes you liberation? So liberation, the real liberation is the liberation from self, liberation from the mind. So this Dhamma discussion provides you a guidance as to what is this world, what is this soul. So soul is a current, which is a vibration, which is a spark that occur each and every moment. So this spark is the one we highlight here, and that allows you a way of understanding mechanism behind one's own formation. So this Dhamma is not difficult. You see, many people spend their time to research about new subject, new theories, new things. This Dhamma is really not a knowledge, but that's the solution for your own sufferings or reliefs. So suffering is the self, and you see liberation of self. So this Dhamma is really worth for the entire humankind, irrespective of any religion, because this doesn't talk about any faith. No, this is not just another blind faith. Oh, this is not just a thing for practice. Really, this Dhamma is for feel of transformation, feel of the truth, the understanding, awareness, which is going beyond inner transformation. So, inner feel of the truth. So this Dhamma is unique in this sense. So everyone suffer in this world, in the mind. So suffering is not really outside. When you understand, you realize that there is nothing called external, nothing called you either. There's nothing called internal. So everything is a formation in the present moment. So in this context, this Dhamma is very beautiful because most of the time you tend to think it is you feel suffering. You are in one end, and the other end is the one which is the cause for suffering. Like it is that outside
Therwan Saranai, I'm sorry, I think there was a power failure, so now I'm connecting from another
Saranai, please wait for a while until Ms. Shantiba join to our Zoom. Thank you.
So very sorry because you see when the power comes, the device automatically sort of getting transferred. So these are just technical devices failures or just normal things. So let's discuss a few pages from the book. There are some good websites, Buddothpado, Dhamma websites. So you can download from even from Sinhala websites also give UC direction to these books. At the same time, Wisdom of Asia is another website, which is an English website. From there also you can download these books. So let's start reading the book. We stopped yesterday, page 92. Currently, we are reading page 93. We feel we see light because of the eye consciousness. The sparks created by the vibration system make various sensations and feelings, images, and the mind consciousness. They become powerful with the influence of the above stated phenomena. With the sensual activities, jatiya or birth comes into existence. At first, for an infant, everything is limited to sound, colors, etc. However, with the vibrations and the influence they create in the mind through the recurring sensual activities, a situation similar to the power created by a rotating flywheel happens and things get created. Then trees, chairs, mother, walls become real in the mind. If there is a thing, there is self or me. Now, with the combination of all these,
the notion of an individual self gets created. If there is a wall, there is this person or I who see the wall. Now do you understand that the notion of a self cannot be referred to a person? The notion of a mother, brother, or house, all these are only thoughts. When a thing exists, the concepts of a self exists too, and vice versa. These are creations of the vibrations and senses. They do not exist anywhere. To consider something that is created due to vibration as things that come from the outside is only a wrong view. We never find anything from the outside. When I say this, someone can say or question, then how do we feel this hardness or softness? You feel it because of the skin that results these sensations. Various animals have various senses. The way they feel or see may be different than how we see and hear. Within the population of 8 billion people, each person gets his or her own creation associated by their senses, but the type of senses we have are the same. Yeah, so really now what this means? It is the outside that it's experienced. The reason is the moment the side spark occur, the sensation arise and you see the feel occur that something is there like. Now this something is there is the power. We have to understand. Because now if we try to split the whole process into pieces and see how these individual senses you see works, one will better understand in this sensor system it is a sensor created different sparks. You see sensor created different sparks, different patterns of sparks. But spark process is same, but different, the variation is due to the sensor, the sensor capability. So various sensor sparks patterns, and that comings together, you see totally different spark. That's how it happens. Now just assume for a moment, you are walking, you see, you are walking in the beach, right? So now you can practice what's really happening here. So when you walk like, so now one can feel, you see, one can feel it feeds, just sense the hardness of the sand. But the feet doesn't know that it is the sand, isn't it? The feet has no sensation of a thing. That sensor feel, the sensor, that sensation is, you see, some sensation only. It is we think that it is hard or it is soft or it is sand, all those are thinking. But if the thinking is set aside for a minute, what's the sensation? A sensation is, you see, that is unable to figure out like what it is all about, and whose feet even, no idea. So then the spark vary, you see, the sensation of the breeze. So so then the breeze is a sensation in the skin sensor, but it is just a sensation only, nothing more. I mean, it doesn't know whether this is a breeze of the sea or something else. Then the sensation vary, like smell, sea smell, you see the smell of the breeze, the salty smell. So that's another sensation, right? So just a sensation only. Then sound, then the spark vary to the sound. So then you see it is the sea sound of the sea, sound of the waves. But the ear doesn't know like it is the sound of waves of something, or is that the wave, or no, it doesn't carry any meaning there. Then it is the sight. The sight almost carry a picture. The picture of, you see, waves coming up and going, but the eye sensor doesn't know like is it a wave, or is it a river, or is it a sea, no idea. Now, but when we say someone is walking in the beach, quite pleasurable feel comes. You see, it's a beach. When one remember the beach, it's lot of enthusiastic feel there. You see, the sight is happy, the sound's happy, the breeze is happy, the almost entire body feel, and even the mind sensation of that sea feel, you see. So that sensation that it is the beach is a collective thing. But if you just go on the beach like, I mean, just observing how these different senses vary, then that is a dull walk. That is a dull walk. Why it is just a dull walk? Because that collective feel stops. Because now it's observe the sensation. But whole this, you see, sparks collectively comes only this place become a very enthusiastic place, because that sea feel is a collective thing. The beach, that sea is a collective combined feel. Otherwise, it is just a dull walk. Let's say the other sensors stop, and now only one sensor is just working. There is no sea feel. So when all these sensors spark like a machine, you see, when it is work like a machine and various sensation give rise this sea feel, And even in those fields, the sea fields, there is some variation, and that's how this field of entertainment occurs. So the beach is the entertainment or the value of that perception. So it is a collectively formed thing. So collective sensation comes. So now when the sight occurs, it is just not a sight. It's all combined sensation feel occur. That's why one will, if one doesn't understand this mechanism, it thinks, no, I feel the outside sea light. But clearly there is a disconnection here. The sight is just an isolated spark only. But due to this telepathy, you see, mechanism, when the sight spark occurs, that is the new spark in the system, the old spark telepathize. But that old spark carries almost all senses combined field. So this is the tricky thing here. This is why one trapped, you see, one trapped, not seen in this means really trapped in the illusion. But all this is one walking in the mind. One walking in the mind. So, we can continue the discussion. So, so if there is 8 billion people, you see, so 8 billion people in the world, they experience individual mind experience. That is the truth. Individual mind experience. Only thing is that sensor formations. That would be like, but there also can be variance. But the sensor formation, it's compared to animal. The human sensation would have a kind of similar sensation. But the meaning back of the mind, like, so that the perception would vary, like for the same children, you see, for the same child, the mother has a different feel, a neighbor has a different feel. So that is how the perception is sort of configured in the system, right? So this is very interesting in this context. So these are, okay, let me read. These are parts of the phenomena that is being created and disappeared. They are impermanent and continuously changing in nature. All are only creations due to vibrations and sensual activities influenced by them. They do not exist anywhere. With the influence of the Chattaro Mahabhuta, that is the 4 great elements, solidity, liquidity, heat, and air elements, everything gets created in the mind only as thoughts. Finally, these are mental formations and illusions. A creation just like the windows vibrate when it is lightning and thundering. In other words, these are not real. When certain conditions are met, they simply appear. So now see this solidity, liquidity, heat, air. These 4 creates the solidity. That something is there like. So, for example, we understand now tree is a perception. Tree is a perception. So, but the tree has the field of solidity. This is the problem. The perception carry the field of the solidity, field of the liquidity, field of the heat, field of the air. So, but these are really mind creations, mind constructions, mental formation. So, these are really the illusions. So, this creation is how this solidity is formed. Solidity is also a mental construct that forms in the same telepathy mechanism. Same telepathy mechanism in the sense it is the, you see, it is the sensor. Sensor creates the solidity. Now, if you have a sensor, just like an X-ray machine, right? So X-ray, the X-ray can reach the skeleton of somebody and then take the image and return like no. So X-ray is a wave. So it is a wave that can surface, go. It is invisible. So, so likewise, now just imagine if there is such a capability, then for such hand, there is no solidity. So solidity is created in the sense, right? So that is also back again the telepathy. Telepathy in the sense that is a sensor vibration. Sensor vibration. So when the sensor vibrates in some form, that formation people incorrectly think that exists outside. That's how it's happened. If vibrate, such kind of solidity is found like. But the reality is all these are vibrations. Right, now let's look at, there is a participant. So now participant question. During the time my friend became sick, I was maintaining the awareness. However, when a problem came up, I felt that my unshaken mind turned into a shaken mind. When that happened, I focused my attention to that particular situation and realized that this is as same as the three worlds, Tun Bhumi. Currently, the consciousness is able to detect the shaking of the mind as it comes up. Is mindful awareness necessary in order for the vibration to come to zero level? So I think participant has some kind of understanding about the vibration, but you see, still the participant is in the mind. This question clearly indicate that even though it knows about the vibration, even though it knows that this is reducing zero level, all that is the knowledge. But it's still in the mind. It doesn't experience beyond mind because it is the unshaken mind turned into shaken mind. So this is the problem. So what is this mind? So mind is the vibration. Mind is the current. So that current is the one which is constantly changing. So that's a totally different spark, you see. and maybe it was very calm, tranquil. But it is in the mind. Then back again, it is shaken. It is shaken. It is totally in opposite. So this is the mind. You see variation when it is in the mind. So where it is not consistent. So then Aryan Vahansa is asking, what is that vibration? Then participants say the notion of a self. Then Aryan Vahansa asks, please give an example. Then participants say, I felt empathy for her. Aryan Vahansa, okay. How do you find a story about a self in a thought? Participant, I have tied up the notion of a self into the thought. Now Aryan Vahansa is explaining. What I understand is that you have a thought that the self is present. There is no such thing here. We have discussed the situation in a prior discussion. Most of the people are in this level. People get misled here. These disclosures offer the essence of a pure Dhamma as Buddha has taught. Maybe these are not valued in Sri Lanka. However, the entire world gets peace through these disclosures. After following these disclosures, Arahat are created, that is the fully liberated person. These are the same sutras that Buddha has taught. In your case, thoughts have taken the power over you. Actually, some people cannot understand that it is still in the power because it has not seen the power. It is because it is a knowledge. It is a knowledge. So the reason is the sensual world, giving value to the sensual world associated with the perception of form and formless. Yeah, so this value set is the form. The form word means the values. So formlessness also explained here. That is even there is entertainment for nothingness. So there is entertainment for tranquility. There is life in the system for samadhi. That is the formless. So there is a situation that can be experienced that in any thought or in any kind of perception that the notion of a self does not exist. This can be seen only through inner calmness and quietness and with the supreme wisdom. Within the quietness, all cures are done in a normal way. This can be explained as the Adhigata Samadhi. It is apparent that most of the people cannot experience this level. The reason for this is that purification has not been completed. The spiritual situation can be detected only by Dhamma vision. Buddha's Dhamma doctrine is magnificent and deep. So this discussion indicates what is important is the purification. It is not like one maintaining a soul and that soul try to be a good soul like. No. The real transformation is, it is the powerful soul because everyone over their years have sort of practiced or sort of has a valuable soul. Whatever said and done for the person in the mundane world, there is a valuable soul. So that valuable soul want that to be praised. That valuable soul want a status. That valuable soul wants to maintain that soul power. So this is the thing. So there is no point of discussing Dhamma as a knowledge, because then there is another powerful soul knowing some different theory, some different explanation, and it will well explain that to any kind of audience. But what is its inside transformation is the matter. So the inside is still it is valuable for him or her. So as long as that value is
Therwan Saranai. I worship Triple Gem respectfully. Also, I pay homage at the feet of our Kalyana Mitra, Buddothpado Aryan Wahanse, the great sage of our era, most valuable spiritual master with the highest wisdom. At this present moment in this human realm, may Aryan Wahanse live long to spread this Dhamma all over the world to end the suffering of all human beings. Teruvan Saranai, Dhamma friends. Today I am talking about Aryan Wahanse's Dhamma sermon. 6 years ago, Aryan Wahanse has uploaded to YouTube. Nirvana is near you. Third session, that means the third Dhamma discussion on the topic of Nibbana is near you. In this Dhamma discussion, Buddothpado Aryan Wahanse is mainly focusing Lord Buddha's Majje Sutra. The Majje Sutra is a summary of the whole Buddhist manuscripts, the whole Buddhist Dhamma, the ultimate truth of reality. In that sermon, third sermon of Nibbana is near you, Aryan Wahanse is explaining. When a small baby came to this world, born in this world, and without knowing anything, just a little doll like a baby in a cot coming into this world, and but the baby can listen, baby can see, baby can feel the touch sensations, baby can smell, baby can taste. That means if the baby is healthy, all his 6 senses are working, but the mind sensor is not created. 5 senses are created. They are already there, but baby can see, but no idea about what the baby is seeing, no idea about what is hearing, smelling, tasting, or feeling, warm, nothing, no idea, but that is happening. So little by little, when the baby is growing up, first of all, baby is coming to know about baby's mother,
who is giving milk, giving warmth, telling lullabies. So baby can see the mother's figure, face and everything. Baby can hear mother's sound. Baby can taste mother's milk. Baby can feel mother's touch. Everything is there. So little by little, uh, baby is understanding mother, then the father. So slowly, the mind is creating, growing. That means understanding, the knowing of mind consciousness is slowly opening up. So when the baby is growing bigger, baby used to crawl here and there. Baby used to talk little by little with the help of parents and relatives, somebody around the baby, and baby little by little opening up his eyes, ears, his sensors to the outside world, and baby is learning the conceptual words about the world. That is how baby is slowly gathering things. Then the mind is slowly growing, opening up. The mind consciousness is opening up. So at one point, parents are showing the baby in front of a mirror. They are showing the baby the figure. They are showing the figure of this is the baby, like that. Then baby is self is creating at that point because of parents. Parents used to say, this is baby. These are baby's things. This is baby's mother. This is baby's father. These are baby's things. Toys, plate, bottle, everything. Like that only the baby will be becoming to understand the world. When the small baby came to know there are things outside, he will not dropping those, and the baby is getting bigger with catching all those. Yes, now the baby is becoming big, and baby know that there is a self here and there are things belongs to the baby. So baby is not dropping anything, catching each and everything, catching mother, father, and all the belongings with his mind. Baby used to catch everything with his mind, and baby will not dropping anything, and the baby is getting bigger with catching all those. When the little baby used to run after the things he catches, what will happen to the baby? Now the baby is no more a baby. The baby is now a child, and then a teenager and a young man. Like that, baby is growing up, and he used to run after the things he catches. Yes, catches with the eyes, ears, tongue, nose, and body skin, catching so many things. And this child used to run after the things he catches. Then what will happen to this baby, this boy or a girl? That means he is experiencing sorrow. You can even see the small babies, 2, 3 years old, or 5, 6 years old, or a teenager. When they have now catching each and everything they see, hear, and smell and taste, and everything they catch, feel. So when they once the parents give ice cream to the baby, then baby used to eat ice cream. Then again, parents are telling that is enough, no more ice cream. Then the baby, this child used to cry, asking for more. That means this baby, this child is experiencing sorrow. And when this baby used to go to preschool, there are so many children at the preschool and they have nice clothes, nice things to eat and everything. So bats and balls, play equipments. So baby is asking, I want that type of butterfly. I want that type of rabbit. I want a teddy bear. If the parents are unable to buy, then what happens? Then again, baby is experiencing sorrow. Not only sorrow. When if the parents are buying a toy to this baby, baby is experiencing happiness. That means baby is slowly uh, trapped in this illusion, in this lie. Then sometimes baby is helpless. That means baby is getting lost in this vast uh, illusionary world, which is creating with his own six senses without knowing anything. Then the baby is helpless. Then the little baby, the boy, is gone astray. That means helpless, fooled by the outside world. Because the world is big to him. The world is very big, then small baby, the small child, and he wants everything what he see. He wants even the sun and the moon he needs. So now the baby is experiencing happiness and sorrow both because the baby is experiencing this big world. Finally, the big child, big baby is thinking that he will be dying. Yes, when the baby is growing and becoming a young man, then according to the conceptual conventions, all the other people are telling, and this young man, the baby become the young man, and the young man is thinking that one day he's going to die. But this baby, this young man, do not know there is nobody to die here. You are not seeing the nature. Yes, a thought cannot see the nature because this human body is nothing else, only the nature. But you cannot understand the nature because everybody is living in a thought, world, and all the time living in a thought. So thought cannot see the nature. Therefore, you are not seeing the nature. The trees do not have thoughts, and trees become the nature. To see the nature, you have to become that divine nature with wisdom. Yes. Ultimate truth of Lord Buddha's Dhamma explained by Aryan Mahanse, the Shravaka Buddha, Buddothpado Aryan Mahanse. To understand this nature, you have to become that divine nature with wisdom. You have to become divine with wisdom to understand this nature. Aryan Mahanse is explaining. Yes. That divine nature is at the point of redeemed from the mind. Actually speaking, we are lost in the thoughts? No, because thoughts are just the sounds, light and sound, shape of light plus sound, the thoughts. So we are lost in the thoughts and we are unable to become the divine nature with wisdom. That divine nature is at the point of redeemed from the mind. According to Buddothpado, Aryan Hanse's explanation, the great revelation of true Buddhist philosophy, explained, Aryan Hanse is explaining how a thought is creating with sound, this light and sound, color and sound, shape of color and plus sound. So when we understand how the thoughts are creating, the thought power will go down. Then we are able to come to that divine nature. That means when we understand the creation of thoughts, then we can redeem from the mind. So that divine nature is at the point of redeemed from the mind. Where you are in the heaven, yes. When you are redeemed from the mind, you are in the heaven. Yes, thought process is very low. Thought process is there, but without power. Then you are in the heavenly nature. Then you can feel it, that subtle perception. You can see the subtle perception of divine nature after redeeming from your own mind. Because we live in a world with full of millions of perceptions, stimuli. All this, most of the perceptions comes through our six senses. We can only experience the perceptions, stimuli comes through our six senses only. That is our world. Because unknowing perceptions are not coming because we cannot understand those. What comes through the six senses only we can understand. Cock is also a perception stimuli. Cock, cocks. Baby is also a stimuli. Child is also a stimuli. Sun is a stimuli. So world of perceptions, stimuli. All these stimuli are creating inside the mind. Yes, because no stimuli is telling that I am a tree, I am sun, I am moon, I am cock, I am baby. Nobody is telling. All those names are inside our mind because our parents and the teachers and the elderly people fed the data from the early childhood. They have fed data, the conceptual names into this system. Therefore, all those names are here. When we see something, shape of light, that means when we see something means we see a projection. We see a projection. That means a shadow, a reflection of a stimuli. Then at once a name is given by the mind. Mind consciousness is giving the mind and telling this is what you are seeing. So the world of perceptions, stimuli, all these stimuli are created inside the mind. We can even see everything without names because there's nothing outside. We can we can see only our mind bubble. We can see only our mind. What we see, what we hear, what we feel, each and every form, projection is created inside our mind. There's nothing inside the mind also, because each and every seeing, hearing, and feeling forms are just appearing and disappearing inside the mind. Therefore, we are unable to see anything outside because we haven't seen outside. We are able to experience only our mind. So actually there's nothing outside it. Therefore, that is why Aryan Mahansa is telling all these stimuli are creating inside the mind. This is very clearly shown by Buddothpado Aryan Mahansa in the True Buddhist Philosophy. Aryan Mahansa is given in the YouTube channels and in the Wisdom of Asia, www.wisdomofasia.com website and Buddothpadadhamma.com website. You can go and see how this creation is happening. Aryan Mahansa is explaining the basics of the Buddhism, basics of Lord Buddha, the proper way, the actual way without misleading us, because we were misled from our birth. We were misled. Now only Aryan Mahansa is getting out of the misleading people from this illusionary world. People create a world of stimuli, perceptions, and they are lost in it. Yes. Each and every human being creating a world of stimuli, perceptions in their minds, and they are lost in it. They have gone astray. Human nature is like that. Yes, human nature is more like a monkey nature. All the time going and catching something and suffering. Nature of creatures are like that. Not only human beings, each and every creature, living beings are like that. The good example is the monkeys. Yes. Though there are a big amount of soil on this planet, like a small amount of soil taken on a nail, very little people can understand this reality. Because they realize this and there are no causes for them to born again. Yes, because people who come to this world like babies, when they growing older, they always catch so many wrong views. According to the parents, according to the relatives, according to the friends, according to the spiritual teachers, according to the religious beliefs, they are having so many wrong views. Therefore, they are unable to see the actual nature of this world with the open eye, because they have so many things inside their mind and they are just looking at things, so they can't understand the reality. Lord Buddha says, and Aryan Mahansa is explaining. So the people who are having a open-minded people are ready to listen to Buddothpado Aryan Mahansa, the great sage of this era, will be able to grab this Dhamma, and that is like the soil taken on a nail. Like very little people can understand this reality, because all those cultural behavioral patterns and stupidity in the mind, that kind of people are have no way to look at this. No reasons. That means the people who understand this Dhamma, realize this true reality, there are no causes for them to born again. Yes, one who listen to this true Dhamma and open up the mind and understand the true reality of this nature, there will be no causes for them to born again, because the samsaric journey, that means the creation, wheel of suffering is created inside the human mind. So Aryan Mahansa is explaining us based on Lord Buddha's true teachings. We have to understand the creation of thoughts. Then the thought power is going down, and there are no more causes for the people who listen to this Dhamma. They have no more causes for them to born again. That means once the mind power is over, that means once the thought power is over, thoughts may be flow, but without power. That means there is no rebirth, because there's no grabbing. So there's no craving for anything. Then there's no world for them to born again. They know this world is an illusion. That is the true reality of this Dhamma, and the fine way of looking at the life with no suffering, without suffering. So, no reasons, no causes for them to go to the cycle of rebirth and death again. Yes, nowadays, people who die at the time of the deathbed, last breath, people are thinking about their children, otherwise their grandchildren. They are thinking about the wealth, money, and the lands and property they have. They used to think of those things. If they, at their last breath, will see they catch a grandson, that means his next existence is near the grandson, with like a hungry ghost. He will be there without a body. Nobody can see. Maybe a body, maybe a no, not a hard body, but like a hungry ghost, he may be at the grandson. So once after some time, he may release from that uh, place. Until such time he is like that, or else he may be in his large um, territory, that means his lands. Sometimes people are like that. When they are dying, they are thinking of their lands. Then they are again hungry ghosts. They are just roaming here and there as a hungry ghost on their lands. So that's a pathetic situation. So no assurance for them. So there's no reassurance. So this great Dhamma, this true Buddhist philosophy based true Dhamma, Lord Buddha's true Dhamma revealing by Buddothpado Aryan Mahansa, to overcome the death and the rebirth. So nobody will going down. That means nobody will going lower realms while if somebody is listening to this Dhamma will not going for lower realms, because Buddothpado Aryan Mahansa is the only one spiritual master at this era, at this present moment, gone beyond the three worlds, three realms, sensual realm, form realm, and non-form realm. That means completely in another dimension. That means in Nibbana, in the Nibbana, no more life circles creating for Aryan Mahansa. So Aryan Mahansa is always trying to take us to that path and showing us the Nibbana, the ultimate bliss of Nibbana, the true reality, overcoming this samsaric journey. So we are so much, very much lucky to listen to this true Dhamma. So there's no reason, causes for the people who are listening to this Dhamma to go to the cycle of rebirth and death again. Mind has redeemed from the mind. Yes, we are, this true Dhamma is like that. Aryan Mahansa is explaining us to redeem from the mind. That means mind has to redeem from the mind. Where there is no mind, is arising and already redeemed from the thought process of samsaric journey. Yes, if there is no continuous thought process means we are completely gone beyond this samsaric journey. Not only that, the seeker is redeemed from the outer world as well. Yes, because Aryan Mahansa is showing us there's no outside world. You can see only your mind. You can only hear your mind and feel your mind. That means stimuli is coming through the eyes, stimuli is coming through the ears and the bodies, sensations, touches. Everything is creating inside your mind. So the person who knows this Dhamma, he is redeemed from the outer world. What is the cause for a rebirth? He has no cause for a rebirth. What is the mind arising at the point of death? Is there no outer world? Yes. If the seeker knows very well there is no outside world, what is the mind arising at the point of death? No, nothing is coming. That is the perception, stimuli. Stimuli is the mind. If a stimuli comes to the mind only, the next existence is going along with that. If there is no stimuli, no perceptions are coming to the mind at the time of death, there's no world for you to reborn again. Stimuli is the one coming to the consciousness. If there is a stimuli only, the consciousness is creating, because perceptions is becoming the consciousness. Consciousness is creating the samsaric journey, because each and every thought has 5 aggregates. That means Rupa, Vedana, Sanya, Sankara, Vijnana. That means form, feeling, perception, mental construction, and mind consciousness. When the perceptions become mental construction and then become the mind consciousness, then only there is a thing for you. if there are no any perceptions, stimuli, there are no things for you. Finally, this type of seeker finally redeemed from the world. No world to exist. Yes, Aryanvans is not stopping us halfway. Aryanvans is completely showing us the ultimate point of Nibbana. So finally redeemed from the world, the seeker is finally redeemed from the world. No world to exist. There's no world for this seeker to exist. Redeemed from this world and redeemed from the next world also. Redeem him from this world, and there's no world for him to go beyond. That means his samsaric journey is over. He who is called as Lokavidu, yes, he who is called as the seeker who called as won the world, winner of the worlds, three realms. Winner of the worlds, Lokavidu. This nature is in the Buddha nature. Yes, gone beyond three realms. Is Lokavidu means the winning of the world means that is in the Buddha nature. Why are we saying so? Aryanvans is asking, why are we say so? The point we are redeemed from the mind, no thoughts. That is divine nature. There's no human nature there. Actually speaking, until the time of the death, thought process is there. But after listening to this true Dhamma, true reality, the ultimate truth of Nibbana, this Dhamma coming through Buddothpado Aryan Vahanse, the thought power is going down step by step. So the thoughts are not having any type of ability, power to press this uh, human body. That means this six sensor system. Six sensor system is now fully redeemed from the thought process. Third thought process is just flowing. Whenever we need the thoughts to live in this world, we can use the thoughts, but we are fully redeeming from the thought process. So that point is Aryanas is saying that this the point we are redeemed from the mind is this. Thought power is zero. No thoughts. Thoughts are just there. Mind is free. Thoughts may come and go, but just they can't do anything. Now the thoughts are grabbing, pushing the people here and there. No? So that power is all vanishing after listening to this Dhamma and practicing the four contemplations showed by Buddothpado Aryan Vahanse. And that those are the meditations, actual meditations. That means insight meditations. Lord Buddha asks us to do that. That is walking meditation. While walking, sitting, standing, in any kind of posture, we can practice this insight meditations. That means there is a small type of different types of experiments, Dhamma experiments we have to do. Through those experiments, we have to realize without the mind, we have to feel the Dhamma. Then only we will become this type of divine nature, no thoughts. There is no human nature there. When the thought process is low, the thought power is zero, there is no human nature there. That is the God's nature. At that type of nature, people used to help others. They are not selfish. They are always trying to help others. Because suffering is in the human nature. Dying and born again. Everything is in the mind, human nature. Suffering. Good and bad. All are within the thoughts. Because the little baby on the cot has a radiant mind. Without the mind consciousness, the baby was there without any kind of suffering. If he is hungry, he is shouting, but after giving milk, he is satisfied. Baby is not suffering by thinking, oh, my dad didn't come, my mom didn't come, like that. I want to go here and there. No idea. Baby has no idea. So we have came from that end, that type of start we had in our early childhood. So how come now we have this kind of suffering? Whatever we see, there are so many views in our mind. Whatever we hear, so many views are coming. Whatever we feel, there are so many views. So there are full of views, millions of wrong views, and human beings are suffering due to those views. So the winning the three worlds, winning the worlds is in the nature of Buddha nature. Yes, there are no more suffering. The point where redeemed from the mind, no thoughts. That is divine nature. There is no human nature. Yes, human beings are only struggling with thoughts. When you switch on the television from the morning until midnight, you can see how people are suffering with different thoughts and views. All the time, the uh, telecasting people are thinking, they are putting out their views, and people who are sitting in front of the television is catching those wrong views every day, every morning until midnight. And finally, they go to bed with so many unwanted sufferings because they are suffering uh, the- about the things they have never seen alive. They have seen only through these televisions, but they are still suffering. The people who are governing the countries are also like that. They are putting their waves. One person is trying to overcome the other person. So like that, each and every country there's a competition between this human race. Competition. One is trying to overcome others. They have gathered so many religious, unbelievable things they have written on their books, and they are fighting for those things even. Though this world is now, there are full of scientific experiments, they are not even experimenting what they have written on their books. They are so stupid. People are so stupid, fighting for nothing and ruining others for their benefits. What kind of benefits we can't even imagine. Some people are there, they think they are the highest ones. There are no highest ones in this human realm. Only the highest ones who are gone beyond this human realm and the form realm and the non-form realm. They are the highest ones, like our Lord Buddha and the Shravaka Sangha. Buddothpado Aryan Vahanse, the great spiritual leader, is at this era. Buddothpado Aryan Vahanse is the greatest human being we can see, not anybody else. So each and every human being should understand what is wisdom of Asia. They should come and listen what Lord Buddha's teachings and how Buddothpado is Aryan Vahanse is explaining this ultimate truth to this world. Suffering is in the human nature, dying and born again. Good and bad all are within the thoughts. Where there is heavens and hells, in this type of mental constructions, human beings are trapped and suffering. Yes, the little baby without thoughts lived such a beautiful life. Even a little baby playing with butterflies and birds. So the baby, flowers and everything, baby is no more, has no such a suffering, because what the baby is experiencing at that moment, baby is satisfied with that. So there's no more suffering. But not like that. When the baby become big, baby's needs are more needs are there for a baby. And the baby become a girl or a boy, then a teenager, then a young man or a young woman. Then what? Then he needs everything around him, whatever is there. Not only that, when they grow up, now they want to go to the other planets also. But they do not know. They have not yet understand even their mind, because they haven't understood their how this human body is creating, how the samsaric journey is creating, why the thoughts are giving such a pressure, why the thoughts are always suffering thoughts are there, whether people are having so much power, still they are suffering. That is why they are fighting for nothing. They are not satisfied. A human being with satisfaction will never ever try to kill others, because nobody is special in this human realm. Only the spiritual masters with great wisdom gone beyond these three realms, human realm, form realm and non-form realm, only they are special. The people who are going in this Arya Marga are only the special people, not killing others, giving only Maitri, Karuna, Metta, Mudita, Karuna, compassion to the other beings. They are the special ones, not the killers, not the people who are not the robbers, not the killers. Killers and robbers, even they can, if they can understand this Dhamma, they can be good people, because Lord Buddha is not pushing everybody to the hell. Lord Buddha was trying to help everybody, and now Buddhothpado Aryan Vahanse, the great son of Lord Gautama Buddha, the Shravaka Buddha, is trying to help each and every human being every day, going village to village, town to town, place to place, telling the experiences of Nibbana, how to redeem from the suffering, how to redeem from the thoughts always pressing us for nothing. And when we are, if we are able to redeem from this mind thought process, then only we are fully awakened, and then only we are living a fulfilled, satisfied life, because we have to become the nature. The true Buddhist philosophy, the Lord Buddha has shown us a path to become the nature, not to go here and there, just to become the nature. So simple as that. This Dhamma is very simple. We are down to earth, like Buddothpado Arenvahanse. All the people listen to this Dhamma is day by day they become down to earth. They become very close to the nature. They become the nature. That is the Dhamma. When we become the nature only, our life is very subtle, very light. There's nothing for us to worry about, because thought process is giving us the worry, nothing else. So listening to this true Dhamma coming through Buddothpado Aryan Mahansi, we have to listen to this Dhamma from any corner of this planet Earth. You have to, the English speaking people, we invite you to come and listen to this Dhamma and calm your mind and live a purposeful, happy life. Your mind will become very light. No matter what your religious belief is, no matter what is your social background is, no matter how educated or uneducated you are, if you can understand this Dhamma, that is enough. No matter what is your color of skin, no matter in which country you live in, living in Asia, living in America, living in Europe, you're living in Africa, living in Australia, no matter what, wherever you are, that is no matter. You have to, you have a good brain, you have 2 ears, so listen. If you know English, that is enough. Come and listen. Come and see this Dhamma, the ultimate truth of Nibbana. There are no two truths. There are so many God creations according to your religions. But this Dhamma is for all of your gods and all of you all. This is the ultimate truth for all your gods and all you all. So, no matter whatever God you are worshipping, you can still listen to this Dhamma and calm your mind, and you can live a fruitful life with so much happiness without suffering for anything. Even if you are eating 1 meal per day, you can still live a happy life by listening to this Dhamma. Even if you have some kind of different uh, painful experiences you had in your lifetime, no matter, when you listen to this Dhamma, all those pains will go away. When we kneel down and pray, that is only a praying for that moment only. We can worship any god, we can do any kind of cultural activities, no problem. no problem. Still, you can listen to this ultimate truth of Lord Buddha revealing by Buddothpado Aryan Mahansa, the present Buddha of this era from Sri Lanka, the gem of Sri Lanka, Buddothpado Aryan Mahansa, giving the humankind his experiences of Nibbana to overcome the suffering. We must always grateful to Buddothpado Aryan Mahansa because from our early childhood we were lived in a unknown territory. That means we were in the dark. Didn't know what will happen. Now only we understand what is this life and how to going beyond this. Nobody is liking to go to hell, but if you are not listening to this Dhamma, there is a possibility for you to go after death. There is a possibility to go to the lower realms. So we must earn the assurance. Any insurance company can't give this type of assurance. When you understand your thought process, how the thoughts are creating, your suffering will be over. That is the thing each and every human being should understand without destroying others with new weapons. We have to always try to help each other without jealousy, without hatred, because this all people in this world, 800 billion people are suffering because of lust, hatred, and ignorance. So, to overcome lust, hatred, and ignorance, you should listen to this great Dhamma coming through Buddothpado Aryan Mahansa. For today, I am going to conclude this session. Theruvan Saranai. I worship Triple Gem respectfully. Also, I pay homage at the feet of our Kalyana Mitra Buddothpado Aryan Mahansa, the great sage of our era, most valuable spiritual master with the highest wisdom. May Aryan Mahansa live long to spread this Dhamma all over the world, to end the suffering of all human beings where their sansaric journey is created in the human mind. Theruvan Saranai, Dhamma friends.
May the Noble Triple Gem bless you and welcome to the Buddothpado Dhamma discussion. This Dhamma discussion happens daily from 3 p.m. to 5 p.m. Sri Lanka. First of all, may I pay my homage at our spiritual teacher Buddothpado Harian Vanse's feet for his selfless service in sharing this beautiful message of Gautama Buddha Sasana with the entire mankind. And this dependent origination Dhamma, or the cause and effect Dhamma, unraveled by Gautama Buddhacharya Maharaj 2,500 years ago, was hidden from the world due to the numerous changes that happened over the long period of 2,600 years. So today we are all so fortunate because one person who tirelessly worked day and night to practice the path prescribed by Gautama Buddhacharya Maharaj has been able to redefine the path recommended by Gautama Buddhacharya Maharaj. So this penetrative insight or Vidarshana Bhavana was hidden from the world. And the practice of concentration meditation, which was there even the birth of Prince Siddhartha, has gradually replaced this penetrative insight. Because of the influence of Hinduism, concentration meditation has become so popular. And actually, we know these Hindu traditions and Buddhist traditions are so much actually they align with each other, because we know this Prince Siddhartha was also born to such a family, King Suddhodana and Queen Mahamaya from India. So before that, actually before the attaining of Buddhahood, with the realization of this dependent origination nature of phenomena, what all those people in India practiced was Hinduism. So they involved in concentration meditation with that much commitment, and they ultimately got stuck in non-form world. They thought that is the end of the path. So Lord Buddha, attaining Buddhahood, he disclosed to the world that Nibbana, or the non-self nature or non-vibration, is something that transcends non-form world also, non-form nature also. So that is something that happens with the diminishing of the power of the inner vibration, which makes living beings to synchronize into numerous realms out of 31 realms in the long journey of samsara. So the Buddhist philosophy, which beautifully explains the emptiness or the non-existence or the cause and effect nature of phenomena uh, is so scientific, so rational, and so convincing. I mean, whoever carefully studies the philosophy uh, make certain realizations. It is 100% guaranteed by Gautama Buddhacharya himself. Whoever sees this truth will experience the diminishing of burning, inner burning, which is actually the defilements, or which is this inner current or the power, the burning sensation. Now we know in our day-to-day life we experience different emotions as happiness, excitement, sadness, fear, anger, uh, then pride, egoism, uh, all those of emotions uh, are a part of worries, kind of the guilty. These emotions actually are different manifestations of that power, the thought power. So what we should uh, understand is there is no difference between the excitation, so happiness, or sadness, worry. I mean, all are different forms of that inner power. So, having said that, uh, we are not telling that sadness equals happiness. That is not something like that. But that understanding the philo තෙරුවන් සරණයි ජොයල් තෙරුවන් සරණයි. So
Hi.
hi තෙරුවන් after a long time. So I just started, Joel. It is great that you came back. So until Dr. Kokila joins, we can discuss some things. You can also contribute, Joel. Have you been listening to sermons in the past few months?
No, I got a bit busy, so I didn't have time also. After a long
Right.
time, I thought of joining.
I see. So now, actually, you uh, got a lot of understanding about the philosophy those days by talking to Dr. Kokila and even to Aryan
Mm.
himself and Dr. Sakuntala. I'm sure. So, did you experience, I mean, this Dhamma coming to, being there when you do your day to day work?
Yeah, sometimes
Did,
I get into a very focused mind where you
um,
don't come across their thoughts, just
uh,
focusing on what you're doing.
all right. So, you mean the concentration power has improved?
Yeah.
So that is actually in a way, Joel, it's the it's a kind of now earlier, all unknowingly certain thoughts disturbed
Mm.
whatever the activity that we are doing. But now,
Mm.
when we see the mind and how it gets created, the mind power goes down. So that
Mm.
is why we feel that the ability to focus on one thing. No, so I also experience things like that. Yeah,
Mm.
but
Mm.
they are also, Joel. Uh, Now sometimes. We do that with the sense of self. That
Mm.
duality thing, can you remember? That, yeah.
Yeah.
So That is also important. So, do you feel that defilements in the sense that uh, uneasiness, restlessness, being, I mean, agitated unnecessarily, kind of having arguments with friends, family, and such things, they may happen as usual without that
Mm.
much of burning. So, do
Yeah,
you have any such experience as well, Joel?
yeah, like certain times anger comes, everything comes, but it's a spur of a moment, and then it decreases. It's not a big
Exactly.
effect that comes.
Exactly. Last evening also, uh, I was talking to one senior Dhamma friend like Dr. Kokila, and her advice was also, Joel, when we, I mean, not as a person, however, through wisdom, when we see that it is anger,
Mm.
that it is jealousy, that it is some a kind of that kind of emotion that itself work on it, and it will go down.
Mm.
It will
Mm.
lose it that power.
Mm.
Yeah.
Mm. Mm.
So identifying the defilements is kind of something really good that we do. I mean,
Mm.
whoever is in the path will see that.
Mm. Mm.
So when Dr. Kokila joins, of course, you can have a discussion with her.
Mm.
Probably Dr. No, Miss Zurangika will also join, but Dr. Sakuntala is busy with, this distributing leaflets, Buddothpado
Ah,
booklets to
okay. Mm.
the
Mm.
people who come to see Perehera.
Mm.
Yes.
Mm. Mm.
Mm. So that is, you really have a passion to explore more, isn't it, Joel? This philosophy.
Yeah, yeah,
Whenever
yeah.
you have time, that is why you have joined. Yeah, that's.
Explore it to the maximum, not to the
Mm,
minimum.
mm.
I
And
explore it to the maximum and see how it feels.
I didn't get it, Joel. What did you say?
I explore it to the maximum, I said.
Need to explore it to the maximum.
I have, and I
You
saw it
have.
and it
Really?
means,
Great to hear that. You mean you listen to a lot of sermons? Oh, is that so?
now that four compartments that you all told me. First of all, see everything as a
Thought.
uh, thought, and then
Eh,
hatarat dunne, four
Yeah,
things.
yeah, 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 yeah. Four
So,
points of contemplation.
yeah.
Now, actually, are you convinced that there's nothing but just thoughts?
Yeah, like I can control my thought because I know it's a thought. I don't take
Yeah,
it much deeply.
yeah. So the moment you realize that it's a thought, it
Mm,
has no value, isn't it?
mm,
How can a
mm, mm,
concept, yeah, how can a concept has any value in it?
mm.
Yeah. So did you experience any non-self kind of uh, thing, like while driving or walking, that the body moves according to a mental image? Otherwise, it's not you lifting the foot and just placing it again. We don't do things like that. No, we
Mm,
thinking so automatically. It, the body functions. Did you
mm, mm.
experience things like that as well?
Yeah, like I feel very light these days and very calm. Nothing
Hmm.
to take it. I mean, when I do work also, I feel like whether I'm doing a work.
Hmm. Hmm. That
So it's
is
very
just
calm and cool.
yeah. Now, when you are walking in the morning, you did that. Or
Mm, mm,
did you
mm.
have a time allocated for kamataha?
No, when I go out and when I do things, I don't feel tired. I don't feel anything. It's just
Hmm.
that the machine is working.
Wow. Yeah, better if you can talk to Aryan Maharse. And Joel, can't you join Sinhala Zooms where Aryan Maharse gives one-to-one
Mm,
advice and feedback?
I can, but I don't understand deep Sinhala.
Ah, right, right.
That
That's,
lady
oh
is teaching,
yeah.
I don't
Hmm.
understand Pali,
Hmm.
That's what I try to
English is like
understand.
your first language, right?
English is good, Sinhala also I can talk, but not that
Ah,
deep language I can't understand.
right. Great.
That's all.
Okay. No, you can join this, and there will be another English Zoom discussion in near future. In the morning, the
Hmm.
people from that Professor Kavin, they're from Canada or USA,
Hmm.
and Harshi from USA. They will be doing it because before this, we used to have a Zoom English Zoom discussion in the morning. So Aryan Vasi thinks we have to have it back again because US people cannot join this Zoom at this time. So
Hmm.
now
Hmm.
you have another opportunity, Joel. You can
Hmm.
talk to them as well.
Thank you.
Because,
Thank you.
yeah, we will let you know when they start that because this telepathization, all those scientific, because you definitely will like it because I also got those concepts from Professor Kamini, I mean, scientific
Hmm.
stuff,
Hmm.
the telepathization and teleportation, some deep scientific concept, but still it helps us to come to terms with this sparking or the two
Hmm. Hmm.
vibrations
Hmm. Hmm.
interacting to generate power
Hmm.
in the thought creation. So those things, it will help you also. And Dr. Kokila also beautifully explains things.
Hmm.
And yeah, what can we discuss until they join? Joel, I just talk about Buddothpado, the opportunities available,
Hmm.
books and basics. So how can you remember that we were talking about three levels of this power, self view, self
Hmm. Hmm. Hmm.
perception,
Yeah.
and
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
yeah, the inner vibration, that samsaric vibration that
Hmm.
synchronizes into the zygote. You
Hmm.
were there,
Hmm. Hmm.
right? So
Yeah.
that
Yeah. Yeah.
it is because of that vibration. I'm just talking because we can discuss, take it as a
Yeah.
discussion because I until others join, I just stay here since Dr. Sakuntala is also not there. So
Hmm.
Joel, now since we have discussed this before also, now when the ovum and the sperm come together to form the zygote,
Hmm.
the thought power of of some creature,
Hmm.
last thought power, if it is not zero, it
Hmm.
synchronizes into that unified cell,
Hmm. Hmm.
that
Hmm.
is the zygote. It
Hmm.
that phenomenon is exactly like this. Aryanhase explains it with this example. When there is lightning
Hmm.
or thunder happening far away in the sky, high up in the sky, sometimes you might have seen how the windows shatter, shake.
Hmm.
Have you such experience? They vibrate actually.
Yes. 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 Yes.
Yeah, but table stairs, they don't vibrate, no.
Hmm.
Walls.
Hmm. Hmm.
So how does it happen? Nothing comes from that lightning up
Hmm.
there to the window.
Hmm.
But that the vibrations of the same
Hmm.
frequencies vibrate together.
Hmm.
There is some, nothing comes from there to here, nothing goes from here to there, but
Hmm.
some vibration happens, sparking
Hmm.
happens. It
Hmm.
is the same way that nothing comes from the previous birth, but we can't say I mean, it is just a vibration. Say that with that metaphor only we can understand what happens. So that vibration, Joel, carries all the data of all previous births of a certain
Teruvan Saranai.
Teruvan Saranai, doctor. Teruvan Saranai.
Teruvan Saranai. Actually, we have a old friend who has
Yes.
joined.
Yes.
Hi, doctor.
That's good.
Hi. Good evening.
Hi. Good evening. Good evening. It's nice to see old friends. So, what's happening today?
And doctor, we just started to talk. As usual, I was just talking and I saw Joel and then we had a chat and that's it. We were waiting for you, doctor. Teruvan Saranai.
Teruvan Saranai. How is how are you, Joel?
I'm doing really good.
That's
And
great to hear.
I explored it to the maximum and I've seen the results of it. So it's good. The 4 contemplations that you
Oh,
gave,
that's good.
that was awesome. And still, like, that I is not there sometimes. Though I get angry and mad, it goes down. It's not for a long time.
Fantastic. Yeah. Yeah.
So it's nice.
Yes.
But I don't share those secrets to anyone. I practice to myself.
Okay. Okay. I think, Sudharma, do you have any points to discuss today?
Doctor, nothing special. Did you listen to that discussion? 7 o'clock one yesterday?
Oh, yeah, I did.
Yeah, doctor. It was a kind of beautiful experience, doctor. It's a different experience. Now only I feel what you have been talking about, telling this mindless moment. I mean, self, that beautiful moment without the self. Uh, Something happened, doctor. When
Yeah, there were some
yes.
points that Aranhanse was trying to get to you about
Of course,
having a ego kind of
ego,
thing.
ego, and that also is, doctor, not the manifest level thing. No, that is something that I felt actually. It is not the. I mean, whatever I did, even when I was talking in the English Zoom discussion, some, I mean, soon after s- something was said, I feel it comes, oh, see the egoism, see the pride, oh, that man, what is, yeah. Uh, so that does it, and Aryan was like showed everything clearly and beautifully. Yeah, it's very, 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 I mean, beautiful experience, doctor. Yeah.
Yeah, it is good to understand how the egoism work because it has very deeper meanings, yes, because
Yeah, deeper.
in the sensual world, egoism is something where we try to like maintain a status, maybe maintaining a level, but when we go to the further levels, actually it becomes very subtle. The weird ego even doesn't match, the English word doesn't match when it comes to the deeper aspects of mana, because that's kind of a existence. Mana is also there, like existence feel. So the
Yeah.
mana word goes deeper and deeper. So but the basic word ego is only matching towards the sensual word.
Yeah, doctor, you might have felt actually, because it also telepathized to me. It must, you must have fully understood this kind of thing. I felt because in the morning when people were misinterpreting it and discussing, I couldn't agree or disagree. It's not because it's not about buying a car or building a house or sons being doctors, or it is not that, doctor. I mean it is another level of egoism.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
when we try to safeguard our level, which
Mm.
Nancy was trying to say,
Yeah.
it extends to different aspects.
And
Comfort zone.
mm.
Comfort zone is also again a level of egoism. So there are so many aspects. It's only
Doctor, can you?
pertaining to one. We can't generalize the word. So if we say egoistic application to one is not, it's completely different from another. So this
And
vibration from the zygote level, or the initial level, the egoism, there is egoism there, but who
yeah,
talks
doctor.
about egoism there? That's why I'm telling the word doesn't match.
Exactly. And doctor, I have
But
found
in
there.
your level, there is a kind of a status still, which you have
Mm.
told me, like
Mm. Mm. Yeah.
you
Yeah.
have felt it. It's good that you have you are feeling it.
Yeah,
You're
doctor, feeling, and I feel that the Sastra, the taint level is also very thick, doctor.
yeah,
Can't help, it's the system, but it is a thick layer, kind of.
it's a thick
It's not
layer.
easy, yeah, doctor. And another thing, when you were telling that something, now, doctor, I told about kind of selecting stuff, and that everything happens, doctor, without any sense of external world, but I don't know why I am doing that. But still, can you actually? So she said that's fine. Why? But there is, as she also said, doctor, there are changes. Now I don't go behind stuff. I mean, branded stuff. Nothing. I mean, like before. But still there is. I mean, I would pick and choose. I don't know.
If I
Yeah.
say some examples,
Yeah.
I usually say very very rude examples. Not rude. How can I say? Very out of line examples.
Convincing,
Like
no problem.
yeah,
Controversial. Yeah.
because I mean the if we say um, the whole school says you are the worst teacher ever, kind of something like that. The children saying you are the worst mother ever, something like that. These are the areas that egoism manifests, and that these things will never happen to you. So you can't really say that I don't think it is happening,
Yeah, doctor.
because the worst things haven't happened to you yet. And Aranhanse nicely put it. Are you waiting till you become a Patachara to understand that?
Yeah, I got it. But at that time, doctor, later only I realized that I have had such experiences as well. No, life
No,
is
that's
not.
in the
Yeah,
past.
yeah.
That we can't take it now, because that is
Mm.
also helped you to improve the egoism. Now losing your
Yeah,
father, and within
yeah,
few days losing
yeah,
your husband,
yeah.
that was that was handled by you. That was handled like you some or other, with the sadness you were able to handle that situation.
Yeah.
But that just added to the egoism. That's all what that did.
True.
You didn't really you may have gone to Dhamma. I think I heard you saying that you went to meditation and stuff like that at that time.
Yeah.
So that is okay. That is okay. But the thing is, this egoism is not about. That's what I'm saying. This alive feel or the some things that we have built up our egoism is different. Being a good teacher, being a good mother, being a wife who you have lost your husband, but still being a good wife,
Virtuous
being
wife.
a
Virtuous wife.
yes,
And
virtuous
Doctor
wife.
and Aradvanse said, no, I mean, I have to tell this to you directly. Maintaining that image, social image is number one for you. He said, no.
Yes, and I think I agree because you have that tendency, and you have to accept that and understand why it is like there, because this good side is very important to us.
Yeah.
But the egoism hides there. But it's a habit.
Then I asked Aradvanse whether
It's not. So I have to tell this because otherwise it's incomplete. This is not to say that you have to become a bad person. We are actually trying to say that our habits carry a part of our egoism. ඉන්නවා තියෙනවා කියලා දැනෙන එක. The feel that we have this, there is someone here, is hidden in the habits.
Yeah, Doctor, true.
And the patterns, like mannerisms, and the being a good person, being a virtuous person, being a, even though that day, even with the clash of your son, I told, you were not zero there. You were not zero there. You tried to show something to him, but you didn't become zero. You didn't become the son. You just did whatever you thought good to do. That kind of attitude. It's a basic teacher's attitude also, actually. You know, sometimes Aranwan says, don't become the doctor, don't become the teacher, don't become the mother, don't become the actor. These are told to actually bring our mannerisms to the forward, to show, like, you know, someone we can be hidden there. If we can't do anything here, we just have to realize that it is happening.
Yeah, Doctor.
Status, if how a status is coming usually from family.
I don't know.
And it starts from family usually.
I
Usually
don't
family.
maintain a class, but he said I do.
Not that class word is also has so many levels. Now, Aranhanse nicely asks a question. Are you the teacher or are you the mother? Are you the brother, like the sister, or are you the friend? Or are you the whatever the Dhamma telling person here? So the distinction between these things, it's not a specific class that we try to think and maintain.
No,
it's not like that.
No, it is unconscious, Doctor. Subconscious or something, I don't know. But
Yeah, it is a subconscious thing trying to be in a pattern. Unless you are thrown into the lower level, you don't know that. That's what I'm trying to say. That's the thing. You have to actually. We don't have to become the patachara. He said, you don't have to become the patachara with the wisdom. You can actually become patachara and try and understand what will happen. Like if you are thrown away from the school, if you are thrown away from the motherhood, and what will happen? Because if there is a person here, there is a self here, always the clash is there. Matamai venne kind of thing is coming. So what is happening to me? Why this is happening to me? This me, where is me? The teacher. Where is me, the mother? Where is me, the sister?
Now, Dr. Dhamma is like, they rightly said, no, this is nothing to do with Dhamma explanations. Now, you got Aryan Vase's self-evident Dhamma as a whole, and you have the ability to bet in any ball, kind of whatever is asked can be addressed within that frame. That's what happening. Otherwise, from field level, I'm not giving any example or anything. That's what she said it in the beginning. That is how she started. What you do, don't you see that you are stuck there? Now, when you actually, doctor, it's very enlightening because however much you told this, I mean, however much you talk about something that we have never felt or never can imagine, it's just a word. You, we, I don't know, sometimes we couldn't at least imagine what it is. And there were a lot of, I mean, I have to listen to it for so many times. As you say now, you also pointed out a lot of the, I don't know whether I'm taking Joel's time. I really need to talk at length about those things with you. Joel, if you want to talk to Dr. Kokila, please ask.
No, Sudharma, you can carry on. I can listen.
Okay. So, doctor, the other thing I wanted to say now, doctor, honestly, I washed pots and pans, cleaned the drains in Domagoda. But Taranwasa says, no, it is just acting and something. You were not, getting into the grassroots level and doing things with poor people. They are you wherever you go. Because I really felt it, doctor, in Madara. Aryan Masri said, at once he came and he said, now rearrange the place. So we had to roll the mats and then again spread them on the floor. Then he started, now you saw how some people were acting, putting a show with the mats. They were not doing it genuinely. Then it struck me. I knew that it's to me. I don't know how. I knew that he was targeting me, but I was not showing off. But people think I'm showing off. I don't know how to handle it, doctor.
That's
That's
something you put the hat on. You know, we throw a hat, you put the hat on.
Yeah.
So that's actually not the way to handle it. So if someone says there is a pulung hora karendane.
Yeah, puhul hora karen.
Puhul hora, sorry. Puhul hora karendane. Then a person is actually trying to wipe off the shoulder, right? Whether the puhul has put a stain in the shoulder. Like that, you took the hat and you put it on.
Yeah, because
if it didn't apply to you, you won't even think about that sentence.
Yeah, but Aryan say whenever, I met him those days also in other programs, he has told me about the clothes and it's okay, but they are just habits and it's fine. And he has, from time to time, he has just commented on them like. So I knew that he said, no, go like that, they will also go away gradually. That's what he said. But he directly said everything yesterday. He said, this is the right time to open your eyes. Otherwise, you would have left the forum long time back, kind of thing, he said. Yeah, doctor. What to do? I can't do anything, no. Rather
Do you
than.
know this down to earth thing?
Yeah.
Doesn't happen overnight. You being down to earth person. Down to earth persons are actually genuinely, there are so many down to earth persons who are very close to the Dhamma. Down to earth person kind of if that is not the case,
Mm.
you can't do anything. You just have to investigate what is the egoistic applications in your life.
Mm.
I think it is the basic things like being the best teacher, being the best mother, kind of virtuous wife, and things like that. I think they carry a lot.
Mm.
And the other way around, there are negative aspects also.
Yeah.
Not being something also carries egoism. Not only what you have, but you don't
Mm.
have also Hinamane or inferiority mind or the superiority mind. I think I have talked about this long time ago with
Yeah.
Joel also. So there are so many aspects to this egoism. It can
Mm.
carry from if whether it is plus or minus, it doesn't matter. It's
Mm.
highlighting the self. So these are habits though. Even when the self view is gone, these habits will be there. So he is pointing out some of the things uh, which I think is true to a level, because I have heard you saying some stuff about the being a teacher, some stuff about being a mother, right?
Mm.
Like
True.
those are the actually imagine a baby is born and that baby doesn't have a no egoism. How
Yeah.
does the egoism come? The baby has a iPad, or baby has a um, good bag or good bat.
Mm. Mm.
Then the egoism comes. මේ මගේ බැට් එක මේ බලන්නකො මේ මට අලුත් දෙයක් හම්බුණානේ මේ මගේ බයිසිකලේ.
Mm.
Something like that. How did that egoism come?
From the system itself. No?
Itself it
Yeah.
came. So it grows as a man or a woman in the middle age kind of thing. It grows. It
Mm.
keep on growing. This is my house. This is my family. This is my whatever the status. This is my religion. This is my race. This is my country. This is my subordinates, so whatever. There are so many aspects which highlights the me. Actually, there is nothing called my me. No, we know
Mm.
that. But then, what is highlighting me is these other factors.
Mm.
So then you need to just find out what is carrying your egoism, which part. So what are the factors that you feel a bit superior than others? It's a feel.
And
It's a
doctor,
feel.
now, I mean, word level, I mean, the manifest level, I don't want to have any ego. I'm down to earth and I mean, doing everything. But now, yesterday, uh, my daughter-in-law's mother called. So she's going to go and doing something. I mean, uh, it's they say it's a very bad period according to her horoscope, and they have sent a list of things to be performed. So I just did that, and that guy has still told, "Oh my God, she seems to be the best mother-in-law ever." Thing. So she was calling that and telling me on top of everything now to add to the list. So it is not a thing to me even. It is not a thing to me even. But when you were telling, it is not this. But I don't know, doctor. This comes from underneath. I mean, that pain level. It is something to do with that, doctor. Will
Yeah.
go away. I am actually helpless. Honestly, I'm innocent. I told her and she says, how can that be innocent? There is a pandit there. What can't, can't say anything. Yeah, doctor. I just let it go. So you will
No, I
do. I
think
mean,
the word is not letting go.
hmm,
Word is trying to find out which habit is carrying more power to you.
hmm,
I am sure the teacher habit is carrying some power.
Yeah, doctor. Teacher habit is, if I told about you now, there is a big demand to attend my classes. So I don't take children like that. I just take a few. So that way, I don't know. eh, I mean, all those things maybe uh, energizing or making the egoisms worse. Maybe.
This
Yeah.
this this dream bubble, this
Mm,
bubble,
mm,
this bubble starts from the time that the uh, I started, right? In the sense,
mm,
vision. As
mm,
soon as the vision started with the mother, father, brother, sister, the bubble started to happen, right?
mm,
This bubble is not true, is the only thing you can keep doing.
mm,
I think it has to be mastered, because if it was mastered, these experiences are also coming.
mm.
Because this bubble, piercing this bubble is not easy, because the bubble is thick.
Yeah, true.
There must be reasons now. So you can't just drop what Aranwanse has told. You
No,
can't
no.
just drop it. We have to find out why the advice is there. Advice is there to find out why the bubble is thick.
Mm. Yeah, that's what he said. Are you
You-
waiting for everything to go away like you are like Patachar or something? He said, no. Then you
Yeah,
will
so
get it.
that's what I'm saying. So with the wisdom, you can actually work on that. Which one is real, looking real to you? Which
Mm,
part of it is looking real to you? Being a mother-in-law, being a mother, being a teacher, being a what sister, like a friend.
mm.
Uh, is it
Yeah.
carrying some power? It is not that we stop any of those functions.
Mm,
We don't. We just we just uh, we just continue to do that.
mm.
Some egoistic activities can be dropped if possible, but if possible only.
Yeah. I asked Aryan say whether there are certain strategies like Swarnamali recommended to Harshi, like now wearing very cheap dresses. I don't know kind of things now, leaving behind branded items, using just normal things, but he didn't say anything. I didn't ask that directly, but that's what I meant, but he didn't say anything.
Actually, if you try to
No.
do that, you can feel the self-conscious. The word self-conscious can be used there.
Ah,
People will be self-conscious.
mm.
I don't know whether that English word, I think it matches.
Self-conscious.
Yeah, like don't we use that word
We
somewhere in?
use that. That is, um, you mean if I change the way of, dressing up and using all the stuff, day to day things, that means that I am self conscious.
No, 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 no. What I
Then,
said was,
yeah.
imagine you wear something like just one robe.
Mm.
You are self-conscious about it.
Mm.
That is yet to be known. No, we don't know. If you are the worst teacher ever, labeled as the worst teacher ever, will you be self-conscious? We don't know, because it hasn't happened yet.
Yeah, don't know.
So that's what I'm saying.
Ah.
Suddenly your motherhood collapses,
Mm.
you be self-conscious. That's what I'm saying.
Ah, right. Okay, got it. Mm.
මම ඉන්නවා වගේ දැනෙන එකනේ මෙතන මතුවෙන්නේ.
Mm. True.
The power comes back. At the time, you don't feel it, but the power comes back. So if someone is shouting at you, power comes back.
Mm.
Someone is trying to kill you, power comes back.
Mm.
These things hasn't happened yet, so you don't know. That's the problem. So we, in a nice little comfort zone, you can't really say anything. If you are in a nice little comfort zone. So the comfort zone, when the comfort zone is challenged only, this self-conscious feel is coming. I think Joel can nicely relate to this, because he will know what I'm talking about, because usually he has been I think he has been a psychologist. Counselor. Yeah. So the having anxiety, we can't, someone who doesn't have anxiety can't understand that feel. But the anxiety means actually a part of self-conscious. You are self-conscious all the time. Conscious mean it's like being on the highlight all the time. Like it's a
Then, doctor,
different
that
status.
self view will be stronger, no self.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Right. You are not recommending any silly thing like that, right?
What is silly thing?
I mean, changing the attire or kind of thing, because Adana says like.
No, I don't. But the thing is, you can imagine that. Just by a teacher saying මොකද්ද ඔයා ඇඳන් ඉන්නේ කියලා ඇහුවනම් ඔයාට self conscious වෙන හැටි හොයාගන්න තිබ්බා. The problem is it doesn't happen. So ධර්ම ටීචර් අඳින්නෙම ජරාව කියලා කිව්වනම් කවුරු හරි බලන් තිබ්බා ඔයාට ඔක ලස්සන්ට. කොහොමද එහෙම කියන්නේ මං හොඳට අඳිනවනේ. Something like that. So there are different aspects of this, not only one aspect. Worst case scenario has not happened, so you don't know.
Yeah.
So it can happen to anyone. But the thing is, this is kind of irrelevant if the mind bubble is very like thin, and you can pierce it easily. These things doesn't really matter. When it is thick only, we need to find out why it is thick. Why this world seems so real to me. Why the sensual organs, the eye, ear, this body brings a nice, beautiful world. Yes. Doesn't necessarily mean it is real, right? For the dog also, there is a beautiful world out there. But dog can't understand that it is not real, or whether it is real or not. That dog has no power to do that. Whether the chimpanzee, even though their IQ level is high, they also can't understand anything about that. Whether this creation of these sensory worlds are actually real or not. It's just a creation is only understood by humans. It is a creation. You can't live without the creation, but because living itself is the creation. There is no actual differentiation between I am living in the creation. No. Creation itself is the me. Cup is the me. Chair is the me. Actually, there is no different me.
Doctor, the good thing about all of that is, doctor, from the beginning till the end, there was no, subtle level embarrassment or uneasiness. So some beautiful tranquility was there till the end, doctor.
But that is also a bit tricky, because that is, you have taken him as teacher. Imagine it is not your teacher and some person who is irrelevant and shouting at you and telling bad things about you. We don't know. That's what I'm saying. This comfort zone is the thing. We don't know. right? We have taken him as a teacher.
Yes.
If someone is taken as teacher, imagine mother shouting at children. Children, they don't get upset like that, right?
And doctor, the underneath knowing that he is doing everything for our own good is also there.
Yes, even mother is like that now. For the
Yeah.
children,
Yeah.
after little age, when they come to age, why don't they shout back at you? Like why they like අපෝ ඉතින් අම්මට තරහා ගිහලා ඉතින් අම්මා ඉතින් අපිට හොඳටනේ කියන්නේ. That kind of thing is there, so it neutralizes the anger from their side.
Sure.
So there is no actual burning, even though they might look like burning. Okay, I'll do that, mother, they might say, but actual burning doesn't come. But imagine a neighbor comes and shout, they will be like, who the hell are you to shout at me?
And doctor, fact that it was a Zoom forum platform, people are nothing.
That means you have improved. That improvement part, we don't have to look at the improvement part, no. That improvement part is good, but the thing is to reduce the thickness of this mind bubble.
Yeah.
Mind, or the mind being strong. Mind is usually strong with the number of data we have. Because positive aspects, we can say 1,000 positive aspects of this Dhamma, right?
True.
Yeah, tell me about it. I mean, we can say 1,000 things, no, even more than these things. We can keep saying that there are good things, but what we are trying to understand here is what is preventing you
the
from
problem.
not kind of understand the field. It is good, actually. It was very interesting, and I think the long time ago you might, but at one point you were trying to correct, saying that I don't feel the jealousy. Yeah,
doctor, jealousy and anger, honestly, I don't feel.
Yeah, but
I
the
don't
same
know
thing, I don't know whether how you interpret that, because when son did the activity about the car, there was a anger, no?
That is not the wire thing, no, doctor. That's superficial. It's a beautiful kind of anger, no? Not a
Yeah, but then son got hurt.
Yeah, he got hurt with the words.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So the power is there in the word.
Yeah.
Specifically, your son is a failure. That's a different story. But we have generalized too much. So you thought that it's not anger is not anger, kind of thing.
Yeah, then once he said something.
And this jealousy part also, and the direct jealousy we have is not it won't happen, but comparison itself can happen.
And he said, you don't give an okay for something from your mind. When you work with other people, I don't know, something, that is how he justified.
How did he say that in Sinhala?
He said, සුධර්මා ඔය කරන අනිත් අයට ඒකට ඕකේ එකක් දෙන්නේ කොහොද he think then he meant I don't know වැඩ කරන අනිත් අයට recognition එක he meant I felt the people in the Dhamma forums. that's how I got it. ඒ වගේ එකක් තමයි ඩොක්ටර් කිව්වේ. නෑ නෑ මන් දන්නවනේ ඇතුලින් ඒක ඕකේ කියලා හිතන්නේ නෑ කිව්වා. They are not up to the mark හරි එහෙම එකක්ලු ඇතුලෙන් හිතන්නේ. Let it be Asanti or someone.
I don't know whether he meant that or something else.
I don't know. He said ඇතුලෙන් ඕකේ. That thing I realized when he said පෙරලා තමයි කරන්නේ. Don't do
පෙරලා තමයි කරන්නේ. That I think is true.
That's true. ඒ කියන්නේ හොඳම තියන් තෝරම් බේරන්නේ when I mean completely okay. I would do that of course I got, but I didn't really get that, doctor.
But you got some part of it now?
Yeah, most part I got.
So which is the exact one that you didn't get about the jealousy?
Jealousy, no, now I can come to terms with that. What he meant was, I am the boss. I am the all-known person. They are, however much they say, they are not okay kind of belief. That is done within, that's what he said. It's nobody knows, but within you, you don't approve or agree.
Yeah, I mean, they are very, very minute points that R.N. Hansi picks up because I'm not sure. But the understanding about this egoism and the comparison is also like definitely from the mana. Comparison. So the comparison even in Dhamma or whatever, the comparison comes from there is a self here, no, to compare.
No, doctor, that's why I can't agree with that. I always respect, no. Then Aransi would say, no, what is here? Respect, you don't do that genuinely. He would say, but still, honestly, how to prove? Then I said, I'm helpless, Aram. Also, what to do? I can't prove, no, something that is...
No, but the thing is, nothing has happened yet for you to even understand who you are. Kind of, you're in a comfort zone. So that's what I'm saying. No one has actually kind of what R.N. Hansi told me some time back. I don't know whether you remember, like losing your eye, losing the doctor ability to work as a doctor, losing everything. Kind of situations only can make us to understand how much self-conscious we become. So it's yet to know. So Dharma, you can't really say I'm not.
Yeah. No,
because
actually...
you being very appreciated in the school, you don't know what it is otherwise. A teacher who is ridiculed all the time will know what it is. So you haven't become that yet, no. If everyone starts to become like ridicule you all the minute, like all the time, the whole school looks at you like who you are, or what is this lady doing here, or something like that, then you can understand what is self-conscious. So you can't really say anything, Sudama. You can't defend yourself. What examples do you have to say that this has not happened?
Yeah.
Even I don't say like that.
No, doctor, I remember, I mean, when I was jealous, now there were, I mean, couple of years ago, now just say...
No, that is your comparison, no?
Yeah, comparison. So I was aware that I was jealous. And that inner jealousy is a very, very burning feeling that we don't like. That, no, it automatically comes and it burns the entire body, changes the facial expressions, and even it's very ugly, no, jealous face. So I have experienced that. So that's why I was telling.
That's a comparison you are doing.
Yeah.
That much level is not happening. Yeah, maybe. anyway, the good things are there. Always remember this path brings you so much good things. You won't be angry like before.
Yeah.
You won't be jealous like before. But this having a mana is a different entity. Mana is
And the thing is, doctor, now
thickness.
no Aryan Vasi would say, nobody else would say I am proud or egoistic or oh what a nice, pleasant friend. She's so down. Whole world would say that. That is what I'm telling, doctor. But underneath, I still feel the egoism.
I think those words have made it to you like that. Down to earth person, good teacher.
Yeah,
I told
yeah.
you, no. Someone has to start saying everything against you. Then only we can find who is self-conscious.
Exactly. Thank you, doctor. You always show me a different things from another dimension, and that's so beautiful.
Yeah, we have a status.
Yeah.
Best mother being the, who suffered and brought them up. And after even husband passing away, and, did everything for them, and still worked also, did best for the children in school. And
Society. Yeah.
So the good person is so much highlighted.
That is the boomerang now.
The thing is, you don't understand that. So the RNONC is trying to highlight these things.
No, doctor, I felt it actually. The system is unable to get. No, that is, I mean, the weakness of the system. No, so gradually that slow and steady kind of thing is there. No, there won't be a very quick. And the other thing, doctor.
It is same with Angulimala. Angulimala killed
Yeah.
1,000 people. It is the same thing though. That is the mana he has. So don't forget, this mana is not being just the good.
The mana is there, inferior.
1,000 marapu mang innawa.
Yeah, inferior.
හොඳ මං ඉන්නවා වගේ තමයි. Same thing.
And what I cannot agree with the morning thing is, doctor, that I am in a hurry to attain Nibbana. That Kalabalaya is not there at all. It was there. That was not there.
Morning Aryan Vahance was
Not
not there.
Aryan Vahance. My God, not Aryan Vahance. Other ladies were analyzing that last evening. They were putting in all.
I think that has settled down anyway. Surangika, Sudharma, I think that aspect has settled down. I was trying to settle down Champa also. That aspect has settled, I think.
Yeah. Now, no hurry. You have constantly. Actually, Doctor, we are so grateful to you and happy that we have a Dhamma friend like you. I mean, seeing things from a different.
Just trying to give the aspects that, because someone else can see the aspects better than the self, right? It's very difficult to see all the aspects. But these roles we play in the society is actually the most important aspects that cover the egoism. We have to understand that. Being the doctor, being the mother, being the whatever, the sister, friend, Dhamma person.
Yeah.
Dhamma person, everything, if it keep adding, then you have to know that it's adding to egoism. You need to know. But when the self-view is completely gone, and you understand that this bubble is not the relevant factor, then it gets easier.
Thanks to you, doctor, I am like more into nature. I mean, not making it a thing. Now it's so soothing, and now also it's raining, and I mean, in the place from where I see faraway mountains, and I mean, there's a beautiful wilderness nearby. So thank you for that also.
I thought you were in the town, but you're not in the
Town,
town.
doctor, but beautiful, rich one hill now. My house is on the top of a hill. From the balcony, I can see the beach, sea also. Beach, nice view. On one side, there is a pagoda, the temple. Two bow trees can be seen, mountain. Yeah, rich one hill. It's a beautiful locality.
Wow, that's so good. Yeah. Mm. That's very good. Joel, do you have anything to add to that discussion, Joel?
Yeah, I was just thinking like this in another point of view. Down to earth, being simple, all these things were told by someone, and it has created a deep thought, and that thought has become an image. So when someone breaks that image, it hurts.
Yes, 100%.
And that image is the ego that we name it. So that is the when you take a thought as a big thing, this ego pops up.
Yeah. Yeah. So the other way around. Yeah, he actually beautifully added that point. It's very beautiful. So the one becomes actually Aaron Vanse takes like a very nice example for this from his base of experiences, that one person who felt that he has done the best for long time was accidentally got angry. Not accidentally, he suddenly got angry and did a bad thing, and then after that he couldn't handle that situation, that he did a bad thing. Like that, there is so many aspects that can carry this egoism. Even the down to earth story can, I am a down to earth person also, can carry the egoism. It's so many variants are there. So the attached patterns, I would say, even personality traits, it's kind of a way of living. When it comes my habit, when it is shaken, it can shake the whole world and feel very either upset about it or very sad about it, and the whole the even system can lose the interest in the world also. So there are so many aspects. It's actually kind of psychology part as well, where the belief of that this way of living is the best way of living for me has been used for some time, and suddenly it is challenged or told that you are not, or you are the, imagine a good person suddenly blamed for a theft that he or she didn't do. Complete utter nonsense. We just imagine that we can say that, and imagine the trauma that person will go through, like it is similar to what Sudharma was saying a few minutes ago also. I don't feel anything like that, but Aran Hanse said like this kind of thing. So these are the very things that highlights being self-conscious, which is very, very difficult to pick up. Very difficult to pick up. But these are the beautiful ways of understanding how egoism works, like how this mana or the this self works, because the theft that you didn't do, and you are now being called as a thief. And imagine in Lord Buddha's time, like in King's time, imagine you are put onto the road, being caned, and you are being carried on the roads to be visibly to be shown to the whole society as the thief. But you're not the thief. If you are the thief, then at least that thing is there. Ayyo, mama mokadda meka kare. I shouldn't have done that, and now I have to suffer. Okay, we'll suffer. Something like that. But imagine this: the theft is not done by that person, and this complete the person is undergoing king's order because the king thought that he did the problem. The same thing happened to a Rahatan Wahanse. That Rahatan Wahanse was walking and then he stepped onto a like a letter. Accidentally, it was the letter of the queen's love letter. It was a queen's love letter, and the king thought that it was written to the Rahatan Wahanse, but actually it was not written to the Rahatan Wahanse. It was written to the king's commander, and he was killed. The Rahatan Wahanse was killed, and I think, as if I'm remembering correctly, he was put to a boiling oil, and he didn't say a single word to say I didn't do it. He just succumbed to the thing, and because if he say I didn't do it, someone else is going to suffer that. He knew that it is going to happen. After that only the king got to know that it was wrong. And what is happened to has happened then. So imagine this egoism, how it works. There are so many aspects to that. So the actual accusation, this very easy now with online things. A girl getting accused of something online, a boy getting accused of something online, something that person has never done, never ever done or even think. It's very, very possible. AI can do a lot of things. There can be very, the tarnishing of image, which can happen to anyone. It can happen to anyone. Anyone who is getting attention, people can do that because of various reasons like jealousy or whatever. It doesn't matter. It happens. Actually, these are pratikampana, but there's a reaction, but it's really, really important to understand the reaction to these things and how Rahatan Wahanse is different to that, because this alive field is actually fully realized, because such a beautiful example actually, and Joel's input actually highlighted a part which I couldn't touch. It's so beautiful. There are so many aspects we don't cover in one talk anyway. But because that's the beauty of this discussion, because discussion brings the maximum of us. Isn't it? So beautiful. And this time of online era, it is a very possible thing that can happen, and people can actually I know people who can go to even suicide in this country also. Like that, there are so many aspects. It is a trauma, but how the trauma works is actually it traumatizes the image that we have. We already have an image of ourselves. So the image, what is that image is the problem. So we have to investigate that image. Where is that image coming from? If there is no self, what is this image? What do you think, Sudharma, about that point? Are you in a position to talk, or are you doing?
Yeah, doctor, I can talk. Yeah, that image is again the egoism, isn't it, doctor? Need to
Same
maintain the
thing.
self. Yeah, self. That's it.
Same thing.
Yeah.
Because as you said, Ayaran Hanse is saying the things that I don't have. Have you never noticed? Have you ever noticed that how Aran Hanse shouts sometimes? He's shouting for a purpose.
Yes.
So
Yeah.
the purpose is to actually check the egoism. Sometimes it can be turn the people away, yes. But there are so many things he tries to do. It can be only done to people who have listened to Dhamma for a long time. Otherwise, they will just turn away and run away. Because බුදු අම්මෝ ඒ මොකක්ද යානන් ටීචර් කෙනෙක් නෙමෙයි මේ යස්සෙක් වගේ පැන්න මගේ ඇඟට වගේ.
Yeah, yeah. That's why
They
most.
can say.
Yeah.
But the thing is, he uses several aspects of this
Strategies. Yeah.
strategies. Even yesterday it worked. Even now you said no. The Aranwanse said something that I don't do. So that sentence itself carries the heaviness, right?
Heaviness. And the other
And
thing,
this
doctor,
being
he nicely.
self-conscious. That's what I'm
Yeah.
saying. Being self-conscious, you have to catch it.
Yeah. And he nicely proved that, doctor, we can't argue with him. No, he said, now you admit that you have egoism, right? Then everything else is there, remember. Jealousy, anger, everything is below that.
Actually, that is also true.
Yeah.
Even a person is liking, imagine in Lord Buddha's time, there were people who is doing arupa dhyana. So they don't entertain any of the sensual world stuff. But still, there's high chance of coming back to the same thing. That means none of these things are actually gone. Now, imagine Lord Buddha's time, there were people who actually believed that sensual world is useless. Yes, 100%. They went away from the sensual world and they did dhyana and they attained all that, and they don't want to come back to the sensual world. But the thing is, self vibration is there. If the self vibration is preserved, everything is there. Don't forget that. Everything is there. Whether you are in a Arupa Dhyana also, after 80 kalpas also, it is there.
There. And doctor,
Useless to
now
say it is not there now.
not there. Now, after 5-6 months, I would say yes, answer. Now I feel the subtle level jealousy. True, what you said is true. So
Because the
actually,
cause has not come. Cause has not come.
cause has not come. May not be the reasons in the sensual world. May exactly, doctor. Now we feel, yeah, that's right. When that vibration arises, the Pratikampana, what is that, doctor?
I don't know, but
Yeah.
everything will follow.
Yeah, everything.
So the self vibration is there. No, you can't say nothing is happening because unless you have come from the correct path, that losing the self view. Because losing the self view also is difficult now.
Yeah.
Because it has to confirm that there is no self here. It's only a vibration. That has to confirm. This vibration is the one we have called the self thing. This bubble is just a temporary bubble. This 80-year-old or 100-year-old bubble is a temporary bubble, but there is such a sansara behind that. And the understanding that this vibration can do so many things. One time, like a clergy, one time a normal person, then one time good person, one time bad person, whatever. These things keep changing. One time animal, whatever. One time God. Whatever this keep changing doesn't necessarily matter, because the understanding that there is no self is the only magic which can stop this whole samsaric journey. Nothing will happen to this film. But this underlying fire will go. And after underlying fire is gone, whether this film is ongoing or not, it doesn't necessarily matter, but you will continue to do whatever you have to do. If you are looking after the parents, you will look after the parents. If you are looking after the children, underage children, you will look after the underage children.
Doctor, can we use counter vibration for that?
Maybe, yeah.
That's really, it's something to do with that particular vibration. When it arises, as you said, doctor, people get stuck in non-form world for so many eons or kalpas. No? So that is only until that particular vibration synchronizes, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
If the ego is there, everything can happen. Nothing you can say, oh, it's not happening now. You can't really say that. It's interesting, actually. It's anything else to add, Joel? I mean,
Yeah.
So far, so good.
yeah,
He can contribute a lot, actually. He has practiced 4 points of contemplation with much commitment, doctor.
yeah, that's so good. Yeah.
Teruvan
One.
Saranai, doctor, may I leave?
Okay, yeah. All good.
Teruvan Saranai, Joel. See you. Joel will be there. Today, Surangika does not join on Sundays, doctor?
Usually she does. She hasn't done today. It's okay.
She will join still. There's time, doctor.
Yeah, we have about half an hour to go.
Yeah. Thank you,
It's
doctor.
okay.
Thank you for everything. Teruvan Saranai, Aryan Mahas.
Yeah, I mean, it's such a beautiful area that we were talking about. So, Joel, how is life going now in the sense with Dhamma? Is it getting like kind of cool, or do you have anything to say? We can develop we have about half an hour. If you can talk, you can talk. You're in a situation where you can talk. Otherwise, I'll just keep talking.
Yeah, it's good. It keeps me cool and takes on with life.
Yeah, okay.
Today's subject was really good. Ego. Ego is the very painful thing that we all have, but that also
Yeah.
goes away. Slightly it goes away. Slightly it comes up, and when people tell bad things about you to your face, it comes up.
Yeah.
That's where it is. But how
Yeah,
can
that's the thing, because we have attributed that I'm good.
hmm,
Mm.
like if there's a person with addiction of something, how can we help him in what we listen to this?
Are you meaning like alcohol or substance abuse?
Addictions of
Drugs
TV,
or what?
phone, drugs, everything.
Well, there are so many aspects to that. I mean, one thing is slowly starting to, it can't be done quickly because they will get agitated. So they have to start using something like something he likes. Another habit we can start, like nature. But there are so many aspects that they have forgotten that they have. And also take specific support systems where you can use, because like here in these countries, support systems are there where you have specific counseling, like gambling counseling, like there's so many counseling aspects that we have, like drug counseling, alcohol counseling. So there are specific ways, I don't know whether it's in there, but there are ways of doing specific counseling. Also, avoiding the triggers, kind of avoiding the association. So, yeah, I have a patient now who is doing the alcohol detox. He's actually avoiding the pub altogether, trying to go around the pub, not even seeing the pub like that. There is so many aspects of it. But the thing is, genuine need should come from the person to actually stay away from the addiction. That's the problem. If the genuineness is there only, it will work. If the genuineness is not there, they relapse a lot, and the relapse becomes a habit as well. Then the mind knows that even though I stop for now, this I might go back to that. That kind of attitude is there when the relapse is also habit, because habits are habits. Anything is a habit, and the addiction to unnecessary stuff is also a habit where it affects the body and the mind. But something like nature, it actually brings serotonin or anything like normally. Serotonin or whatever the happy hormones, these there are natural ways of happening, getting them to the system, which is the addiction actually happens in different angles. If you go to the molecule level, there is always in the molecular level that addiction happens. So the if you understand the molecule level, you can actually handle the molecular level also, like specifically getting help from counseling also helps, but making different strategies, like avoiding the associations of this addiction, avoiding the um, kind of the time. So there is a time that you do the gambling or whatever there is a time, like imagine a person goes back to the computer around 9 p.m. He will go to the computer, then you can actually get everyone's help to actually, you can ask for other people's help, or even if you not, you can actually have another way of handling that you can't actually access the computer at 9 p.m., something like that. There are so many aspects here that the addiction because addiction takes some time to happen, like 7 days, 21 days becomes a habit. So to break that also, it has to go like that. But 21 days is not enough when it comes to like smoking, like like very regular habits, it becomes so difficult because, and also the body gets the withdrawal. So even with the phone, even with the computer, even with the watching something bad, whatever the thing, whatever the hormones that you are trying to bring, that diurnal variation is also there. So the diurnal variation, it brings diurnal, that whatever the timing, whatever the circumstances, whatever the background, whatever the the happy hormones that is secreting, everything has to be changed in such a way that the withdrawal is less, because you're giving it in a different angle. Because sometimes the habits are so ingrained, the restlessness can be so high, they can go into unnecessary situations. Like withdrawal can be so bad that they will suffer something else. Like physical things also can happen. Mental things also can happen. Like you can go crazy because you don't get the whatever the thing that you want. So you can harm the other people. We know exactly what is happening with like drugs. Like they don't get the drugs, then they go crazy because they can't handle the withdrawal. They're such bad that they don't know what they are even doing. So it can harm the family. It can harm the loved ones. There's so many aspects. So everything has to be so controlled. If you actually plan to do a detox to any of these things, there should be a proper plan. Everyone should know that you are doing loved ones should know that you are doing a detox kind of, not only drugs, but any other thing, that you are trying to do this and to avoid any clashes, and try maximum to, like, because the bored situations, like if the mind get bored, the high chance of mind going back to the habit is very high. So the being bored, or at one particular time of the day, so around 9 p.m. if you are bored, there's a very high chance you will go to the computer. So like that, there is so many things, so many aspects. So everything should be taken into consideration. Either write a list of them and see what is actually happening, and understand that it's not under your control. It's just a system having like a glue-like effect to that habit. So breaking that needs another kind of a healthy habit, because the hiking, like any other healthy habits are also there. The bad habits are actually bad if it is affecting you physically, mentally, or the family physically or mentally. So there is always a limit. So the addiction can go into the level of eating. So when people stop smoking, they kind of go for eating like that. There are so many bad things which can happen. So there's always professional support is needed sometimes, just to help that time limit. Once the time limit is gone, usually they are good. But then also, as I said, the circumstances where the friends are all smoking and you can't, you are like, why not, kind of thing can happen. You take up smoking again. Those kind of situations, you should handle it nicely, so that you don't go back into that. But this boredom, and there are so many aspects that one can get glued to the phone or glued to the computer, or stuff like, to bring some happy hormones to the system. This hormonal effects, and then addiction effect is very genuine problem, and yeah, the professional help, you can get a professional help if it is available. Otherwise, you should get the family help to actually counteract that situation with different other aspects. For an instance, you can put a like a block to yourself, your own computer, so that you yourself can't do that. Like that, there are so many ways and means. Anything else to add, John?
No, doctor, thanks. You can continue on any subject. Thank you.
So when someone is actually helping someone like that, the friend also can help to do that, but there are limitations because there's so much limitations because some people will not like to expose that there is a habit like that because of the stigma. So that's why the professional help is important, where the confidentiality is maintained, because once you are in a bad habit, it's very difficult to break that habit because you can't get help because of the confidentiality issues and the stigma associated with that. So it's very high in Asian countries anyway, but these countries also it can happen because a child can get addicted to something and be scared to tell parents, and so and so forth. Like it can go on and on like that because of the family kind of, they don't expect the child to do anything like that. But once it is stabilized for a few years or few months, even if it is stabilized, it is difficult now for the child to go backwards. That's the thing. So I think specifically people, if you feel that you are a bit too much into one habit, straight away try to get help, try to put boundaries, because boundaries, usually young child can't understand the boundaries, but someone like a adult or so usually kind of young adults, they can understand the boundaries, but still doesn't necessarily mean that they can follow that. It's very difficult to follow boundaries, specifically young people. Even old people, I have had people saying, I rather not stop my habit, I'll just continue the habit and die with the lung cancer. That kind of attitude is also there. So the habit is so ingrained, they feel so restless that they if they don't have a cigarette in their hands. So it is weird, and it is very specific things that because if we ask, they have smoked for like 40-50 years, so it's kind of holding a cigarette is the most blissful thing they have. That's the thing. So it's very interesting, but self-destructive habits. Even specifically self-destructive means the body. Destroys the body. It destroys the mind. If it is a mind affecting drug like ice or anything like that, it's usually killing the body as well as the mind. Specifically, it's a hazard both ways. Mental clarity is also gone. lot of drugs do that. So usually phone addiction, the computers and all this stuff is usually because of most of the time it's boredom or the friends who bring those things, and after that it will keep giving you some kind of happiness and continue to do that. Any habit is a habit, so even self is actually a habit, because this duality is actually something that we feel from the beginning. Even as a baby, we feel that light is actually a thing. We feel like light is actually there. We feel like sound is actually there. We feel like touch is actually there. Then after the mind is formed, mother, father, brother, sister, everything, the mind bubble is formed. Now the whole, that mind bubble, you feel like it is actually existing. It is also kind of a habit where this self-view is highlighted and egoism is the outcome of that. So that is also kind of a habit where as a habit you felt this duality and you started to believe that it is actually there. And if someone knows this Dhamma, that this is actually this is only a system, it helps. But breaking a long-term habit actually needs so much support, so much support. Even this self-habit also is the same. It needs recurrent listening to Dhamma, the discussing Dhamma, the teacher, and the Pratipada. They all needed the protocol that we do to understand this Dhamma. It is all needed because this self is also a very long-term habit. So this life itself is a kind of something that we can understand how the duality works, how these sensory organs produce this beautiful world. Beautiful in the sense there's lights, there's colors, there's sounds, there's touch sensations. That's why when you look at something, you get some happiness through that, right? Because there is a sanya, that is actually perception. So imagine there is a perception that smoking brings you happiness, or watching at something brings you happiness. It is the same thing. That perception itself, you don't have to even watch. If you even think about it, it can bring happiness. That feel is there. That is what makes you the addiction to continue. So the perception of smoking, or perception of watching something, or perception of substance use, or perception of gambling. Because even the beginners, gambling will bring some, you are into that. Once you're into that, you keep doing and keep doing and keep doing and keep doing, and you don't know how the time went. It's the same thing with the computer. You keep watching and keep watching and keep watching. You don't know how the time went, and you feel like relieved, because as soon as you shut the computer, or as soon as you're out of the casino, you are kind of self-conscious again, which is difficult. Because this self-conscious feel, or this self, which we are talking about, is actually very brings a restlessness. It brings a unusual restlessness, and that some people actually feel it more than others. Most of the time, feelers feel it more than others. So people don't know how to handle it, so they think it is it is good to suppress it by watching something or hearing something or touching something or thinking something. That's why we keep doing these things. Either you keep thinking, either you keep eating something, or either you keep smoking, either you keep watching something or anything like that. So you keep entertaining your sensory functions just to make sure that you don't feel this the uneasy feel, which is brought about by this self feel. This is a very specific area I'm bringing. This feel is actually due to the self, the life feel. That is what people are scared about, because they don't want to feel lonely. They don't want to feel boredom. They don't want to feel sad. So once you're glued to something, sensory organ starts to work, this mind, the chances that you're going to the mind is less. So you feel like, okay, time is passing, boredom is not there. The mind is kind of suppressed because the sensory organs are working. So the uneasiness in the mind is not there. So that's why these things develop as a habit in the first place. It's a very interesting area where lot of ways we can discuss it. This alive feel is misunderstood as self, and most of the time we are fearing the sadness, we are fearing the loneliness, we are fearing the boredom, we are fearing the uneasiness. We fear that because we think it's a problem. We are not happy with that feel, so we try to cover it up with something. So you have the understanding this system that it's okay to be sad, it's okay to be lonely, it's okay to be like that. Just taste that and see how it is. You understand that it is just part of this sensory system that is giving you that idea. It's actually a thought that I'm suffering. It's actually a thought. Actually, what happens is this mind gives you that feel. So when you keep understanding that, it will be easy. When you come to understand the full system, actually, you won't worry about anything else, anything at all, because you know how this system works and this six senses system works, how the mind works, and as well as how the other five sensory systems work. And when you fully know about them, how this brings about a self, there is no self, but actually we have a feel, and we attribute that feel to the self. Actually, you have to understand that it's actually the speed of the sensory organs that we feel as self. But that misunderstanding is going an ongoing thing. We feel I am sad, or I'm lonely, or I'm bored, and seeks attention. The attention is coming from the TV or the computer or the whatever you're watching, or attention is already in there because the sensor system is one it's a whole, the direction is towards one system. So that's why the exercise, going to the gym or exercise is beautiful in that sense, because that's kind of a activity which brings the happy hormones automatically without harming the system, and gives you a chance to understand this how system works. Anything else to add, Joel? Do you have anything else to add?
No, doctor, thanks. Thanks. Nice explanation. Thank you.
Yeah, that's okay. Yeah, there's so much actually. Once you put into the track, there's so much things because day-to-day life, there are so many things we hear from people about how to stop this addiction, how to stop that addiction kind of thing. But if you really understand the senses system, entertaining these senses actually is actually directed to think that it's entertaining you, kind of me. So that is why entertaining myself is an idea. But actually what happens is it's an entertainment of the sensor system. So the sensor system will anyway find something as like a kind of grabbing things. But then if you know that whatever the outside world is actually a creation, whatever you're watching, that's actually a creation. Obviously, we know that it's a creation, but the problem is the addiction. Because we know that it's not actually there. It's a kind of gives you a perception though. Perception of entertainment is given to the whole system, and the hormones are secreted. It's like a dream. In a dream, you can act on a dream, and same thing can happen. If you are really scared in a dream, the adrenaline will be secreted. If you are happy in a dream, the happy hormones will be secreted. It's the same thing. It's like the same effect which is brought about by these addictions. So the once the system is used to a level of happy hormones in that particular time, there is a tendency for the mind to think. Mind also body. There's both aspects. Body also the lower level of happy hormones will be felt, and the mind thinks, I have to give that again to get that level again, because the happy hormones brings a kind of elevated level. Absence of happy hormones bring a sad kind of mood. That's how it relates. And this relationship between the hormonal system and the actual mind is interrelated, so that we interpret it as something happening to me. That's how it is anyway. We are used to keep like thinking like that. I'm sad. But actually what is happening is there's this system change. That's why the good habits should be incorporated, so that from morning to night and night to next morning, like good sleep time, good exercise time, like very heavy exercise also you can do, like in a gym workout where you actually exert yourself, which are very good things to actually even if you get addicted, it will be not excessive exercise, but some level of exercise is very good, because it will enhance the body and the mind system, not jeopardize the body and the mind system. You are not trapped into a room. If you're like, imagine you're going for a high intensity workout, it will enhance the body as well as the mind. Dhamma is also much would be better. Even if it is not high intensity, even mild intensity, you can do like 20,000 steps or something. That is also good. If you wear a watch with steps, which counts the steps, then if you do 10,000, 10,000 is easy. But at least if you can do the 10,000, or you can do it in a treadmill, but if you mix with the nature, it is much good for the Dhamma as well. Because the nature brings some other parts of the happy hormones as well. Thank you very much, Joel, for participating today. It's so good to hear that you are practicing. We will stop for now because I think we have our time is up. Thank you, Aran Mahansa, for your noble guidance. Thank you, Dhamma friends. Thank you, Joel. May Triple Gem bless you all.
It is a thing that we truly believe that exists
outside. But what it is actually, it is a spark from the sight and a spark from the hearing sense. And these two sparks come together and create a book to us, which we believe truly exists outside. We name the thought that is created with the shape, color, spark, plus a sound spark as a book. Then we say a book, it is a shape and a sound together. The process of the sound and the color coming together is called it Sampatichanna. Actually, what is a book then? We receive a shape, spark, and we name that shape, spark, with a sound, spark. Did the book come from somewhere? මෙහෙණින් වහන්සේ, it came from the past. ආරයන් වහන්සේ, now, what you said just now creates a big problem. You see, if there is a past, then you would also feel that you existed in the past as well, wouldn't you? That concept of coming from the past does not align with the Dhamma because it confirms to you that you exist now and that you had a past as well. Do you understand? If you believe that you exist now and you had a past as well, you become a thing. In order to realize that I don't exist, we tend to create many other irrelevant things, don't we? There is nothing as the past. The Buddha said, Auttanam Sambhutanam Uttanam Bhavisati. This means that the spark created at this present moment is created only at this present moment. It was never created in the past. And this spark, which is created only at this moment, would immediately die off or disappear without any trace of it at all. Nothing is left behind in a spark. Let us see the problems we would encounter if we believe in the past. Supposing there is a bucket of water full to the brim, and if it has a tiny hole somewhere, wouldn't all the water leak out of the bucket? Believing in the past will not allow you to realize the pure truth. Another example is if a ship is sinking in the ocean, no matter how much you try to remove the water that gets inside the ship, unless you plug the hole through which the water comes in, you will not be able to stop the ship from sinking. Likewise, if you do not understand how the past does not exist, you will not be able to realize the pure truth. You have to fully understand the teachings of the Dhamma. If there is even a little bit of ignorance about the Dhamma, you will not be able to end all suffering and end the cycle of rebirth. Ignorance regarding the Dhamma will be the cause for rebirth. Ignorance deludes you to believe in a self-identity. There is nothing as the past. When we present the teachings of the Dhamma to you, we talk about the four elements as the first step in the process of teaching. Then, in the second step of the teaching process, we say that what we receive is a sanna, perception or signal from the past. But when you step onto the third step, you have to take the foot off of both the two steps below. We cannot keep a hold on all the three steps. Either you climb to the third step or remain on the lower steps. This holding on to the two bottom steps is like you are afraid of losing your self-identity. Therwan Sana, everybody.
Therwan Sarnay Aryan answer. Therwan Sarnay all my friend. This is Buddothpado English Zoom discussion. Today also we continue discussing pure truth. This is your story and this is my story. This is our story. What is this story? This is the story of our life. What is this life? What do you think? What are thoughts? Where do you live? Are we living in a dreamy world? Oh, everything you experience is true or not? Today, also, we are ready to discuss this reality, the one and only reality in the world, which reveals everything, pure Dhamma, pure Buddhism. So, dear Dhamma friends, let's start our discussion. I would like to invite Dr. Kokila to start the discussion. Therwan Sarnay, Dr. Kokila.
Therwan Sarnay. So, yeah, we will discuss, as usual, we keep discussing in every angle. So, Johnny was reading the book where we are reading actually what there was a discussion between R.M. Hanse and Venerable. Then, so what we keep understanding, actually we have been talking about this in depth every day. So the same things over and over again, but in different angles. How this dream, as Mr. Bernard said, how this dream is formed. So until you kind of your breathing happens and your body, the senses are working, the dream will not stop. Okay, so the dream will continue. It's okay. The only thing that will not happen is the burning, because you understand that it's a dream. It's very difficult to understand it's a dream, though. Kind of difficult, because we usually like to believe it as true. There's a very subtle thing that we actually want everything to be true. But actually what Lord Buddha and Aranwasi is trying to describe is how this dream is actually not, it's a constructed dream. Yes. You can feel things, you can see things, you can hear things, you can think. So it's kind of a very good construct actually. But it's a construct only. So first we can have like a repulsion by, like when you hear this Dhamma, you can feel like not liking it. But then with time we get used to that, and with time we keep understanding it, and with time you might feel it too. So it's such a good thing to keep even being able to listen to this, because it's such a inspiring but at the same time frightening thing that we hear that this dream is actually a dream because we like, as I said before, we like it to be true. You know, we from our childhood, we wanted our dreams to come true, isn't it? We wanted our dreams to come true. So we had so much dreams. You know, able to look after parents, you know, without letting them suffer, to look after the parents. So yeah, it's such a beautiful dream, we feel like. And to be able to help people, to be able to have an independent life, so on and so forth. There's so many, like, list of things that would be there. The dreams. So suddenly, there's a discussion now with Dhamma, the truth, that it's a construct. And you might not like it because we usually like our dreams to come true. So which one am I going to choose now? Which dream? The nirvana dream, the money dream, or the job dream, or having kids dream, or having a married life dream? What dream would you like to have? Which dream is the best dream? Which dream am I going to give up? Is it part of the dream that we are going to give up? Or are we going to actually give up a dream? Or just understand that the dream was a construct? And when the dream was true, the me was another dream that happened. Because as soon as there is a dream, there's someone who is dreaming. The subject-object phenomena is always there. If there's a dream, there's a dreamer. If there's something to achieve, there's someone who is achieving it. If we want something, there's someone who is wanting that. If you're feeling something, there's someone who is feeling that. That's the vision we had. That's the vision we are trying to actually understand how that happened. It didn't happen because of anyone. Lord Buddha, not actually Lord Buddha. It was said by, I can't remember, it's Sila Thernia. But it didn't happen due to anyone, or it didn't happen because of you. It just happened with the construct of the sensory organs. The dream arise. When the dream becomes true, only the problem comes. The me is also there now. The dream, there's no dream without me. But with Dhamma, we understand that the dream, even when you are awake, that dream, I'm not talking about the actual dream, sorry, I don't know. It's not about actual dreaming. When you're asleep, you can dream too. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about actual this dream which we have while we are awake. That dream, inside that dream, we have so much dreams. We want this, we want that. And I was talking about that. So this current dream, where you wake up, you go to the bathroom, you do the stuff that you have to do, and then you go to the kitchen, make a tea, and then, start making food, going to work. If you have kids, you send kids to school. Try sort out things. What is the dream? Maybe have some time for myself. Wow, that's the dream. Is that the dream? What other dreams do you have? Yes, Dharma, what is the dream you have? Do you have a dream?
තෙරුවන් සරණයි ඩොක්ටර් කෝකිලා. I actually is the first part of it. We are talking about life goals we have, or right now how things become real to us.
No, it was just a simple question. Do you have a dream?
Okay, right. Okay, yeah. We used to have dreams
No,
within
no,
dreams.
now.
Ah, now, of course. Well, um, first and foremost, we have the dream of attaining Nibbana because we have materialized this concept also. And although in every sermon, Aryan Maharshi explains that there is nothing called Nibbana, it is actually liberating from the belief that
So then you have to drop
someone
that dream, isn't it?
is yeah, ignorantly sometimes
So you
lead to
might have
work
to drop
towards
that
this,
dream,
and that kind of
Sudharma. Can you
dream
hear
is
me?
there, Dr. Kim. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, then you might have to drop that dream too, because there is a dreamer always when you dream something. So do you even get that point? So if we have a dream inside our almost now, there is a dream with the light. Again, that's a dream too. You feel that as real too. The sound, even before this tree and all that, we feel that dream is also true. The sounds, the light, the feel. Before anything, it has come. That dream is also true. So then we have another dream now. Well, in the past we had so much dreams. Now we have a dream of as liberation of mind. That dream will never be achieved through dreams. So you have to come to the moment. So to do that, we need to understand that the dreams are just constructs of the mental constructs. So, but actually speaking, even before the mental constructs, even the sound level, even the light level, even the touch level, it is still that part of the dream, because that is also not there. It is there because of the sensory organ. This part is very important. If you don't get it, even the sense of it, you need to get it. You need to understand how there are like 3 layers of dreams. First, the dream extends to the outside. Then the dream, there's another layer where the actual, we have so many dreams, like the nirvana, or the money, or looking after parents, or looking after dog, looking after kids, looking after looking after yourself, whatever, doesn't matter. Because lesser the dreams, better the life. More the dreams, like if I can say an example, if you want to have a dream of expanding your country limit to the next country, that's a big dream, isn't it? So you have to kill so many people to achieve that, because no one is going to give you another country just like, hi, do you want this country? I'll take this. No one is going to do that. So there's like always resistance. So that's kind of a dream too. Like, we have to expand this country. This is not enough for us. But then the village mother, they don't have that much dreams, like they don't have that much dream, but they have a dream too, very strongly held. This land, it's mine. It is given to me from my ancestors. No one can take this. Child can't sell it. If child sells it, this ancestors' land will be destroyed. Oh my God! I'm just taking these things from stories that we have heard. So and so forth. So we have so much dreams, so much needs, so much stuff. Now finally, someone hears as Sudharma suggested, yeah, the dream can shift. Dream is different now. It's a very beautiful dream though, which is so great. But in the beginning, it becomes a beautiful dream where we keep trying to understand Dhamma. But I would say, rather than dreaming about Nirvana, actually keep understanding who I am would be much better research than going after something. So I would say, drop that dream and try to find yourself. Just drop it. Just drop all the dreams. Just keep doing what you're doing. Feed the dog, and like for the people inside the house. Make the food. Earn the money if you want. If no one is giving you money, earn the money. Yeah, just keep doing stuff that you're doing. It's okay. But find yourself. That would be a better research than seeking nirvana. Because actually understanding nirvana is when you understand there's no yourself to actually attain nirvana. That is actually the state of nirvana. So you losing you, as we said, is the state of nirvana. So, what do you think, Sakuntala? Dr. Sakuntala, do you have anything to add?
Yes, Teruvan Saranai, Dr. Kokila, and other friends. What you described, sort of the dream that you described, I mean, looks like kind of buildings or something which has different layers. That is, I think, what you were trying to explain. What I felt was the topmost layer has all projections to the outside. So I mean, we are dreaming about achieving various things in relation to the outside world. So it's like this tentacles of the octopus projecting outside. So you get everything as per existing and persisting outside materialistic world is mostly. And when you clear that level, or when you understand that it's a creation, then you go to the deeper levels where, as you very clearly said, the sensor level where when the light and sound, those things, you come to that level, and then you realize that that's also a part of the dream. And I think that is the part that is difficult to clear. So in other words, it is the second level of our practical experience
I would
thing.
say that light is the third level actually. Second level would be the nama. Nama in the sense the nama in the sense the the still when you say chair, it can extend to outside, but then the actual feeling that chair is there is the second level. That's where nirvana is also there as in the second part, because that is a form level, that you have a perception of nirvana, that there would be something like that. That I was trying to say about that. And the third level would be the actual consciousness level, whether it is mind consciousness or whether it is like the ear consciousness or stuff like that. So that those are the three levels I was trying to say. What do you think? Do you think it's
Yes, I think that means the second level is the mind constructs. Is that what yours, or thoughts? Is it
thoughts level, form level? Yeah.
Form level. Okay, yes. I think that is that gives a much more clearer thing. And then, as you said, the third level is when you go further deep, you realize that there's yet another thing to clear. That means your sensor level, where the light alone or the sound alone, the taste, smell, those things, those are also part of the dream or part of creations or part of the imaginations. So I think that is the most difficult part.
Yeah, that's
of
not even a
creation.
mental construct. That's just a construct.
Yes, that's a construct. Yes,
Yeah.
yeah. It's a very beautiful explanation.
But in Sakuntala, in that chair, the most important thing is in the chair itself you have all the three layers. That's what Aryan says, Dhamma's beauty, understanding in cross sound that all three layers are there.
Yes. Yes, I can. The first one is the what do you call it? Sensational. The Kamaloka, Kamabhumi, what is the word for the sensual? Yes, that is that means you have some sort of attachment. Can you say attachment or some form of clinging to that? That is what is described clinging or
Clinging
aversion.
is, yeah, clinging is a part of that, but actually the thing is that it is there outside. Chair is there outside. Then you can, color it, you can paint it, you can kiss it, you can do whatever with it if it's outside, Do you understand?
Yeah, basically it is a value, isn't it then? The
Yeah,
value you are giving
value.
to the chair, yes.
But
And as
the
you were
value goes deeper. Imagine if we feel that the money is actually outside. We know kind of we can do anything to, we can kill people to get money. We can steal things to get money. We can do a lot of things to get money. We can lie to get money. And in the end, what we have fulfilled is kind of a perception, but we feel that it is out there. And when you have that, you can have a house or whatever. So why people are doing so-called lot of stuff to maintain the life in several ways, like stealing or killing or lying or stuff like that, is mainly because we feel that there is something to do outside.
Yes.
So it extends a lot. It extends to kill someone else too. It extends to envy someone else's money. Can you imagine that? How it can extend? We don't talk about these that much, but when the outer world is true, that's where I was talking about the achieving another land to this country, something like that, or achieving airspace, or achieving going to moon, whatever, Mars, whatever. So like that, there's so much achievements we can do when it is outside, because outside is infinite. Like there's no limitations. We want
Yes,
this, we
giving a
want that.
value is the very basic level, isn't it? I mean,
Yeah.
Giving a value is a very basic foundation, I would say. And then, as you said, you can build up so many things to so many directions on that.
Yes, and that's why Lord Buddha said that once when someone understand Dhamma and feel this, their defilements actually shrink to a level, very small level, because that infinite projection is limited now, because we know that it is all in the mind. That's the nama part of it, like the form world. That is the actual mind. When we keep understanding that it's the mind, that's actually because mind it is only in the mind of a human that we have these problems. But if you think about a mind of a Brahma, that Brahma has different ideas. There were different ideas. Whatever the animal, that's a different concept of the different concept. They have different words. So this is in the human kind of thing. We feel that these all the ideas in our mind are true. Now, because of that only the projection happened to the outside. But then actually now when we shrink, we start the shrinking from that level. We don't start from light. We have to understand the whole thing though to actually understand the full thing. We have to understand all three layers to actually even feel the non-self perception, at least for a moment. We have to go through all these layers. So it's very important to understand where the dreams are. Dreams are in the form world. Dreams are in the form world. You can't have a dream without a form, can you? You have to have a form. What is a form? At least nirvana, at least anagami. What? Can you give me some form? Yes. Live in a nursing home. Oh no, no one will dream about that. What? What can we put? What kind of dreams can we put? Okay, living with my son forever until I die. I will live with my son. I'll put it that way because no one will dream about dying in a nursing home. So, what are the dreams? Yeah, to be healthy until I die. Like, oh, some people can say, I have to die quickly. I don't want to die suffering. So, that's such a beautiful dreams we have. But all the dreams have a form. Do you get it? It is kind of a different layer. And we have to understand that that layer is also not true. But even beneath that, even the light, because the light doesn't have a kind of a form, it's a feel. You feel the light, you feel the sound, you feel the touch, that's all. That's the level of the small, fetus or the small baby. But even that is not true. That's really funny. That is also not true. What do you mean by that? That is also a construct. So do you have a feet somewhere to say, this is mine? Leave me alone. This is my world. Can you say that? Give my space. Keep me, I want to be alone. I want to be have some space. What space are you talking about? That construct. That's okay. It's okay to have your space. That's fine. But I'm trying to say is when we keep understanding this, we know that there's nowhere for you to fall. Anidasana Vijnana is that. Because nowhere to fall. Nowhere to consolidate. Where can you consolidate? This is my place. Where can you consolidate? Light? Yeah, if you want to, you can consolidate light. Or you can consolidate the sound. This is my space. This is my organ. Is that so? Can we say that? We can't say that, can we? So this is the thing. You end up having nowhere. Yes, what happens? What actually happens is dwindling of self vibration is the same thing, because the self vibration is there when there is a value to the perception, whatever the perception it is, whether it's a light, whether it's a sound, whether it's a feel, whether it's a thoughts. Anyone to add anything?
Therwan Saranai, Dr. Kokilana, only I got actually I missed the first part of your explanation. It's another dimension, and it's very interesting the way that you brought up these three realms in the stimulus, same thing with a very beautiful metaphor of the dream, and it is so rational, and they are when you were explaining, what came to my mind was, Dr. Kokila, that either concrete or abstract, always we associate that with a certain form. The form is there. Jealousy, or as you said, any emotion, there is the form, or anger, whatever. And then when you said, okay, when somebody get the thought that I should expand the country, or I should own the other person's land or whatsoever, the person becomes so violent, maybe. It happens due to the abhisankarana of that thought, isn't it? It comes repeatedly, so the automated power of that thought, it gets aggravated, and ultimately it might lead the person to kill others, and that kind of thing happens. Or does it make sense? Is it due to that power that somebody might be that violent and try to own someone else's land, and it's again the root is the power generated in that particular thought, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, it's okay. So what Dhamma does is actually make you to like it keeps shrinking. It keeps shrinking your the self vibration. What actually happens is it's not actually the self vibration is sinking. It's actually coincides with the shrinking of your dreams too. But because an arahant will not have actually a dream, because dreaming in the sense hoping that something would happen, this is very, very, very difficult thing for us. We'll try to understand. Hoping that something will happen is part and parcel of our life. I have seen so many patients coming to me saying, I don't feel like having a hope. I'm lost. I want a hope. And we try to solve the problems. But do you know that when people feel like they don't have a hope, they get so flustered, so worried about that. So they are labeled as depressed. But what actually happens is, because the self vibration is there, and when there is no place to put the octopus stuff there, when there is no place to focus, that self vibration is so suffering, because the person will feel so upset about it, that there's no place, no dreaming. They want to have a dream, and they are trying to find a dream. They feel like lost because they can't kind of find a focus. That happens to a lot of mothers after emptiness syndrome, like when the kids are gone from the house. Suddenly the part of their life is almost shattered, because we know that the life is like just the flowing of stimulus. So the 50% or 70% of your stimulus would be the kids, feeding kids, thinking about kids, planning the kids, sending them to classes or whatever. Now suddenly they are getting independent. The mothers find like hopeless, now dreamless. They find it very disturbing. So they might actually start thinking about going to a better world in next birth. That's where people try to find some solace in, going to temple or going to meditation and stuff. It's okay, but the thing is, here we have to understand this. This Dhamma is so beautiful, so inspiring. We need to kind of understand how this self vibration works. Because I have even in Zoom discussions, some mothers would come and say, oh, suddenly I felt lonely, I felt empty. And even saying I felt empty, that mother is actually asking whether it was some kind of a good experience in Dhamma. And unfortunately, that's not how it is, because you have felt empty. That's exactly the way that everyone feels. You feel empty. That's not the way. So you feeling empty is actually in the form world. It's a sanya. It's a perception. So we have to keep understanding how this works. This mind works. Mind is a very tricky thing which works beautifully. You keep understanding how mind works. Mind is, after the baby in the cot, mind has formed, and we are kind of in that mind bubble. So everything is felt in that way. I feel empty. I feel sad. I feel lonely. I feel angry. I feel anxious. I feel like agitated. I feel whatever, happy. But then that's kind of a perception that we talk about. Well, when we understand Dhamma, we understand, yes, there are kind of stuff that you can feel, but that's in the mind. These are mind outcomes. The emotions kind of things are like mind outcomes. When the mind doesn't know what to do, when the mind is kind of has no thing to think about or, dream about, it feels empty. And suddenly you are scared because you don't like that. You want something to. That's why people like phones. When the phone is with you, you can actually go to the phone and you can, scroll down, keep checking, keep checking the SMSs, keep checking the YouTube, keep checking, the new WhatsApp messages, whatever. So you keep checking them. You keep adding life. It's very difficult for us to
I try my best to get it, and it's clear actually. And Dr. Kokila, when it comes to this dream thought, uh, if we think of a child in a nursery, so when the teacher asks, what's your ambition? The Sri Lankan child, of course, may come out with like, I want to be a doctor, I want to be an engineer or an accountant or whatsoever. Then next time when he or she writes the essay, writes about that. Then at home, when the relations comes, then again the child repeats, I want to be this and that. Then the child has a mental image of that. So this way the child grows with that thought. This is the thought probably which gets uh, repeated the most number of times, like more, that is subjected to abhisankarana so many times, and then it gets more powerful and it becomes real, though there is no substance in that. Ignorantly, this image becomes real when the person sees doctors having the stethoscope. This gets more power telepathized, and ultimately, when this actually, although it's a mental image, when the person is unable to realize that dream, that downfall happens, and the child ends up with depression. It is sadly, no, ignorantly, he or she doesn't know that this this is the outcome of a like mental kind of mental fabrication, not a real thing. So even we were in the same ground, and unless and until we heard this true message that how everything that occurs in the mind becomes real to us, and this truth, we would also end up with depression situations in life. That's what I
Yeah,
anyway.
imagine
Yeah,
someone
yeah,
was a doctor and then had to retire and then does not do any prior practice or anything, just loses the whole doctor thing. Just imagine that, or suspended to do anything anymore. That person is lost. It's again like the mothers who the kids are gone from house. It's again like in a teacher's life where teacher has to stop even doing classes after retiring because she physically can't. All this actually, the mind usually likes to fall onto something in the outside and keep going and keep going and keep going. That actually is living. So when this comes to an, imagine now I'm like 80 years of age now at the moment, and I can't even lift my leg out from the bed. What kind of dream can I dream? So there the problem is, the dreams are limited now. So obviously that if you try to go to that mind that who is bedridden, can you feel the nervous person who is trying to grapple the situation that his body is not anymore in control of the mind, because mind is really brand new. Mind has nothing about the body. Body doesn't work according to the mind. Mind works independently. So the body is now dying, kind of dying. And can you imagine the person, how the person would feel, how frustrated that self vibration would be, because now that person on the bed can't understand where to fall that attention. It can fall onto a beautiful robe, which, like in that story of a monk, or it can fall into your keys, or the most beautiful cabinet you had, and become a perete in that, So the nervousness of the body not actually working with the mind is so immense that people start thinking about the next birth, and then whole thing falls into place now because the person only can think. So keep thinking. So now all the ideas come, because ideas are given, especially in Sri Lanka, ideas are given in such a way that what you do, you will get. In these countries, some of them are actually very religious and very happily waiting to go to heaven. There's the attachment to the heaven, even though they don't know what heaven is. They strongly believe that they are going to heaven, and they are calm. They're actually calm. They have already put the foot in somewhere, so they are calm. Their attention or their focus has already put in there, so there is almost the vibration is very high towards that. In our country, even that is not possible, because that's not feasible, because we have this karma pala thing, so where what we do, what we get. So that is true in a way, but if someone has not understood this Dhamma, and even though you have heard it, if you haven't fully understood, there's always a risk that near death you can get flustered. So it's really important to understand this and not to lose the plot, I would say, because definitely until your body is like doing whatever the things that you want to do, you don't feel this. You don't feel the anxiety. You don't feel the anxiety of death. You don't feel the nervousness of death. You don't feel the nervousness of not being able to, get up from the bed. You don't feel them. You don't know them. You can't feel them. So you are okay with dreaming. At the moment you are dreaming, your dreams are focusing. If you don't have one dream, you can focus the other. What? If you don't want to go to Australia, you go to UK. Or if you don't want to go to any other country, it's okay, I don't want to go anywhere, I'll stay in Sri Lanka. Yeah, you still have the dream. Isn't it? We still have the dream. So we keep changing the dream, it's okay. But then towards the end, it becomes so difficult to understand where to focus now. That's where the whole problem comes. So we are inviting everyone. Actually, this Dhamma is everywhere. It can be felt even by a 7-year-old. It can be felt by a 20-year-old. It can be felt by a 50-year-old. It can be felt by a 90-year-old also, if the Dhamma was understood. The main important part is to understand how this construct works, how we have the dreams, how the dreams keep maintaining this self-vibration. I think we have to stop at 4:15, but we have few minutes. Anyone else to add into that? Yes.
Dr. Kokila, when you explain this dream concept, it's very, insightful. We can go on and on. So here, Dr. Kokila, one thing came to me that that is the nature of the mind. For the existence of the mind, always the next thing, this dream or the other dream, as you
That's
said.
it. That's it. Yeah. That's the self-vibration.
Yes.
Next thing part is the self-vibration, and when the death is happening, that's why people are so flustered. They don't know that they can't understand anything, because they have nowhere to put the foot on now, like that. Yeah.
Aryan Mahanse himself several times said, Dr. Kokila, now all how feeble, how weak his father is. He is not ready to accept that kind of thing for all. I mean, for us to think, he was telling at the deathbed, as you said, the people, although all five senses get weakened and they I mean, in their function one by one, as long as the mind consciousness is there, no, the person is not ready to accept that ending the life or whatever. Always, still there is some hope of recovering, and I mean, that's the nature of this mind, as you said, mind consciousness.
Yeah. Actually, understanding that the arising is just in one stimulus is also difficult. Even though we talk about that, the feeling that specifically is difficult. That one arises in one particular moment is an experience that you should have. It has all these three levels too. It's an experience that everyone is trying to feel when you go to a this meditation places where Ramhanse has started to try and get people to feel this, that one particular stimulus where you feel that the rising and the death is at the same particular moment, not the other one is in the mind. The projection is in the mind. That's actually not there. It's not the truth. Truth is, it's only in one stimulus. So yeah, and there are so many factors which you will get an idea with the experience. So that's where Aranwanse has given these four steps too. Like it's good that if someone can actually go to these places and do it properly, really you have to do it very happily actually, because let go of your burdens and just be there and try to feel this. And this no self-perception is not going to come if you haven't really fully understood that how these things work, but it will come if you relax enough. The most difficult part is the mind, because it's a form level, that mind level where the nama level, the penetration of that level is a bit difficult. But for that to arise, you have to relax enough so that, because you keep understanding that whatever you try to do, that is still the trap. You try to do something, it is still the trap. So you just let go, and you will definitely feel the no self vibration. Yes.
And Dr. Kokila, to express my gratitude to you, actually, not as a person, for all the work, all the effort you make, and especially the reminders, constant reminders you give related to this field. Otherwise, I personally might have gone on the journey forgetting this field aspect of it, which is the main thing actually, which is the way of liberation. So thank you so much for that. And from time to time in the day, that's the beauty of coming, joining these Zoom discussions and listening to people like you and talking to Aryan Mahanse and senior practitioners directly. When we do day-to-day activities, this reminders haunt, I shouldn't say haunt, and they come as monitors, a kind of, they really work. This advice, it is essential. So in that case, you all are Kalyana Mitra, Theruvan Saranai, and
Sanay, I think we are going into
Namaste.
the 4 o'clock Zoom meeting now. So we will worship Aran Wahanse. We salute Aran Wahanse for everything he does with the utmost kindness to the human, not only human being, actually beings. And thank you, Shani, for starting the discussion, and Mr. Bernard for organizing this. And I thank everyone actually for there's people behind this scene where they don't talk, they just do the computer part or the internet part. So I thank everyone. If not for you, we can't actually do these things. So kind of it's so good. It's a collective effort to give this message to the world. Theruvan Sarana, everyone. May Triple Gem bless you.
Theruvan
Teruvan
Saranai,
Saranai, all Dhamma friends. Teruvan Saranai.
Namaskaram.
Thiruvan Saranai Aryan answer. Thiruvan Saranai all Dhamma friends. Thiruvan Saranai Dr. Gopila for presenting beautiful and powerful presentation. Thiruvan Saranai.
Second paragraph. The pure truth is that there is nothing that exists outside and there is nothing that exists inside. The feeling of self is an illusion. It is not true. All the stimuli or experiences of sound, color, taste, smell, touch, and mind are only thoughts, and thoughts too don't exist. It is all a lie. No beings, no any living thing exist. Nothing exists at all. This is the pure truth which we need to understand, and you must maintain this awareness or mindfulness of the truth whenever you have thoughts. Once you have realized the pure truth, you will be able to feel your self-identity arise in a thought. You will be able to recognize it. That is wisdom. Being aware or being mindful is wisdom. If you like something, if you want to acquire something, that means that there is a feeling of self there. This means that we have to watch ourselves or be mindful of ourselves. We have to focus on ourselves, not the outside. We have to always be mindful and constantly check if our I-ness arise. We have to see if we have a feeling of self-identity. If we realize that our self or our I-ness exists at some point, then we have to compare it with the Dharma, the pure truth. Then we have to question ourselves. If nothing exists, then how is it that I feel that I am here? If the pure truth means that there is no body and nothing exists, then we should not be feeling this me concept. If we accept a thing as true, then the self concept is also made instantly. If we believe that a thing exists, an illusory self is formed instantly along with the thing, then we also can say that it, the thing, is also me. If the pure truth means that there is no body and that nothing exists, then we should not be feeling this me concept at all. If we accept a thing as true, then the self concept is also made instantly at that very moment. It would also be the same thing if we say the thing we believe exists is also me, or even if we say that it is me. Mehenin Mahanse, I understand that there is nothing outside Honorable Sir. Aryan Mahanse, from the way you said it, I feel what you are saying is that there is no outside, but there is you, who is the observer, who sees that there is no outside. Is that what you mean? There is a very important point to bring to your attention. Let us see how a thing is made. We have only 6 senses, haven't we? It is only through these 6 senses that we receive everything, isn't it? Whether there is a thing or not, everything is felt only by our mind consciousness, Vijnana, isn't it? Mehenin Mahanse, yes, Honorable Sir. Aryan Mahanse, now let us understand how the mind consciousness is made. Let us try to understand how a thing is created in the mind consciousness. The mind consciousness receives only sparks from 6 senses. The 6 senses are sight, hearing, smell, taste, touch, and thoughts from the mind consciousness. A spark that comes from the sight and a spark that comes from hearing creates a thing in the mind consciousness. Therwan Sarana, everybody.
Therwan Sarnai Aryan Mahanse, Therwan Sarnai all Dhamma friends. This is Buddothpado English Zoom discussion. Today also we discuss the basic pure Buddhism concepts, and here we speak about how the things are created and how I am created. We have already discussed this profoundly, but today also we would like to uh, bring to your notice that awareness and mindfulness is how important it is. And whatever you feel, whatever you think real is not real actually. They are illusions. So there you feel, if you like something, if you want to acquire something, that means that there is a feeling of self there. That is mentioned in the book. So today also we discuss Pure Dhamma. So I would like to invite Dr. Kokila first to start our discussion. Therwan Sarnai, Dr. Kokila.
Therwan Sarnai. Actually, I will just start. I missed the first bit, but I will just start from what Mr. Bernard mentioned. When we want something, are we there? So the actual thing we should highlight here is So I'll try to reiterate this again and again. So alive feel is coming when you feel it is felt that the thought is real. So we'll try to understand this. So imagine we'll take like randomly about 5 thoughts. In the morning you get up and you think about few things, we'll say, and usually if we haven't listened to Dhamma before and we haven't actually not understood any of this Dhamma, all the 5 thoughts that has come in the morning has felt true, right? But we didn't know about that. We didn't know anything about this feeling. The thought felt as true is the feeling of self. We didn't understand that. Now we do know that because Aranwansi has been telling this multiple times, not multiple times, maybe 1,000 times. So now imagine that 5 thoughts are coming. Still, at least one, you might feel it. What do you feel? You might feel that thought. What do you mean by you feeling a thought? This has never occurred to us before Aranwansi. What is meant by feeling a thought? Because we usually think. But what is meant by feeling the thought? So imagine, I will complicate the picture by telling 5 examples, like dramatic examples. One would be, I have to make the breakfast. And another one would be, I'm late. Another one would be, today I have to go to work. The 4th one will take it as, I have to pay the bill. And 5th one would be like, what? You can put anything. I will not cook. And I'll eat something from the leftovers. Okay, I made something up. So those are the 5 examples. You can say anything. It doesn't matter. Whatever 5 thoughts. In the morning when we get up, we had 5 thoughts. The thing is, the thoughts are not important here. I'm actually telling this because I just joined later. I didn't hear much Shani's talk, but I heard what Mr. Bernard said about the thoughts. So if we talk about these 5 thoughts, what is important? So which one make you to feel? I mean, all 5 you might feel, or 3 of them you might not even feel that the thought has come. You might feel really dramatically, you might feel it. So there are so many variations, isn't it? So imagine that all the other thoughts, suddenly you realize you are like 2 hours late to get up. I'm just taking an example. So you feel it. If you feel it, because sometimes you might not even bother. But if you feel it, you feel it. So the feeling the thought as real is different. Thought is different. So we have to understand this because we get complicated. Which thought should come, which thought should not come. There's nothing like that. There's nothing like that. Thought pattern is anyway different in people. Different people have different thought patterns. In a village, the thought pattern would be different. A king will not be thinking like the person working in the palace. So the thought patterns would be different, thoughts would be different. So what is happening here? What is actually this important thing here? The feel that you get that it is real, that is you. But underneath this, there's another layer. That the light is felt as real, sound is felt as real, and touch is felt as real. And we usually don't have to talk about it because we directly feel the thought, kind of thing. So we keep understanding. So you have to understand at least one sensory organ properly. So when you understand what is the quinoa, or what is this a thing we call, I mean, I don't know whether we are telling it properly when we say a thing, that when there is a value given to the thought, how can we measure it? We can't. We can only measure it by feel. We are masters of feeling. So feel is not about the emotion though. So it is again getting complicated. It's not about the emotion. It's about the after listening to Dhamma. This is different. This feel in Dhamma is different. It's not about the feel we had, it is okay to put there as same. But this what we tell here is actually is whether it became a thing or not. So I would stop there and maybe we'll have a good discussion like every day, because it's really important to have a discussion. I think that's what brings out best of us. Like everyone has their good points, isn't it? So yeah, can we have a discussion? Someone can unmute the phone and the mic can join. Sanai.
තෙරුවන් සරණයි Dr. Kokila. තෙරුවන් සරණයි to all Dhamma friends. First of all, I pay my homage at Adar Mahanse's feet. Dr. Kokila, it's a very beautiful way of putting this and starting the discussion. So, when you said the five thoughts, when you gave those examples, actually, depending on the value one attributes to those thoughts, arising of self happens. For example, maybe somebody was starving. So
Actually, we'll change
yeah,
the wording. It's my fault.
yeah,
It's my fault. I should have told it in a different way. I think we'll talk it as power, because it's actually not self.
power. Yeah,
There's no
yeah,
self.
power.
The power. That's
Yeah,
actually that is what we misunderstood as a self.
self. Exactly.
Yeah. So we'll change the wordings. Yeah. Sorry, that's my fault. Yeah, all good.
No, so then for someone who has some urgent commitment in the office, that I am late to the office, that thought would generate more power. And if it is the red bill the one has got, then that would be the most prominent powerful thought. So that way it might generate power, and someone who hasn't heard this truth pure truth, that it is not automated formation or automated rising of power through the thought itself, may take it as the self, that I feeling this, I have to do this, the notion of I will arise, but now we know that it is the power generated through those thoughts themselves, as a natural mechanism. And then actually today the focus is also basically on the self, how this self view is generated. And Dr. Kokila, there I have to ask for clarification regarding self view and self perception. So since you started with alive feel, this alive feel or existent feel, with that the self perception is again generated automatically, but the self view is kind of, it is something that we can liberate from not very easily, that when somebody liberates from the external world or come to the stage of stream enterer, the person gets rid of self view, but still the self perception continues till a later stage. Is it so, or will you be able to clarify that
I think
a bit more?
theoretically, the way we tell may be right.
Mm.
Most important thing would be to feel it.
Mm. Yes.
So that is, I think, the gap. Yeah, when we try to tell that, we can tell it in multiple ways. When we try to say something, this anyway kind of it's an example we can say, but actual feeling would be, when the power we were talking about, how it arises is when there is vibration here. When the self vibration here, there's always potential for that to be vibrating and getting similarity or resonance to anything. That's the same as the light. But when we actually, when we kind of understand that it was never this end, that is where the release of the power does not appear. So we have to feel this at least once without the power. Power is we are talking about this self vibration. So that there should be a moment where that is not there. Then only we can talk about this as the self view. The doubts will be gone, and the self will be like a challenge. So yeah, we can say with the examples, but the main thing is to feel it, and the importance is to feel it.
To add two examples from my experience, Dr. Kokila, before I listened to this true Dhamma, I suffered a lot because of several thoughts which I got so constantly. One thing is about my mom's death. Actually, with my sisters, because she wanted us to admit her to Javardhanapura Hospital. So she died of actually influenza. She told, no, don't take her to a private hospital. This is the best place, and admit her to that hospital. So we did so, and however, we couldn't save her life. So, despite her advice, we could have taken her to another hospital. Kind of guilty feeling was bothering me all the time at that time. Another thought I had was when my son was very small, there was a helper, a woman to look after her. She was very kind, and my son, I think he was at the age of maybe three. She used to call her Amma, Amma all the time. So I was so ignorant, and one day I actually beat the child for that. So now they are quite big. Still, for so long, I suffered because of these two thoughts. And when I saw the truth, actually now they don't occur. Even when you were giving these examples, I wanted to talk about them also. So when we see that they are mere thoughts, there is no substance in them. The relaxation that when we do not give value to those thoughts, the power never. I mean that the thought may come, but it would not have any impact on me, any emotion or sad feeling. Teruvan Saranai, Dr. Kokila. So that's all I
Parents,
can.
Anna, actually, we can actually reproduce this telepathization. I would say, for an example, just imagine you see like a episode of film or anything like that in the TV, and a mother is beating a child. And as soon as you see this, the resonance will be so similar. You would immediately feel the situation that you were in before. This is how trauma works, even for the child, but this is for the mother. But what I'm trying to say is that is not the thing, that is not the problem. That is not the problem. So even the first time, what I was trying to say is thought is not the problem. What Mr. Bernard started to say, that I want this thing, is another thought. But the thought itself is not the problem. How true that you feel that thought is existing is the problem. How alive you feel that the thought is real. Oh my God, I don't know how I'm putting it really, but it's really important to feel this. So you telepathize, you resynchronize to that. You keep synchronizing to these old things now. So that will happen all the time. That's how mind works. That's the normal human mind. Can telepathize into your small age where your father hit you, and then you can also go into the same stage where you hit someone or whatever. It doesn't matter. When you see an elderly person, that might resonance immediately to your father or someone you know. It doesn't matter. But what I'm trying to say is that is not the problem. The problem is how real you take these things. That's why Aryan Ohanse is repeatedly telling the feel is important, the feel is important, the feel is important. Because if you don't feel it, that doesn't matter. But this is with the right vision. So we have, I mean, we talk about this right vision all the time. So that's why I'm getting deviated here. I'm not talking about the right vision here. Like I'm talking about someone with the right vision, how to like correlate these things, because the feel is the main important thing, because someone in the path might recollect their past. Lord Buddha will tell Kimbulwat, there's a like a city called Kimbulwat or something like that, and the Lord Buddha used to say the wind from that side, even wind from that side is feeling so good. So if someone did not understand this Dhamma, they will get confused. Same way, like when Lord Buddha wanted to like punish another monk, he actually led him to the gate, telling about 7 times to go away. Not go away, actually, tucha, I don't know how to say that in English, but like, like belittling him, but it was to get his ego down. But like if someone looks at that without Dhamma, then actually someone can misunderstand. The main important of feel is what you felt. Because as we discussed that day, feeling doesn't lie. The thoughts are lying. So thoughts can say anything. Thoughts can say anything. It doesn't matter what the thoughts are saying. But what I'm trying to say is, important thing is whether you felt it or not. So because if you felt it, perapasu nowe, what is that? It means like there's no, like, as at the same time,
then and there,
the self-perception is there. So the itta sanya, atma sanya, they are like just this, then and there it happens. Like if you feel the feel of existence and feel of life feel kind of is different, but it becomes same. Likewise. And another example, we can.
Saranai, I was not clear, it seems. What I wanted to tell was those like.
No, you were clear. I'm just adding. I'm just adding things.
Okay. All
I'm
right.
not. I'm specifically not trying to correct each other. Sometimes I'm just trying to add things so that we maintain like a constructive, discussion, because it's not directed towards you. Hopefully you get it. No, actually it's not.
Dr. Kopila, it's clear. There was one for someone who doesn't know the truth. Definitely thoughts are a burden and we get shaken by them.
Burden, but what I'm trying to say is what RN1 is recently trying to transmit. That's why I'm trying to say that in English, because feel is important, and if you ignore the feel, you are cheating yourself, and that's very common. So very, very common. No one will even know that you are doing that, because it's just inside business anyway. So what I'm trying to bring up is the thought is not the important thing. How you felt that it's there is the thing. And you have to actually master feelings. Otherwise you will actually miss. You will put an umbrella thought saying, I don't feel anything anymore. And that will become another like a picture, like a mind, like a thought, and it will actually mask everything. But that's not the path. Aranasi keeps telling that's not the path. Path begins when you start to feel the self vibration, or this actually none, like in the other way around, that whether you felt it or not. So this is kind of not the beginning. This is kind of in the middle, actually, because the beginning is with the actually knowing that and feeling that the no self-perception. Anyone else who can add something? Yes.
Peron Saranai, all Dhamma friends. Just about the two incidents that Sudharma mentioned. What I felt was she feels that those two thoughts are coming again and again, and she automatically there is a value given to that. So she feels heavy about those two thoughts. And the value which gets added with each thought each time, doesn't it depends only on the individual, individual system, because it depends on the data that system had, how much of data. Now, for example, if regarding the mother, if Sudharma had a very close relationship and she was very, very close to her mother. So that means the amount of data which was in her system, I used the word her system, so the data that she had from the small age up to the time of her death, when the amount of data is enormous, the frequency of getting that thought again and again, surfacing that thought becomes more frequent, isn't it? For a person who didn't have a very close relationship with the mother, this abhisankarane, or this strong value, or the value which is added to that thought will not be that much. So won't it change from person to person, and depends on the amount of data which occurred over the past time, and a person will feel it very lightly, a person will take it as a very serious thing. Am I correct in that way?
I think yes. Yes, but there's another thing that I just, when you were saying that, it's really good. The number of times that when you use that number, how many times that it has come to the surface, the thought, how it clearly augments this issue of self-vibration. That's very, very important. No, the thing is, it's really interesting to see from birth, kind of the time of the mind, actually, because not the actual physical birth. I'm talking about when the mind started. So the thoughts keep changing. So whatever the thoughts that are very close, and so imagine somebody lived with the parents for 50 years, and parent dies, immediately you feel like a vacuum, like there's a vacuum in here. How do you get that? Because the self vibration has arisen like billion times in that one particular stimulus, if it is the mother or father. So imagine you are for 50 years of age and your mother lived till about 80 or 70, and the whole your 50 years, you know the mother, you know about the what mother did to you, what you did to mother, what you two did together, and so much so on, like endless actually. So how do you feel that vacuum, and how do you feel, that every detail in that in the end part is so important. How does this happen? This is all not because there's someone actually here. It happens with all this science where the self vibration will be never there alone. Self is not there alone. There's nothing like that. So what happened? It arises only with a stimuli. And if the one stimuli keep coming again and again, and the self vibration arises in that particular thing because it keeps coming as real, that's the vacuum. That's why some people even suicide. I have seen like elderly couples where they live like 50 years together. So they marry at 20 and die at 70. Just imagine 50 years together, and the partner dies. The other partner goes very quickly. Like that person dies too. They feel like empty. How does that happen? That happens because that system is fully confused, because the vacuum part is so powerful that the emptiness is so powerful that system can't handle it anymore. So we need to understand this system a lot, kind of master it. When you master it, there's no self at all. How this keep happening, how this self vibration keep happening when the stimuli become real, and how it augmented the whole thing, because now it's not just a vibration, it's now a thought, because the self view, as we talked, so it becomes mage amma, my mother, my sister, my mother went to the hospital, because it won't matter if the neighbor's mother went to the hospital, or it might matter if the neighbors are so close to you, but it won't matter that much. So everything circles around you. The self view, actually the me, it surrounds me. So it's so beautiful to see how this system works. Actually there is no self, but how this system works, isn't it?
Yes, it is. Actually, I also have more or less a similar experience to what Sudharma said. My father had a bit of breathlessness, and then when I took him to the hospital, he was diagnosed to have this heart problem needing surgery. So he was clinically fairly okay, and then I had to take the sole decision about the surgery because the cardiologist strongly advised to do the surgery. But he was clinically, apart from little breathlessness, he was okay. So as the eldest in the family, I had to take the decision about the surgery, and he didn't object. And unfortunately, he underwent surgery and he didn't recover from surgery. So that was a kind of shock which was coming to me until fairly recently. And then there was another incident at his funeral. One of his close friends said that if this surgery was not done, he would have been alive and well. So those two things actually, that the fact that I took the decision and that friend's comment has been coming as a thought, very painful thought now. That means it was given a heavy value. Uh, I mean, that is why I was feeling so heavy whenever that thought was coming. And until fairly recently, actually, until I listened to this Dhamma, then I realized how this mind sensor is working, and then how much of value has been added to that. That is the reason that I was feeling so sort of bad, and I was feeling very guilty about it, about taking the decision. So it's similar to Sudharma's
No,
thing actually.
this can be worse, Dr.
Yes.
Sakuntala, because there are decisions that we have to make when the patient is in the intensive care unit, and you have to take the decision to remove the stop the
I
resuscitation
know.
or stop
I know.
the machine. So
Yes.
actually, it's really important to discuss this. When the self is there, decision is yours.
Mm. Yes. Yes, exactly.
That is the thing. That the decision, if it is taken with some heaviness, yes, the self is already there. But
Self is already there.
if
Yes, yes.
this happened to someone who is a stream mentor, even a stream mentor might have this, the feeling, but that person will know that will not feel it so bad. So the thing is, how much Dhamma you have understood and how much Dhamma you have felt is the main important thing. Because then, like imagine for an example, Aran Hanse is there and taking a decision, he will just take the decision, that's it. It's so evident how he takes the decisions anyway. He just take the decision, that's it. And whether it goes wrong or right, well, someone has to take the decision. No? So, in this mundane world, you can't really understand whether there's self-perception or not. So, only that person will be knowing that whether it was there or not, the self-perception. Even with the person who has no self-view also will have a like a kind of self-vibration. Still he has, nothing has happened to self-vibration, it is still there, because and then we'll have the craving or the anger. So it's very difficult to understand. So this system works in a different way. This is again, there's no self in the Dhamma path also. What happens is you feel the non-vibration, and then it keeps manifesting more and more, that's all. And one day it will be the only thing that is there as the perception. But nothing happens to the other perceptions. This is only about the self-perception, because this is about fighting with one thought. Self-view, self-perception, and self-vibration. This is just one thought. But you can't attack that one thought without knowing how it arises. And it arises with help of all the other stimuli. Each and every stimuli. Isn't it? Yeah, someone else. Yeah, we can have the discussion. Suranka is also here. It's really good to keep adding stuff, because this is beautiful. I mean, that is what is needed. Yeah.
Yeah, Theruvan Sarnai, Dr. Kokila and Dhamma friends. Yeah, I mean, I suppose irrespective of, what incident it is from person to person, whether it is an incident or whether it is a person or whether it is even an object like a house, some people can get really hooked up about a house and worry and stress about the house for their entire lifetime. Somebody can get, stuck with either something they've done to their son or something that has happened to their son, or whether it's an incident or person or whatever it is. What is the common pattern is everybody suffering with the stimuli. As long as the stimuli becomes real, then that self-perception has risen, isn't it? So I think we discussed about the exist and feel and the self-perception being two sides of the same coin. And Narayan Vahanse also brought that up, I think, recently, saying if there is a stimulus and if you think that stimulus is real, then the I is born then and there. So the whole purpose of it is, I mean, if you see the common trend, the common thread of all the Zoom discussions and the things that parents or people say, including our own experiences, if we haven't had the true Dhamma, we are moving from stimuli to stimuli. That is what we have called life. The experience, the thought, because I mean now we know that
even that one we can say we are moving from stimuli, but actually it's stimuli.
Yeah.
So nothing else. But the problem is we attach to that in every kind of way. So that's the problem, I think, because in some or other, because there's a layer underneath, even below the thinking level, there is a layer underneath where we have all the other five senses. So they are working, and it will be felt as real. It is a feel only. So even in that level, it's not even thinking. So we are like this trap is so immense, and no wonder that it is difficult to kind of grasp, isn't it?
Whole thought process thing that was being explained by Narayan Vahanse is also very, very complicated. I actually was trying to join the afternoon or morning Zoom also to actually, tell Narayan Vahanse how valuable last night's Andolanaatmaka discussion was, because I think even when I was trying to speak to you on that Zoom several days ago, Dr. Kokila, that was what I was trying to say and failed completely. What I was trying to say was the fact that, the thing that he brought out through that experience of a mother yesterday, and Swarnamali also joined in and explained it, but Narayan Vahanse, I don't know from where, is so good. The beautiful explanation he gave to the thing that you feel, the thought, the thinking. So there is thinking, and then there is feel of the thinking, which...
Yeah, that's what I was trying to bring up today,
Yeah, so it was so subtle, and that was the part that I was also trying to see, because in the experience, there was this thinking that was happening, but the thinking didn't have power. So if the thinking didn't have power, then there was this question that was kind of circulating again, thinking that, okay, I know that there is this thinking, but the thought has no power. So then, but still there are thoughts. And it wasn't as if I was thinking about the thoughts, but there was this innate kind of feel, but there was no way of articulating it properly. But Narayan Vahanse brought out that so well. I was trying to kind of get a bit more from that perspective from him in the afternoon, but I think he elaborated a little bit in the morning Zoom as well. So the thing he said, I think, to that mother, the mother in the Andolanaatmaka, of course, had a certain amount of feel experience, and a little bit, she was a little bit in the mind as well. But then in the morning Zoom, he was recounting experience. Several mothers were recounting their experiences, and one mother said that she was still observing the thought. And then Narayan Vahanse mentioned, why are you observing the thought? that means, the I is still here, the person still exists, and that there's a person existing observing the thought. If you have had enough access to the Dhamma and the understanding and the practicality has been well understood, there is no need to be observing, because that Dhamma knowledge, that core wisdom, because of the Vidarshana practice that one has embarked on, should have been well entrenched, well embedded. And what we mean by that is through that entrenchment, through that integration of it, like being the Dhamma, understanding the thought through and through, to know and then to understand and then to feel that there is no substance in it, then the knowledge gives way to wisdom. And it was that point that he was trying to raise, which I couldn't express myself in the last session as well, that it's that feel. The thought is not a problem. As you, Dr. Kokila, I think I have heard you saying that so many times. The thought is not the problem. The emotion is not the problem. It is, if there is a heaviness, if there's a value, if the thought becomes a thing, that is where the problem lies. Because in that heaviness, in the power of that thought, lies the ignorance, lies the fact that there has not been a thorough examination of the Dhamma, isn't it?
Yeah, true. It's really beautiful. Discussions are ongoing these days. And we can really easily misunderstand this watching the thought also. It's very easily done. Everything can be easily misunderstood anyway. And we are telling by experience. I mean, we do it all the time. So it's okay. But
Dr. Kokila, in which Zoom did you talk about this feel, this explanation that Miss Surangika told about 12:31, no, in the morning Zoom?
No, Aran Wahanse was talking about this last night as Andolanatmaka Deshana, and also in the morning at 5 o'clock, and also there was a good discussion at 9:31 too.
I have to go back to that. Please, yeah. Dr. Kokila, can you, now I feel that you were trying to elaborate on that earlier also. Can you please talk a bit more about that feel in relation to the thought?
Yeah, that was the exact thing I was trying to say in English, because it's our task kind of thing to, kind of try to give this in another language.
But Dr. Kokila, for the benefit of our English listeners, maybe we can explain the beginning, how one first has to, reflect. And then there's that active thinking, the Savitaka nature. And then the fact that it
you can do that actually, Surangika. You can tell that. Yeah. Can you tell that a bit?
Yeah, about a few days ago, I think we did mention it. But so once one gains the understanding, or when one accesses the true Dhamma teachings, there has to be that active reflection. There has to be, you pull it around, you unravel the thought, how the light forms, how the sound forms, how these senses, how these perceptions get manifested through the senses and through the vibration and the speed of vibration. All those things have to be well understood. How the light consciousness, the eye and the sound or the ear consciousness, all these consciousnesses come together to combine the mind consciousness. All that has to be unraveled, analyzed, dissected, and to do that, one has to use the mind. I mean, that is the beauty of the human being and the human condition, that whilst the entrapment is also through the mind consciousness. It is the mind consciousness that is used as a tool to undertake that Vidarshana practice. So initially, as we said, to do the Savitaka Savichara, that active reflection, one uses the mind, and that has to be done. You can't say that you can do only so much and this much. It depends on the person. It depends on that person's understanding. So to the extent that that person has sufficiently understood well understood the Dhamma and analyzed and understood the core, got a core understanding of what the thought is, the thought process, and the fact that there is no such thing called the mind, that active reflection has to happen. But then gradually, through that understanding and vidarshana practice and putting it into the practice as well through the practical program, the active reflection gets replaced eventually by almost an auto reflection. You don't have to actually really think about it and start unraveling incidents, and when something worries you and some day-to-day activity happens and you feel a heaviness in your heart, automatically through that initial exercise that you have done through a prolonged period of time, there is an automatic understanding that comes. One would find that one doesn't have to dwell too much in the thought. Only when something really bothers the person, then one understands that there is that object has become a thing, and then at that point there can be a reflection. But even if that is not there, there is an auto reflection, and the thoughts don't become a thing. So there is that active reflection, and the second stage we can perhaps call it passive reflection. But then both of those stages are only intermediate or beginner and intermediate kind of stages. The final stage, which Arhan Wahanse and Dr. Kokila is trying to explain here, is the most, I think, the challenging thing is that it gets replaced by the feel, and that arises only when one has experienced, even for a split second, the anatma or non-self perception. So I'll stop there, Dr. Kokila, for you to continue.
Yeah, actually, I just realized that what you were trying to ask the question. Do you think you can ask it in English?
My question at that point was, this was something I think I was grappling with, was so that the anatma sanya experience is a split second experience, but then the confusion comes with the fact that there is an emphasis about the feel, and but there is a sense of stimuli not being a thing. So there is no burning sensation, there is no heaviness, there is no value attached to the thoughts. And one gets about one's day-to-day activities, at least that's the experience at the moment. There is a lightness, there is an inner calmness.
Yeah, what is left
tranquility.
is the form level now.
Yes,
What
so
is
the thoughts.
What is left is not the sensual level. When the sensual level is calming down, now the next one would be the form level.
Yes, I think that also you tried to explain, I think, isn't it, Dr. Kokila? You kept trying to explain that it was form. Even in the English Zoom, you said that the form, and I think 2 days ago, you were trying to explain the form and the formless world, and how that gradual, we pass from the sensual stage to the form stage, but the form stage is also obviously not the ultimate, and the formless is also not the ultimate.
Yeah, true. Yeah, so the question I think arises, I'm not the best at this because there's the English room, and anyway, we are not the best people to tell. The Aranwanse is the best to tell in a single Zoom meeting. But what I'm trying to say is, the grappling thought that you have here about these worlds, or what will happen here, this or that, I'm talking to you directly now, Suranka. So
Yes.
the future idea there is a future kind of feeling that we are trying to explore. Is it this or is it that? My only like advice would be just drop them. Just drop them.
Yes, I think I understood that of Dr. Kokila from, I think, your last few days, your talks to the other people who joined the Zoom. I think I kind of got it that that's what you're trying to say, and as well as even the other Andolanatmaka Desana, because it's a thinking about the thinking, isn't it?
Yeah, just drop it. Like you drop dead, you just drop it. Because I'm not telling you to drop dead. No. I mean, these words can be taken wrongly. I'm telling, just let go. And actually, if you are able to do that, it is not easy. It's not easy. And one particular moment of that only bring the beauty of this Dhamma. That is the exact thing we can't do. We either try to be like a security guard and try to monitor the thoughts, or we will be like, exactly. We are trying to check ourselves whether we are cheating or not. It's such a funny thing.
I think the issue was like almost exactly, I don't know whether that's true. Aryan Mahansa is the best person. I mean, sometimes we don't know what's happening to our own experiences. I mean, we used in a conventional term. That mother in the Andolnatmaka Desana, Aryan Mahansa said that there was an oscillation between thinking, the thinking was not becoming a thing, and the fact that the thought was getting... that there was an inner wisdom that was understanding the thought as well in that mother. So, and that was something that was kind of similar to the experience that I was trying to explain to you, that the thoughts have no power. Then there is an innate awareness.
Yeah, that's the sensual part, though.
No, there is an innate awareness that the thoughts are flowing as a natural occurrence of the mind sensor, and that is felt, meaning it's the feel, the wisdom.
Yeah, but that's what you have told long time ago. That day also I told you, then let the feel start working about the light, touch, and taste, and these 5 senses. I don't think you have still started that. I don't think you got it that day. This was like months and months ago. Yeah, like very good months ago. In a single Zoom discussion at the night, I think I told you, now the thoughts are enough. Now you know enough about that. Now just feel it. Just feel whether these feelings are true. The touch, is it true? Just forget about the thoughts. But you still haven't grasped that thing. So when we come to feel Surangika, it's all the 6 senses. So you feel the thought, you feel the light, you feel the touch, you feel the smell, you feel the taste. Do you get it?
But the question I had was, Dr. Kokila, that nothing becomes a thing.
Yes, but that's in the form world. You haven't penetrated that. That's the message that we are trying to give.
What I was trying to say was that the anatma sanya, the experience in the split-second moment, is only a split-second moment, or that feel that one encounters of that particular different type of sensor, whatever the sensor, that one feels without the self-perception, occurs only in a split moment, and then it all comes back to the mind. The mind works now after that, the self-perception, no? not the self-perception, the mind. I mean, you come back to the awareness of the existent field, no? So, and then finally only the self-perception completely gets dissolved. So until that happens, that anatma sanya thing is not an ever-present thing, no? So that means that the thoughts still work, the mind sensor works, like
Yeah,
just like
but you
other
don't have to
sensors.
worry about the thoughts now. If you are so clear about the thoughts, just forget about the thoughts. Why can't
Yeah,
you
I
do that?
wasn't worried about the thoughts, but
No, you
my
still have
question
the
was, I was thinking that, and then I felt as if I found the answer in a sense as well, because I thought, is this a level of thinking or thoughts that are going through the mind appropriate or not? So, and then, then almost immediately the answer comes saying who says appropriate and who says not, right? That itself is the mind, isn't it?
yes, still in the mind. That's what I'm trying to say. Still in the mind.
Mm-hmm.
Still in the mind. So let go is difficult because we are addicted to this mind. So just let go.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Just let go. Forget about that. Even the feel, you can forget about the feel too if you're that confident. Otherwise, you will never actually not forget about. You have to understand. It's the wrong wording, but I used it for you because you have mastered this now for some time. So I'm thinking you have to forget about mastering now. Not. Do you get the point? Not the actual true Dhamma. Just relax about thinking about the truth. That part is a bit difficult, but just relax. Overall, just relax. Let whatever you feel.
Yeah.
So you might feel actually then this mirage thing will actually relax, and you will feel everything. You will feel your boss. You will feel your tea maker. You will feel your the sound in the tree. You will feel the sunlight. You will start to feel everything. But that stage will not come because you're restricting it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But I have
Yes,
given this
Dr.
message a long time ago, but I think the message didn't go clearly because, I mean, our messages never go clearly because of our incompetence. But the message is to, if you have that kind of confidence in Dhamma and the noble friend, just let go. But it's not for everyone. Just in your case, I think you have to relax a bit more.
Mm-hmm. Yes, Dr. Gopila, I think so as well, because
and if you ask the question, Aryan Hansi will definitely say that one day, can you remember, I asked a question and he asked me, are you Mongol? So he might tell the same thing to you because this is beyond questions now. It is to feel, and he will be like, what are you questioning? I was actually questioning in behalf of the others, but then yeah, true. I mean, I have stopped doing that too now. So do you get the point?
Yes, Dr. Gopila.
Yeah.
Difficult
But you
to,
need kind of
yeah.
some kind of confidence to let go also. This relax completely so that the feeling will master feeling itself. But then you have to feel the feeling is the self-perception again, but this is kind of reversing that. And if you know the truth properly, like that even the touch is not the nothing to do with
Not
the
the end
self.
of it. Yeah.
They have nothing to do with the self, and it's just the origination of the originated from just the sensor. This will completely turn anyway. This will keep turning anyway. Even whether it's a stream enterer, this is the same path. Same path. Nothing is the different. Do you understand?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Anything
Thank you,
else?
Dr. Gopila. I think we're running out of time now.
Yeah, we are actually coming close every day to 4 o'clock. I mean, it's really good though. At
And
least,
sometimes it's so difficult to explain in English as well, isn't it? Because the words, not that it was successful even in Sinhalese,
yeah, that's
but
okay. But we are trying.
I think it's more challenging in English as well.
Yeah, but we keep trying. We keep trying. We actually, if you try to give a message to even in with the, sometimes our gestures tells a lot of things. Your face tells a lot of things. Your sound tells a lot of things. Your smile will tell a lot of things. The way you look at someone might say a lot of things. So, yes, it's beautiful. It's
Theruvan
beautiful.
Saranai, Dr. Kokila, all what you say can be felt by someone like you or Aryan Hanse because with that wisdom only, right? The things, I mean, through to read or to understand from
No,
somebody's
no, 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 no,
gesture.
no, 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 no.
Then,
No. Some people have these levels anyway, nothing to do with the right vision. Some people actually in good olden days, there are so many Rishivaru and stuff that who felt directly who is in front of them and so much stories. So it is not directly related to right vision, but with the right vision, it is different. Right vision is the feel can be there. This feel is, isn't it, Surangika? This the feel can be there. There have
so
been
I have
people who feel more than others.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
one small thing. Uh, I have the experience, Dr. Kokila. So we, things I believe, okay, this is very well related to Dhamma and this is a good thing to uh, tell Aryan Mahanse. So I plan and tell. Then and there, he rejects it and shouts at me. Sometimes without any intention, I ask a question. So it is something sensible. So it's so beautiful and I don't know. I mean, that so we cannot even define what that wisdom is like. Okay, Teruvan Saranai, Dr. Kokila, Teruvan Saranai.
We worship Aryan Hanse and
Yes.
we thank everyone. We thank Shani. Thank you very much, Mr. Bernard, for starting the discussion, and thank you everyone for joining the discussion. May Triple Gem bless you all. We'll join again tomorrow.
Teruvan Saranai.
Thank you, Dr. Kokila. Theruvan Saranai to Aryan Mahansa and Dhamma friends.
Theruvan Saranai.
Good afternoon, everybody. Theruvan Saranai Aryan Mahansa. Theruvan Saranai, everybody. Let's continue with the book reading. The True Dhamma Has Awakened, Volume 1, page number 69. The Dhamma is only felt by wisdom, O Jnana. The Dhamma, the pure truth, is not felt by thoughts. The realization of the pure truth is beyond thoughts. Nibbana, the total abandonment and elimination of all forms of craving, cannot be achieved by thought. If we think of anything, it becomes a thought.
Mihinin Mahanse, I understand, Honorable Sir. Aryan Mahanse, what we feel when we maintain an awareness and wisdom to realize the pure truth is totally different to have thoughts in the mind. One, awareness, and second, wisdom are beyond mind, beyond thinking. Awareness or mindfulness is what we need to realize the pure truth. This realization of the pure truth will enable us to come out of this illusion and suffering. Let's say, for example, that you are trying to tell awareness by using words. Can you explain non-existent in words? If somebody says that I am an arahant, is it something you can speak about and explain in words? Some people claim to be arahant, but from the way they enjoy their senses, we are unable to believe so. We can see that they are associating with a self-identity. They associate with material things that they like. We also understand that they earn a living too. They cook and consume food that they like. We can see that they entertain their five senses. They cannot realize the Dhamma because they have a self-identity. This can be seen from the way they enjoy life. The followers of Dhamma cannot obtain any valuable advice from priests who claim to be Arahant. The priests themselves would not know how to follow the path to realize the pure truth. What is important to us is to follow the path to realize the pure truth. When we are on the path, we need not bother about the four supramundane stages of the spiritual path. If we give too much of importance to the stages we achieve, then we develop an ego and fall behind than move forward on the path. What is important to us is to eradicate our greed, ill will, and delusion. We need to be on the path to understand and realize the pure truth. We have to develop an awareness to the pure truth. Awareness that nothing exists outside, nor inside. We have to know that everything is a thought and that the thought too is not true. It is a lie. We should develop awareness until we realize that we do not exist at all. When you realize that you do not exist, that is when you will totally drop your self-identity about yourself. Then, is there anybody to become an arahant? When you are at the stage of an arahant, you cannot say that you will not be born again. In this fourth stage, arahant, if one does not have a self, who is there to say whether one will be born again or not? If there is no one, then who is there to be born again? Now, what should we understand? We should understand that there is no one even at this moment. Mehini Mahanse, yes, Honorable Sir. Aryan Mahanse, what is important for us is to realize the point where we melt into nothing. For that, we should realize the pure truth. When we realize the pure truth, we realize that there is no being, there is no person, that there is no self. Avidya Ashesha Nirodha. means ignorance, not knowing the pure truth. If you have already realized the pure truth, you begin to feel the truth. When you feel the truth that nothing exists outside and that everything is a thought, you begin to see the self in every thought. When a feeling of self arises in a thought, you will know. Therwan Sana, everybody.
Everyone Saranai to all of you. First of all, let's pay our homage to Aryan Hanse. Therwan Saranai, Dr. Kokila.
Sorry, I joined a little bit later, so I didn't actually hear the part that Shani read. Sorry, I couldn't hear
Okay,
that.
Miss Surangika is there. Shall I
What was the discussion about?
That was page 69 and page 70, Dr. Kokila. So started with explaining that one who sees Dhamma sees me, that Buddha's word, and that thought we cannot realize pure truth through thoughts. It goes beyond thoughts. That was being emphasized. And the most important aspect in the first two paragraphs is the awareness and the wisdom. So in one of other sermons also, Aryan Hanse
So the
has
prajna
explained
and the jnana?
prajna and
Jnana.
avad sihiya. Wisdom is, I think, prajnavo jnanaya, because in English
No,
we have
prajna and jnana are different, but anyway.
yeah, doctor, but words we find it's very difficult to use exact words in English. No, so there are three words like knowledge. Anyway, danuma, knowledge is used for prajna also, and discernment and wisdom are there. Wisdom is the exact word for prajna. So, whatever it is prajna here. Wisdom is the word. Wisdom and awareness. Awareness is mindfulness. Sihiya. The importance of
Kind of super
sihiya.
awareness.
It may not be super awareness, doctor. It is actually it's for someone to see the truth. He or she should maintain awareness, and this wisdom here means seeing the truth of the stimulus.
Yeah, I think it is
Because
a super awareness because the
okay.
awareness here is always the awareness that there is no self. So that awareness is different to every other awareness we know. So we don't have a name. That's why we have put another name. Like actually, you don't need. But what I'm trying to say is we don't have a word for that kind of awareness because we always have an awareness for actual existence.
Yeah, presence of mind.
Yeah.
Actual, yeah, right.
So we don't have another word for another, like not non-existence. We don't have that. So it's very difficult to say, but I think that's why the word problem is there. So what was the discussion after that?
Yes, awareness and explaining the importance of maintaining awareness or mindfulness. That is not to be deceived by thoughts.
Yeah.
So when one has the awareness only, that mindfulness only, one will be able to apply actually satya jnana. Whenever the thought occurs, to penetrate through it, one should have that awareness. And then talking about self-identity also, without understanding how the self-vibration arises, one cannot again liberate from this duality. Then Dr. Kokila further elaborates on the up to Arahant, the 4 stages, stream enterer, what happens at the stream enterer stage, liberating from the external world, the path level and the fruition level. Then at one's returner level, how one feels the diminishing of defilements and how he or she becomes that is without any effort, how the defilements may diminish. That is the fruition level. Then non-returner level, I think the stage where one liberates from the mind and becoming that fruition level, finally the Arahant. So what is being emphasized is you cannot achieve or think of any of these using the mind. That is the big mistake people do. So you must feel it. And it is the summary of entire journey, I should say, because how one should liberate from outside, inside this duality, it is being mentioned. So finally, what is being said is, even if someone says Arahant, and that I am an Arahant, so how do you know how to become that? Only that very person may know, but you cannot achieve any of these stages through your mind. So that's it basically. So in terms of awareness and wisdom, Dr. Kokila, so 2 examples comes to my mind. In one of the sermons, Aryan Hans has explained it through the simile of the sky, that is space and the cloud. When you have this awareness is like that space. It doesn't get involved with the thought, which is compared to a clouds. Clouds may occur, clouds may appear and disappear. But awareness is there, it doesn't get inside the cloud. It only kind of unexplainable, still entity, still in the sense that doesn't shake, it is consistent, and through that we can understand it doesn't get disturbed. Whatever the type of cloud that appears, it doesn't get disturbed. And in one of Andolanatmaka Deshana, Miss Swarnamali came up with the metaphor of a lake surrounded by hills. So there is a beautiful lake full of water. The top or the surface of the lake may have ripples due to the winds, but underneath there are still water. So that awareness is something like that. So the thoughts may, at the upper level, thoughts may create ripples, but the awareness may prevail without being disturbed. So what actually struck, I mean, when I was trying to come to terms with this is Aryan Mahanse's beautiful example of the ladder. Basically, these 2 aspects, awareness and wisdom, are like, wisdom means yatabhuta jnana, ability to see the truth, to see through the thought, is like the 2 poles of the ladder. So if one to proceed, just like you also said, parallel railway track, the parallel, like the 2 lines, they should go in, they should be, they are parallel to each other, because both are equally important. So that's it, Dr. Kokila. I can add, I mean, that is basically nothing from my experience. What is being explained by Aryan Mahanse in this conversation between Mehenin Mahanse and him. That's it. So the awareness, wisdom, and the 4 stages of the path. And also that we can't do anything with the mind. We must awaken to the feel. And Therwan Saranai, Dr. Kokila, Miss Surangika.
Yeah, I was listening. There are few things, I don't know whether I'm even able to tell any of these in English, the capacity to tell, but I can try because of this jumble of words. It's so complicated when we try to say something, it gets, because even the metaphors can be taken slightly according to the receiver's end. So that even the metaphors can be, understood differently. So the I don't know, the no self-perception, we tried to discuss that day, that a small baby who is in the cot slowly grows up and then become the 7-year-old or kind of whatever that age child who has the mind now. That child had the awareness. I'm trying to get this across. Tell me if that doesn't work, because that may not work. So that child had an awareness. It is not the correct awareness in Dhamma. It is an awareness. But in that also, baby doesn't have defilements. Baby is free. Baby has the mind, has not developed the mind yet. That system has not had the mind coming up yet. The awareness has the self-vibration. So the feel is not the Samma Sati. It's not the awareness is not the Samma is what? The correct awareness. According to Dhamma, because we have 8-fold path, so there's correct awareness. So when you talk about the correct awareness, so the child...
That was Dr. Kokila, I think it's right awareness, isn't it?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, the right awareness. So I'm trying to get through a message, but so the child with the radiant mind also has an awareness, but it's not right awareness. Someone who has actually passed the stages of stream enterer and going on, so forth, has the right awareness. So can you see that there is a small difference there? Actually, a great difference, but we should be able to feel the difference. Yes.
Therwan Saranai, is it right view that you are referring to, your right awareness? Samma Ditthiya.
Samma Sati I'm trying to talk about.
So that is right mindfulness. Is it?
Yeah, whatever that is awareness.
Yeah, that's right. clear. What got little confused.
So
Okay,
I think
Dr.
I understand what you're trying to say, Dr. Kokila, because unfortunately, the baby is the closest possible example that we can use to communicate, isn't it? The radiant mind at that stage. But at the same time, it has its limitations, which is the point that you're trying to bring across. That the basic feeling that the baby has is the basic feeling, but the right awareness can only be reached or realized through the understanding of the mind, whereas the baby, the mind is not developed at all. So it is at that basic level, but the stream enterer reaches the point of devaluing the mind by understanding the mind. Am I making sense?
Yeah, and then I just wanted to get through Sudharma's heart, like not heart. I just wanted to like go across her so that to understand whether she understood what she's talking about, because it's so difficult to communicate here with this language, but we are trying to say people can talk about a lot of awarenesses. So, but when we take the idea, it is with our perception we take the message. So we need to know what perception we are trying to get. So I'm trying to actually reiterate that the awareness, super awareness, or the right awareness is different to just clear awareness without the mind in the baby. So there's slight difference. What is a slight difference is the main important factor here, because baby is not an arahant. Baby is not even close to arahant. But the baby is actually close to arahant, but not. It's like a catch, because baby has no ability to contemplate any of these things. But someone who has heard Dhamma will experience at one point, go through all these stages and go through even the baby stage and feel the non-existence. This anatya, anatma, sanya. And that is the only thing that is going to change this person, where they understand even the feel that we talk about is just a function of the sensory organs. By understanding that, by feeling that, the fruition level is there's a fruition level where some of the fetters will be broken. And likewise, I don't know whether I'm getting this across to you, but the right awareness has this clear view of no self-perception, or absence of self-vibration. The absence of self-vibration has nothing to do with the baby's normal awareness in that field level. Did I make sense? Any sense, Sudharma? Because I'm not sure whether
Yes, Dr. Kokila, I was actually trying to get what every word that you are telling makes sense to me, and what came to my mind is, Dr. Kokila, that when with this awareness, one has the 100% confidence that these whatever are the manifestation of the sensory faculty, it is just the just the automatic generation of them
Yeah.
without the involvement of the self. Is
Yes, and
yeah.
also Surangika
Yeah.
will agree with me. In the whole world, actually, there is so much about this consciousness and being happy with the consciousness, being okay with the consciousness. You know, I don't know. There's so many words. If you are listening to English podcast, I listen to them just to know that what people think about these things in the world. People do talk about this moment. They don't talk about no self-perception. They talk about being in this moment. I'm sure Surangika must have had like a lot of experience around this, because I know she goes through a lot of stuff too. So what's the difference of Lord Buddha's Dhamma, and what's the difference from that and from being aware? Because a lot of people in the world, they talk about being aware and being happy with that awareness also. So we have to be very, very cautious, because the message to the people who never listen to Sinhala sermons, they might actually switch off this, thinking that we are telling the same thing, because there are so many people talking about being okay with the consciousness. Consciousness is the final thing. Consciousness is the fundamental thing. They even talk about so many other words which I will not talk at this moment, but being aware about the consciousness has been talked so much, but super awareness, or the right awareness, is slightly different, because not slightly, actually it's different, because it's mainly about non-self vibration, because no human will have that no self vibration unless he or she is a Buddha's disciple. What do you think, Surangika?
Yes, Dr. Kokila. That is why I think right at the beginning you were trying to clarify what Sudharma said. Probably that's the way, Sudharma, it might be even in the book, because sometimes based on the translation,